Good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody to this regular meeting of the Montana Board of Public Education. Today is January the 15th, and we are meeting in the new Montana Heritage Center. Beautiful building, and we're hoping to have some time during lunch and during breaks to be able to do some exploring and see more of this beautiful facility. And we thank them for their accommodations and allowing us to utilize this space today. We will begin with our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Chris, will you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Slinger.
Here.
Julia Maxwell. Hannah Neeskens. Madeline Quinlan. Renee Rasmussen.
Here.
Lisa Schmidt.
Here.
Chair Tharp.
Here.
Lydia Comstock.
Here.
Commissioner Christian's office. Governor Jean Forte's office. Superintendent Hedlund.
Thank you. The Board of Public Education encourages the public to participate in board discussions. Persons who wish to participate should sign the public comment sign-in sheet and identify themselves to the board chair or executive director prior to the board's consideration of the matter in which the persons are concerned. Anyone wishing to participate in board discussions will be recognized by the chair in keeping with normal board parliamentary procedure. We discourage public comment on personnel matters and ask that you discuss these issues in private with the board chair. The Montana Board of Public Education is a professional development unit provider. Attending a Board of Public Education meeting may qualify you to receive professional development units. Please complete the necessary information on the sign-in sheet if you are applying for professional development units. With that said, we'd like to welcome any visitors either in the room or online who would like to be recognized. All right, and we will proceed. Is there any public comment for anything not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will proceed to our consent agenda. Board members, this starts on page 9, and I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda as approved, as presented, sorry.
Got a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion by Dr. Slinger, seconded by Board Member Rasmussen. Any discussion on the consent agenda? There no other comment? Is there any public comment? All those in favor of approving the consent agenda as presented signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, now entertain a motion to adopt our agenda as presented. Motion by Board Member Quinlan. Seconded. Is there any discussion? Any public comment? Any public comment online? All those in favor of approving the agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, moving on. Item number 1 is my report. Since our last meeting in November, I had to look back at the calendar. There's been a lot of stuff happening in addition to the holidays. Had our weekly executive committee meetings as well as various other committee meetings. School Funding Interim Commission meeting met via Zoom on December 15th and then on Tuesday of this week on January 13th. School Funding Interim Commission is wrapping up our phase 1 work. Yesterday or on Wednesday, we had an all-day meeting with NCEE and talking with them about what the final report, gathering input from the 20 commissioners as far as what they approved, wanted to see different, and just a lot of interesting discussions about what should be in the report, what shouldn't be in the report. A lot of discussion also that, well, this is just the report over what we've been presented, and there might be recommendations. It's more of just a consensus of what was talked about, but then of course there's the understanding that it is going to become a political document in some way, being that it is the phase 1 work of this study. And so, I think just quite bluntly, there's some people that if the commission moves forward and does not follow some of that, there might be the concern that we might get beat upside the head with the report that we had, but then didn't follow through with. I don't know. There's a lot of implications, probably many more perceived implications with the results of that work. And then I imagine that we have the governor's office and then of course, Superintendent Hedlund is here as well, also a part of those meetings, and they can feel free to share their opinions on that during their time today as well. Next meetings are going to be all face-to-face from here on out, and 2-day meetings. Also had our MSDB bi-monthly meetings, participated in a variety of other meetings through the OPI. One of the worst things and best things to come out of COVID was the ability for Zoom meetings. And I just want to commend Superintendent Hedlund for continuing to encourage her agency to have monthly meetings from the different departments and different people within the agency. That's very beneficial for the field. We've heard about, the accreditation and assessment does that. The specific one I was part of during my drive-in yesterday was for Title III. And then of course, I'm strong advocating for the monthly math meetings that are occurring as well. So very, very beneficial information. I found that the agency has been extremely responsive and helpful in sharing those meetings out with folks. Also, in my role as county superintendent, I was part of an MCIS information presentation to homeschool families presented at MSU Extension in Sydney last week, and an individual from the DLI was there. And the MCIS that we remember back from our days when it first came out, I remember it was a clunky, difficult tool to use. It just didn't give us the results that we necessarily wanted. Well, it is so streamlined and really cool today, and I really encourage you to encourage your students in high school to get themselves logged on and utilize that tool for them. Yesterday had the Education and Workforce Data Governing Board meeting, and that work continues forward. And then also yesterday I spent over an hour and a half at the request of the legislative auditors that they had asked for my presence there, and asked me questions, and I was more than happy to share my opinions for, like I said, over an hour and a half yesterday afternoon. So that's the first time I've ever been part of that process. So that was interesting being able to share information there. Had an introductory meeting regarding a forum on education and democracy taking place later on this summer, where they've asked me to be a member of a panel discussion that'll be taking place, I believe, here in Helena, and have more information as that moves forward. And then regular monthly Northeast Mass meetings in Wolf Point that I've been in. I always share the work that I've been doing in the mental health arena, and in some ways over these last couple of weeks, that has taken a lot of precedence. Just since the beginning of January, we have had 2 teenage suicides in northeastern Montana. I ended up being called in as part of the response on both of those, supporting family, friends, the school, the responders who were there as part of it, and ended up actually doing the sermon at the funeral of one of them as well. And so continue the work in teaching and making people be more aware. Taught QPR to all of the students in grades 6 through 12 and all of the K-12 staff at Circle last week. I was at Ritchie and taught QPR mental health supports to them last week as well. I'll be in Bainville on Monday. And then on the drive-in yesterday, I was finally able to connect with Augusta School, and if everything works out right, on my drive to our next meeting in Ronan, I'm going to divert up to Augusta and be presenting to them on that Wednesday afternoon prior to our meetings. And so just continuing with that work and supporting everybody who is involved. And so continue to advocate and encourage students, staff, community, anybody who's working with kids to become more informed on the mental health challenges and how to respond and assist people facing those challenges. I believe that is everything I had from my desk, and stand for any questions for anybody. All right, well, moving on, we will go to item number 2, Executive Director's Report. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy New Year to everyone. Excited to be in this beautiful new building. I've also yet to sort of walk through, and so really excited to be here. Hope we have a couple breaks, Mr. Chair, so you can walk through and get a little chance to see this beautiful new building. Really excited for the Montana Historical Society to get to be here in this beautiful building and have it on the Capitol complex. I just think it's beautiful, and hopefully at some point we'll have a chance. There is a door behind me. You can walk out and see the Capitol right out behind me. So hopefully we'll have a chance to just be able to see all the beautiful things that this building has to offer at some point throughout the next couple days. I do want to just say, I think it's a really exciting time for us. I would say heading back from winter break, although it feels like spring at this point in Montana. Our students are all going back to school at our second semester. Some of those in our public charter schools for the first time, which I think is really exciting. We have been working with our public charter schools really closely, closer than we ever have, and I really want to attribute that to our new coworker in our office, Leanne. She's done so much work with our charter schools, and it's really been awesome for us in our office to be able to do more with them. And I just think that the whole point of that is to really help them succeed. And it's just been, I think, really good for us to be able to do that. We also wouldn't be able to do that without the help of the folks at the Office of Public Instruction. They've been really helping us think differently about ways that we can support them. And so I just want to say thank you to you and your team. We held our first of 3 webinars yesterday to really help our charters think through the performance framework that is due on February 27th. That performance framework, as you know, is for the renewal. It's really important because that performance framework is for all of you to decide if they should merit renewal or not. And so I think we really want to help them submit information and evidence that gives them their best leg up, and really help them think through what is the best information, what's going to be good evidence to submit, evidence to avoid, really think outside the box. We're trying to help them be more flexible and be innovative in what they're submitting. So I think it's just been a really good opportunity. So like I said, this is the first of the 3 webinars that we're hosting. And yesterday was really, really fun, and they had really good questions for us. And so I think that that's going to be a really good use of our time to spend with our charters. We also have been spending a lot of time with legislature. Dr. Tharp obviously shared some of the School Funding Interim Commission. I've been sort of watching those meetings sort of from afar, but really interesting conversations that they've been having. We've also been presenting at the Ed Interim Budget Committee. A lot of those are really on our quarterly financial report, which typically they don't have many questions about because it's pretty basic. We're basically all general fund, but they do have a lot of other questions just generally about the work that we're doing at the board. And I think that's really great. The last meeting that we had, they did have really good questions about the charter schools, and I gave them an update on how many applications we received, the work that you all did to review those applications, the interviews that you went through, and the work that you were doing to score based on the criteria, and where you were at. We had charters that cost up to $1.4 million. You only had $1 million. So I'm trying to remind them sort of that process that they created through law, and what that would look like for you all to sort of get to that point in your scoring and the process that you would have to go through to approve those charters. A lot of the other things that we've been working on in the office is really going to be outlined in your agenda. So I don't want to go into really any other deep sort of analysis or give any other information about it, but I'll just sort of like a high level explain that rigorous action information. You're going to hear about that from Tyler and Julie later. Accreditation think tank. I know Crystal's going to give you probably an update on all the great meetings that they've had. We're also going to go over the adoption notice for the early numeracy work that's been done, and board members have been having a lot of committee meetings, which I think I want to just really thank you guys for kind of always having the foresight to be meeting whenever we need to be doing that, and just really want to thank you for that. So Mr. Chair, I'll sort of pause and take questions if folks have them and go from there.
All right, thank you, McCall. Okay, moving on to item number 3, State Superintendent Report. Superintendent Hedeland.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Tharp and members of the board. I also am just very excited to be here in this beautiful building and want to thank the Montana Historical Society for allowing us to meet here and look forward to taking a look around as well. And that's a good lead into announcing that the Indian Education for All team has been hard at work preparing the 2026 Best Practices Conference, which will be held March 23rd and 24th at East Helena High School. We are thankful to Superintendent Rispens for letting us have our conference there. Once again, it was excellent last year. We were concerned we weren't going to be able to have it because of funding last year. We, of course, made it a priority and made it work. And with the help of being able to host it at one of our schools, that makes it more affordable so we can really focus on the great work that occurs there. We are going to be calling the theme this year for 2026, We Are All Related, planting the seeds of knowledge, growing our Montana story. This emphasizes the vital connection between culturally responsive education and building strong community relationships. Any board members interested in attending the conference are able to join for free, and just let me know. We'll get you signed up. Right now, we have a call for proposals out. If you know anyone on your staff or anyone in our schools that is a shining star in implementing innovative strategies, resources, successful practices, or the essential understandings in their teaching, we would love to have them present. Additionally, the team is soliciting nominations for the prestigious award established to honor the legacy of Teresa Veltkamp. Teresa was a beloved classroom teacher and Indian education specialist at the OPI. She was an inspirational advocate and committed to ensuring and supporting the highest levels of IFA implementation across Montana. The next topic I would like to talk about is that the new Teacher Learning Hub is open, and it includes a direct connection to the Teach Montana system so that teachers' credits will be immediately uploaded for their renewal units. And as 2026 ramps up, this connection will be essential for those seeking licensure renewals and help us to expedite that process this upcoming year. We also just want to make note that this is part of the data modernization plan and project that the OPI has underway and aligns well with that. We just had a data, 949 board meeting yesterday. I want to thank Dr. Tharp for being there. He's on the board, and McCall for being in attendance. I just appreciate, I'm not quite sure how you make it to all of these meetings, but you're doing a fantastic job so that you can be involved and keep the board up to speed on all of the work that's happening in education. We appreciated you being there. It was exciting to announce the progress that we've made. We have one school that is pretty far into the implementation of phase 1 of our direct connector. We have other schools, I believe 3 more right now in the pilot program, and we have a waiting list of schools that are excited to start that process. This is going to help the new dashboards and MTSS system go live across the state of Montana. I truly believe it's going to lead to improved outcomes for our students in Montana and support our teachers in their instruction and knowing when and getting ideas for interventions for students that are not proficient. So it will be huge. It is going to take a lot of capacity from our team at the OPI, and it does take some capacity from the schools to get it started. So we're working through some supports, especially for our rural schools as we implement this program. Another data mention I want to make is that Level All, a career exploration tool, is up and running. We have been working with local businesses to get their information in there and to strengthen that so that it has a really strong Montana focus. And I want to thank Dr. Watson and Sam for partnering with us on that rollout. There's been presentations at the MAS meetings, and we're really excited about schools having this tool to use. It was announced at the December Land Board meeting that $80.8 million generated from the state trust lands revenue will be distributed to Montana schools. This revenue distributed to the Office of Public Instruction is used statewide to enhance educational opportunities I would really encourage our schools and school leaders and anyone else, educators interested to listen in or review some of the land board agendas. These are very intense meetings and a lot of work goes into these meetings. And often I don't feel that our education system really realizes where these funds are coming from and how all of that works. It's on each agenda item. It's very interesting also to see some of them directly name MSDB, that the funds are, allocated for that resource, or technology in schools, and some just say general education. So, or they may say a university, different things like that. So depending on the project, I find those notes very interesting, and those are in the land board packets, and I'm happy to visit with anyone about the land board at any time. These funds, like I said, support technology, modernization, school safety upgrades, facility maintenance, classroom resources, and other district identified priorities that strengthen our student learning environments in Montana. Last week, the U.S. Department of Agriculture released new dietary guidance. So we flipped the pyramid upside down and are really focusing on protein, fruits, and vegetables, which is exciting and long overdue. This goes back to what we've been focusing on in really having Montana ideally situated to contribute to this national goal. We're working closely with our local agriculture industries, our farmers and ranchers, to get as much locally grown beef and vegetables into our schools as possible with Montana Marinara and other programs. So we're excited about this. In December, a judge granted a full stay through the end of the school year in the case of Montana Quality Education Coalition and Disability Rights Montana versus the state of Montana, allowing the education savings accounts to continue for the remainder of the school year. This was very critical to our education, and speaking with these families, many of them had already paid for programs, curriculum, instruction, or services for their students. And when the ruling first came down, we were not going to be able to reimburse them. This happened in December, the month of Christmas, which was a real hardship for the families we heard from. So I'm thankful that this is going to allow us to ensure that education is not disrupted in the middle of school year for these students, and that they may continue receiving their educational services best suited to their individual requirements according to their disabilities as their parents have selected. For the federal update, I've said a few things that are federal already, but I wanted to mention this begins on page 58 of your packet. And as mentioned in the November meeting, I want to provide an update regarding the Education Innovation Research Grant. OPI was notified in December that we were awarded nearly $10 million from the federal department over 5 years to expand early literacy support across the state, which aligns very well with the work that we've been coordinating with all of you on, and as many of us know, is very critical. As a former kindergarten teacher, as you all know, I feel passionately about this, and I'm very proud of our team for their success in this highly competitive process. We're one of very few states that were able to receive this grant. So I can't thank them enough for seeking these out and working on these very tight deadlines so that we can better support early literacy and the state of Montana. Secretary McMahon's office announced at the end of 2025 that she and the administrative officials will be returning to each state for the National History Rocks Tour in conjunction with the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States. This initiative aims to highlight exemplary history and civics instruction that effectively teaches American principles. And you will hear about some work that our teams, thank you, McCall and others from your office, and Chris Averill, and many of our staff, including Tyler, who is a former history teacher and very passionate about this, have some exciting news and updates and approval, hopefully, from you to move forward with some Montana-focused ideas as well. The Office of Public Instruction is investigating the possibilities around applying for the EdFlex waiver That will allow for more local flexibility in the way schools use their federal funding and federal programs. We are also considering a waiver similar to the one that Iowa was granted last week. So the paperwork is ready for EdFlex, and you'll be hearing more about that shortly. So I will let the staff tell you more about that and the great work they're doing there so that we can be innovative and cutting edge and moving forward and thinking about how we utilize our federal funding streams. So with this flexibility, OPI can waive select federal statutory requirements or regulations that apply to districts and schools without having to first submit those as waivers to the Department of Education for review and approval. And we are now open for the public comment period. So please check the OPI website and submit any comments you have on the EdFlex waiver. I will keep it to that as we have many agenda items and exciting updates to come. I'm going to turn it over to our experts at the Office of Public Instruction to help us proceed, if I can, Mr. Chairman. All right, so first I believe we have our assessment update with Cedar Rose.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I just want to ensure that you can hear me okay. Perfect. My name is Cedar Rose, spelled R-O-S-E for the record, and I have the privilege of serving as assessment director. Your assessment update today starts on page 43 of your board packet. Today we're going to start with MAST. I will be in person tomorrow sharing a little bit more about MAST implementation, but just a few quick updates for you. We did cross a monumental milestone with our MAST assessment by submitting it for federal peer review. That is a requirement for all statewide assessments nationwide to ensure the technical quality, and that's a requirement under ESSA. We submitted over 145 pieces of evidence, and that's across 30 critical elements that we have to provide evidence for. So that includes test and item development, validity, test security, accommodations and inclusion, scoring, and standard setting. So that was provided in that double testing waiver that we had to have that in by January, and that was a very short timeline to turn around. So it was very exciting to get that across the finish line, and we'll be patiently waiting for our response to that. Window 1 for MAST has concluded. We had very high completion rates, as we typically do with our assessments. We are seeing our testlets administered more throughout the window this year than we have in last year. I did provide a graphic of when those testlets are being administered and started each day. You will see that we have testing that starts very early within our window and had a very high testing that continued throughout each one of those weeks. We have performance reports, progress reports, which I shared with you in our last meeting. Those have been released today. And so schools can now go in, they can see their aggregated projections of their achievement levels based on all of their window 1 performance. And so that was a new report that we rolled out today or this year, kind of bridging that gap between that testlet individual performance and then that achievement levels that come out at the end of the year. So we're excited for those to be out for the first time. Window 2 of MAST opened this week. That includes our ELA performance task, which we spent a lot of focus of our resources and our professional learning going into this year with the addition of those student-friendly rubrics, exemplar prompts, to really ensure that our educators and our schools and our students had that support and preparation and the familiarity with the expectations. Moving on to DLM, we completed our first window of DLM, our Dynamic Learning Maps assessment for our alternate assessment population. Our fall window consisted of math and ELA testlets. Our spring window will include ELA, math, and then our science testlets for students in grade 5, 8, and 11. That will open February 2nd, and that runs all the way through May 15th. So one of the positive things we were really excited about moving to that assessment model is that more flexibility in administration and a much longer administration window. Additionally, our access testing for English learners in grades K through 12 opened right after winter break. This window was an adjustment from previous years when we started in December with feedback from the field, knowing that we really wanted to focus on proper identification of our English learners. That window was moved until after winter break, and we've heard a lot of positive response from that already. And then finally, page 45 of your packet includes a timeline for our science CGSA work, focusing on science in grades grades 6 through 8, excuse me. Just a few things I want to highlight there. We do have our upcoming small scale pilot this spring, and that consists of schools that have opted into that experience. So currently we have over 5,000 students that will be participating in that pilot, and that's across 42 schools. Additionally, we are currently working on issuing an RFP to support the professional learning side of things to really build that educator capacity around science standards, instruction, and assessment. With that, I will stand for any questions that you have.
Please.
Well, I got it on the first try. Thank you, Cedar. I have actually two questions for you. The first has to do with the science assessment and the pilots grades 6 through 8, but we currently test in 5th grade. So I'm wondering, how do we fit the existing system into what's evolving here? And are you still looking at a 5th grade and an 8th grade assessment?
Mr. Chair and board member, that is a great question. So as we are still in this pilot phase, we are still consistently going to administer our 5th grade and our 8th grade summative assessment. We still have that federal requirement. The CGSA grant was written specifically for the 6th through 8th grade. So as of right now, we are not looking at changing that 5th grade assessment blueprint and continuously keeping that as a summative assessment. So there is a lot of work to be done within that CGSA. So really focusing on that 6th through 8th grade is the focus of this grant for right now.
I guess as a follow-up, so I understand you're focused on 6th through 8th grade, but will that allow you to conclude that the 5th grade assessment is reliable and valid and all those things?
Board member, yes. So we are, just to clarify, are you talking about our existing 5th grade science assessment? Because there are still plans to continue with that assessment for this upcoming year.
No, I'm actually talking about the evolution of 5th grade assessment through the MAST assessment.
So we are still in discussion about what that looks like. I think one of our biggest things that we are in conversation about is administration ease, because as of right now, and one of the big things we discussed about when we were talking about our alternate assessment is the fragmentation of assessment platforms. So right now, our science assessment and our 5th grade science assessment under MSA and our 8th grade assessment, that is still our statewide assessment as we continuously develop and work on our CGSA assessment. That is the only assessment or only assessments that are on a different platform from our MAST assessment and from our DLM assessment. So I think as we develop and look at the content of that 6th through 8th grade, I think we're looking at platform uniformity within that 5th grade assessment.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's helpful. I have one other question on a different topic. Can you explain to the board, maybe give us an example, what are dynamic learning maps and as an assessment tool?
Mr. Chair and board member, that's a great question. So dynamic learning maps, or DLM, is the assessment system that guides the alternate assessment. And so I can absolutely come back in March and give a much more deeper, in-depth look at that. But dynamic learning maps is connecting different skills together to allow much more flexibility in which students are assessing for our alternate assessment population, or for our alternate assessment. And so within the math and the ELA side of DLM, you will notice that our educators are able to choose which content elements they are actually assessing on, and really build that into more of their instructional goals, their IEP goals. And so it's really bringing together much more conceptual thinking about instruction, about what our students are learning, and only assessing on specific elements of that to cover the depth and breadth of those content standards. And so I can share with you, like I said, in future meetings or in a committee meeting, what those maps look like. They're very complex, but they help those educators who are getting those results be able to see those results, but also look at the skills that are required with that assessment and then skills that are coming after that. So it's really the structure for building all of those individual elements together for that assessment.
Great. Thank you for that explanation.
Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Cedar, I want to go back to this question about the fifth versus sixth grade. Are the Fed, because since we seem to be moving forward on this, on the math science implementation timeline and the pilot for that, have the Feds approved the fact that this will only be 6 through 8 and there won't be a fifth grade assessment since that's required right now? How's that gonna work? Are they changing? Are we gonna have to add fifth grade? How's that gonna work?
Chair Tharp and Member Rasmussen, so we have no plan on getting rid of our fifth grade assessment. We
Okay.
still plan on having that fifth grade assessment in place. As of right now, it is still looking like a summative assessment. As for this upcoming year, and we have that Montana Science Assessment that we've traditionally had in place. This grant is really focused on looking at that 6th through 8th grade, but we know we have to have that 5th grade in place. That requirement has not changed.
So that will continue, that test will continue into the foreseeable future, not just this year, so we'll still be using 2 platforms.
That is something that we're still in exploration of and have some flexibilities in there. So
Explain. What do you mean by that?
So when we're looking at our assessments, there are some flexibilities in which platforms we can go into. So for instance, we have platforms that can house different assessments. There are platforms that house multiple assessments across the United States. And so I think what we are looking at is Montana does have science content, but we want to make sure that if we do transition science assessments, that as we are building this 6th through 8th grade assessment, and know that's really the focus of our work, that the transition for anything we do for 5th grade is not going to be arduous on our district. So we want to be really mindful of that transition as we build out this 6th through 8th grade assessment as well.
I would argue that not arduous is one, but also relevant, meaningful, valid, and reliable are also very, very important. Thank you.
Board Member Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Cedar. I just wanted to put a bug in your ear. Feedback I'm hearing from the field is they were hoping to keep in mind the rural schools that do rotation because science is its own special beast. I'm sure you know that. So for example, 6th and 7th graders in smaller classes will both take, for example, physical or earth science, and then the next year they'll rotate to a different one. So they're hoping that I would bring up, if it's possible, that they could assign, not because their math, they're locked into that grade level, but with rural schools, science is its own special thing where they would like to, hopefully the flexibility to assign what the actual subject matter the kids are learning versus being stuck in grades. So just want to put a bug in your ear.
Board Member Neeskens.
I can't remember if I've said this publicly or in a committee meeting, which was also public, but I remain concerned about mobility of students and students transferring schools in middle school, potentially getting double tested on certain testlets, or having instruction that at one school, for example, let's say they teach physical science in 6th grade and in a different school district, perhaps that's biological science. And then they're either, perhaps the test not correctly reflecting what the student's science attainment is. So while I appreciate the comments that Board Member Maxwell made about having the flexibility, that's also concerning in a different way. Because if we aren't aligning statewide on what's happening in each grade, then the concern is that kids will potentially have gaps in learning if they're transferring between districts, or perhaps there will be gaps in our assessment data for the exact same reason.
Chair Tharp and Member Neeskens, I think, and Member Maxwell as well, I think all of those things that you have brought up are considerations that we have brought to the blueprint design of this assessment. And in looking at our science standards that for NGSS and for the state of Montana standards, they are 6 through 8. Through Member Maxwell, exactly as you said, that, you know, what you are doing within your school district and what's happening in Kalispell, you can have two very different progressions of science standards throughout those 6 through 8. So we are considering those things in the way that we are designing for this assessment, and also really thinking about which assessments are going to count towards accountability. Because Member Neeskens, we absolutely do not want that mobility to be a hindrance. And when it comes to that accountability score that does attach to those schools for that reporting and for that achievement. So as we're in development of this blueprint, we do have some flexibility, as we noted, as we only have to report one time within through 5th grade and 6th through 8th grade of which administrations are those administrations that are going to account for accountability. And so that means we do have some flexibilities with testlets that can be openly available for that instructional side that aren't necessarily available for that accountability side. So we're really building in those considerations, as we know that science and math and ELA look very different on the standard side of things. So I appreciate that insight and know that we are taking all of those considerations as we move forward.
Cedar, we continue to hear from the field concerns that we're adding another assessment and that this cake has already been baked, and they're concerned that this has moved beyond pilot and it's a done deal. What kind of what do we tell the field, and what are you sharing with the field regarding what this study is and what the intent is?
Chair Thorpe, that's a great question. And I think that really goes back to the intent of this first pilot year is to really, it's an opt-in. First of all, we only want those districts who have that capacity for it, who have a taste, who want to move forward to it, to be able to opt into it. And I think that the other thing is this first year is really information gathering about the system, about how the system is going to work, about the items. And we always go back to that validity and reliability and really make sure that we are building that from the ground level up. I can also hand it over to Marie Judish, who's overseeing this and helping with that district side of things. And so I think that she can also comment on kind of the process that we're going through as this project progresses over the lifetime of the CGSA.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Chair Tharp and board members. My name is Marie Judish, that's Judisch, and I'm the Senior Manager of Academic Outcomes and Instruction. And just to tag on to what Cedar said, this is opt-in, and we really are wanting to support districts on the instructional side of science in a way that we haven't been able to before. With MASS, we really saw this intertwining of teaching and learning alongside assessment for the first time. And so everything we've proposed with our vendor and what we want this to look like for districts is really still keeping that summative assessment for our 8th graders as our final accountability measure, but utilizing different formative assessments throughout 6th and 7th grade to give them instructional utility, giving districts the option, because they teach different standards at different times throughout 6th and 8th grade, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, to have information they may not have had before on those specific content standards. So if your entire small school, 6th, 7th, 8th grade is all doing earth science throughout the first year, and then you rotate to physical science, et cetera, throughout the different years, we want that flexibility to be there for districts to truly give instructional utility in a way that no assessment has done before. So we're really excited. And what we have been communicating to districts, to answer your question, Chair Tharp, is that we are completely in pilot mode. And like Cedar said, with that RFP we have posted for professional learning, we're really a couple years ahead of that and giving professional learning to our participant districts aligned with the NGSS standards and the different ways we can support their instruction in the classroom.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on assessment? Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to say thank you to Cedar and the team, as well as your assessment committee on the Board of Public Ed for your participation, for asking the hard questions, and for staying on top of this so we can get the information out to districts on how this is working and rolling out. As I came in, we were already underway with this grant, and we brought this to you. I know it was as an information item, but as soon as I found out about it, so that we could follow a more proper process and informing everyone as we consider changing assessments. Definitely appreciate your critical look at it and questions. Like I said, I think it's very important that we really dig in and that we roll out anything in the future with more conversation, more engagement with the field, and definitely more training to our educators. So I appreciate the team thinking forward and getting that going much earlier on this math science assessment. So thank you for that. And I will now turn it over to Marie to talk about the content standards update.
Excuse me, Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a quick side, Superintendent Headland, kind of just out of curiosity, when you talked about the renewal licensure being, being implemented and rolled out, I decided to see how easy it was. I could get to licensure in 3 clicks. And I want to tell you, just in between when you were visiting, I completed my renewal.
Mr. Chairman.
Congratulations. It was really easy and quick.
Member Rasmussen, that is exciting to hear. And that's without our new website even up and running. So just wait, we will be moving along. We are excited about entering into a new single sign-on platform with a different company that's going to help you sign into all of our different tools much easier, new website, and all kinds of excellent data modernization projects coming our way. As many of you know, we have Lucas from the executive staff and quite a few new folks in our data team that just did an excellent job at the data meeting yesterday. Not to get off agenda items, but I want to mention that at that meeting also, somebody made a comment to me that the level of collaboration is unprecedented that we have through data modernization and the sharing of data and the research projects that we have going on with OCHI, the Department of Labor, and working with the Department of Administration to coordinate those and make sure that it's public knowledge how we are doing all of this data interaction and collaboration. And it's just a very exciting time. Thank you. All right, Marie.
Sounds good. Thank you, Superintendent. Good morning again. My name is Marie Judish, and I'm going to be going over the brief content standards update for you today. We are not in revisions of anything right now, so very brief, which is nice for everyone. I will note that we do have the first grade expanded guidance document for mathematics content standards up and loaded, as well as if you get the chance to dig into that, you'll really see the EFA connection embedded in every single one of those standards. And I know our content specialist, Katrina Engeldrum, was on with Macy just last week, and they have been really impressed with the work that's gone into that and the thoughtfulness and the intentionality behind those connections. So I hope you can take the time to dig into that. To speak to Chair Tharp's participation in the Math Standards Implementation Professional Learning Series, today we actually have a session on assessment and standards and what needs to change. So Amy Conzen, the Professional Learning Manager, and myself will be presenting on that in terms of what the standards change for pre-assessment, formative assessment, as well as statewide assessment, particularly in MAST, as that's one of the questions our teachers have. So we have a great presentation that will be recorded today if you want to check into that or participate live as well. The other documentation that we have to share with you is Dr. Julie Mergel and I did an expanded economic impact analysis that we presented to the Education Interim Budget Committee in December. Really interesting mathematics behind all that to see what the impacts actually are. So if you have time to read into that. And finally, we also have done the work with Claire Mikeson, our ELA specialist, of seeing that direct alignment to the science of reading that we are really pushing for that aligns with your resolution as well for science of reading instruction in Montana, and gone standard by standard to see how it is embedded throughout those standards. With that, I can take any questions you may have about the current content standards revisions.
Looks like everybody's satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you.
A little bit late. All right. Listen.
We don't want any.
All right, thank you, Marie. And now we will go on to our accreditation update, and Crystal is here to present that. Thank you, Crystal.
Got it. Yep. All right. Good morning and Happy New Year. Chair Tharp, members of the board, Crystal Andrews, ANDREWS for the record, and I am the School Educator Effectiveness Senior Manager at the Office of Public Instruction. So I am here today with a quick update about our K-12 accreditation. So we are on page 53 in your packet. So beginning with the current school year, the submission of non-cycle accreditation items will become an annual requirement for all districts, irrespective of their scheduled review cycle. This annual requirement ensures continuous accountability and includes all Infinite Campus data, assurances related to the funding of Indian Education for All, and a general assurance affirming that districts follow all relevant accreditation standards within Chapter 55. The districts that are in deficient status will complete the entire accreditation process this year. As Chair Tharp mentioned this morning, my team has been supporting the 3 districts along with many advice schools to ensure that they have the necessary tools to complete their corrective plans in the process this year. So they're working on work sessions. They're meeting with districts weekly, have that time dedicated to answer questions, help provide what evidence would be helpful, just to get them through and, get us into those cycles this coming year, next year. Districts that are in advice status have been given the option to complete the process this year. This came at a request from a district that is scheduled for the 3rd cycle. They did not want to wait 4 years with this year to improve their status. So again, this is an option. It would not change when a district in advice status is scheduled for the 3-year cycles. The accreditation platform has been open since October 7th, and districts have been reviewing their Infinite Campus data and working with the Educate unit on any issues. The due date for all districts to submit for the accreditation process this year is Friday, February 27th, 2026, which I guess is not that far away now that we're mid-January. The next section, and McCall had mentioned, is our think tank. We have been meeting bi-weekly, which I would like to publicly thank our superintendents and school leaders that are attending those meetings voluntarily for their 3rd year, and really dedicating a ton of time to this process and the importance of that work. Right now, we have finished all of the rubrics for the Criterion Reference Guide, so they are all up to date and polished. We spent a lot of time on what evidence and making it very easy to understand for a new superintendent, a veteran superintendent, what we were asking for all rubrics in the coming years during the cycles. But now we are also, dove deep. I'd say we're right in the thick of it with our student performance. So we started with high school. We're looking at what the indicators we're thinking should be for the high school. The think tank was very adamant in wanting more than just graduation rate and ACT. They said for sure adding something like a college and career readiness indicator, which we had in the original. So that is where we are right now. Ellery Bressler, one of my accreditation folks, compiled some great data on ACT and dashboards where we can adjust the numbers to see if we change this percentage, what would that do? And just really trying to make it meaningful, thoughtful, and fair to our districts in terms of what we're asking. Once we're done with high school, we will go on to elementary. So again, that is why we're meeting so regularly, since we want to have this done for you and present in March what we've come up with. As you can see on the timeline, we have, like I said, planned to have the Criterion Reference Guide complete and ready to publish in March. And I will bring the proposed process for accreditation to you at that March meeting. I will then attend the May meeting with the 2025-26 final accreditation report, along with seeking action for the 3-year cycle process, so that we will be ready to begin at the start of the 26-27 school year. So we're getting there. We're close. We're close to starting those cycles. This year, I really appreciate that
year to get us prepared, really be thoughtful on what we're wanting for our cycles. Districts have appreciated that time. We've been working closely with McCall and on our charter schools and making sure they feel comfortable and, ready for what's to come for accreditation for that as well. So this year's been really useful and just making sure we have it right. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Please, Madeline.
Thank you, Crystal. I just wanted to ask about the Indian Ed for All funding piece that's under the February part of the timeline. Is this where districts are reporting how they spent their dollars with a little more detail? And is it a separate collection than the Infinite Campus data?
Chair Tharp, Board Member Quinlan. So yes, it is where they're telling us how they're spending their funding. It is exactly how it is written in everywhere. It matches, it aligns with how everything has been written. And it is a collection that we pull from our accreditation Montana system. So it's not through Infinite Campus, but we are able to generate that report so that we can use it for anything that's necessary.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much.
And I'm so glad to hear about licensure renewal. Board Member Rasmussen, I'm due this year as well, so I'm excited, but it's great to hear. Had to throw that in.
And I was listening, I just, when I was.
That was our intention. So I'm very happy for that positive feedback. Good to see you all. See you this afternoon. Thank
And
you.
regarding licensure, something that came up when we met with the Council of Deans in Missoula, there was a discussion about, if you recall, I specifically asked, I think it was I can't remember her name, but from Rocky Mountain College, about the discussion regarding the test. Is the final test the end all be all? And I thought we talked about going to, more portfolio based, and I shared specifically a situation with my daughter, and I said, well, she did everything else, but she just didn't just missed the test by a couple of points. And even years later, working through Crystal and Rocky, they went back and they reviewed all of her records and all of her accomplishments in portfolio, and she was granted her K-12 music endorsement, even though she had that one test had been a barrier in the past. And so all of these things that Crystal tells us that she's doing, she really is doing. We're getting a lot of this,
Wow.
These flexibilities. This great work is happening, and we thank you for that.
Thank you. What a great day. Thank you very much. See you this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Crystal. We will move on to the HiSET report, and I would like to welcome Katie Madsen up.
There we go. Thank you, Superintendent, Chair Tharp, members of the board. My name is Katie Madsen. I am the Adult Education Director, High School Equivalency Administrator at the Office of Public Instruction.
Board members, we're jumping backwards a little bit. It's page 47 in your packet.
Okay, thank you. So I appreciate the opportunity today to be here to provide a brief update on high school equivalency in Montana. So you all received a written summary prior to the meeting, but I'd like to just highlight a few points for you today. So I want to start with some history and some statistics for Montana. So as some of you may recall, prior to 2014, GED was the sole high school equivalency exam in Montana. And then in 2014, we transitioned solely to the HiSET exam. In October 2022, the HiSET vendor changed. That resulted in some ongoing challenges for the state and high school equivalency testers. In January of 2024, the GED officially became available once again in Montana. The Office of Public Instruction pursued the return of GED to allow for choice and provide opportunity for our constituents. I'm pleased to share that the completers and passing rates have remained fairly consistent in Montana. Currently 85% for HiSET and 90% for GED, both of those higher than the national average. Our overall number of testers, completers, and passers have returned to pre-pandemic levels. I would like to note that we've seen an increase in 16 to 18-year-old testers. Some of that probably due in part to the challenges of the pandemic that we're now seeing, a few years later. High school equivalency test centers in Montana, we have 30 that are HiSET only. We have 5 that are HiSET and GED combined. 8 of those exclusively offer paper-based testing. 22 of them are exclusively computer-based testing, and 5 of them offer a combination of those modalities. GED testing is also offered via a secure virtual platform. This online proctoring testing allows the opportunity for those seeking the HSE credential to have an option to test virtually as well. And with that, I'd like to give a shout out to Flathead Valley Community College. They accounted for more than half the total number of GED tests taken in Montana in 2025, including all the online proctored testing. So Flathead Valley Community College has embraced GED and they're providing choice for their students and communities. So just a big thank you to them. I would also like to recognize the adult educators and examiners at the testing centers throughout the state for the work they do. Their efforts and dedication for the citizens of Montana do not go unnoticed. Finally, I would like to provide a quick look ahead, a glimpse of the work the Adult Education Unit at the OPI will be doing to support high school equivalency and non-traditional at-risk learners, starting with the creation of a directory of statewide adult education programs and high school equivalency options and services that are available for constituents. We plan to review and revamp the Montana Options Program for high schools, a proficiency crosswalk between high school equivalency exams and Montana graduation requirements, best practices and transcript guidance for school districts and educational institutions that support transformational learning and alternative pathways. And then also making connections with high school counselors and supporting non-traditional at-risk learners to include CTE and Montana career pathways. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Katie. Board Member Neeskens.
Good morning. I was pleased to hear that you're doing some work on examining where these tests are being administered and opportunities available to people across the state. I'm curious if that data that you're collecting includes like how many students at Montana Youth Challenge are completers. Also, we are doing work obviously later this morning on charter school applications and perhaps exploring how many of our HiSET and GED completers are coming out of charter schools as opposed to the regular ed settings. And then also how many of these completers are coming from communities where there is an adult ed program, like you stated, completing that directory, or potentially a school district area where there's an alternative ed program. So I do appreciate that you're doing that and would appreciate if that was shared with us in the future. I'm interested in kind of seeing the patterns because I do believe there is probably still access issues in certain areas of the state that are more remote. Obviously, there's the adult ed programs in different parts of our state look differently. If you have one person, perhaps in your community that needs to do their HiSET or GED completion because the population of your town is 200, there's probably not an adult ed program to support you, right? And so I'm just curious if those communities are accessing the online opportunities, that kind of information.
Okay, thank you, Chair Tharp, board member. That is information that we are collecting. So we're able to collect test data from the test centers. We do have a test center at Montana Youth Challenge. We work closely with them. We're also expanding our reach and support to local adult ed community or local adult ed programs. Like you said, some of those are like a one-person show at like volunteer at a library. Some of them are housed in school districts. And so Historically, it's been about less than half typically go through an adult education program, but I can definitely include that information going forward, to the best of my ability. So you're welcome.
Katie, I appreciate the fact that we got both options available again. I get a lot of calls from parents in my role as county soup, looking at different alternatives. If their child isn't being successful with in the public ed system. What are the different reasons why a person would choose GED over HiSET or HiSET over GED?
Chair Tharp, members of the board, that question is one we get a lot, and I just want to highlight that GED and HiSET, they're both high school equivalency exams, and so they are just a different exam to test the knowledge of an individual against a high school graduate. We have heard a lot, GED, it's the name, right? The brand recognition. And so a lot of people, even when we were HiSET only, called the office and they asked for GED, even though it was HiSET. So part of that is brand recognition, the longstanding reputation. There is a slight cost difference as far as GED and HiSET testing. But really, I just like to stress the assessment itself, is testing the same set of skills. And so it's just to have option and flexibility.
Dr. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Katie. Thanks for the great presentation and thanks for the great and important work. A question on the completers for the HiSET. Do those completers represent those who are testing at the 7 Montana tribal colleges?
Testers at the 7 Montana tribal colleges are included, yes.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Katie? Thank you for the information.
Thank you.
Superintendent.
Thank you, Chair Tharp, and thank you, Katie. I cannot say enough about how impressed I've been with Katie and Emily and their team in adult education with changes coming from the legislature. They had to be very innovative, flexible, and they stayed very positive throughout the process and thinking of different ways that they can support adult education and these learners. As Katie mentioned, we talked a lot about local adult education programs that are occurring in our school districts across the state of Montana, and having been in rural schools and having those funds from our permissive levies for a local adult education program, but not really having guidance on best practices or what to offer. We saw that as an area that we could bolster, and they have been excited about that work going forward and seeing how we can support those programs in our public schools that have those adult education dollars. So we are looking forward to a new work plan and innovative approaches, as well as staying focused on the HiSET. So I really want to recognize them for their great work and for being such good collaborators. As we move on to our next report, we're going to discuss transportation, and Donnell, as many of us know, was the one we called on for many years in transportation, but she has moved into a different role at the OPI, and we are very excited to welcome Elsie and have her present the report on transportation today. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. My name is Elsie Workman. I am the State Pupil Transportation Specialist with the Office of Public Instruction. And today I'm here to provide a 2025 statewide report on the metrics that we received, as well as updates and changes that occurred in 2025. So the table below presents fiscal year 2025 data along with a multi-year comparison of statewide school pupil transportation metrics. The data is compiled from information reported by school districts through the pupil transportation portal maintained by the Office of Public Instruction. So I'd like to begin by reading off each column under the category section and the result for fiscal year 2025. Number of certified bus drivers reported was 2,072. Number of bus routes, 2,205. Total pupil ridership, 60,573. School miles traveled per year, 15.2 million. Average route miles traveled per day, 49.90. Montana Highway Patrol bus inspections reported at 4,103. Number of type A through E school buses, 3,815. Number of district-owned buses, 1,507. Number of contractor-owned buses, 2,308. Number of individual contracts, 683. Amount paid for the individual contracts, $525,068. State reimbursement was 10.5 million and county reimbursement 10.4. So next I'll go ahead and provide the updates that occurred last year, 2025, beginning with the fingerprint-based background checks. House Bill 745 implements fingerprint-based background checks for Montana School District employees and other individuals with unsupervised access to students, strengthening student safety and ensuring consistent screening practices across Montana public schools. This change aligns state law with requirements already established in Administrative Rule 1057-201A. And next, we'll move on to human trafficking training requirement. Senate Bill 245 requires annual human trafficking training awareness for school bus driver personnel under Montana Code Annotated 271316. OPI must provide cost-free training materials to support this requirement, including instructions on recognizing indicators of child sex trafficking and required reporting procedures. On to the next for the Montana Association for Pupil Transportation. During fiscal year 2024-2025, MAPT provided in-person school bus driver training across multiple Montana locations. A total of 263 drivers from 45 school districts participated, receiving 61 hours of training. MAPT trainers traveled approximately 3,033 miles to deliver instruction statewide. Training sessions were held in several Montana communities, including Columbia Falls, Glasgow, Hamilton, Greenfield, Ronan, and Cut Bank. Most sessions involved 2 trainers, allowing for comprehensive instruction and hands-on engagement with participants. Individual training sessions ranged from 8 to 10 hours in length. In addition to that, in-state driver trainings, MAPT sent 1 driver to the TSD conference in Texas for 4 days of in-person professional development, and that is transporting students with disabilities. This training focused on special needs students and best practices for transporting students with disabilities on Montana school buses. The cost associated with this conference was covered through the MAPT training budget and supported the delivery of current updated training content to Montana districts. Lastly, notification of the 17th National Congress of School Transportation Specifications. Montana adopts and implements the National Congress of School Transportation Standards pursuant to the authority of the Board of Public Education under MCA 2010-111. NCST standards are updated every 5 years, barring any state legislative changes. I have begun the process of revising the current 2022 Montana school bus standards. Updates include provisions related to electric school buses, transportation of students with special needs, and other required safety and operational updates. And this concludes my report.
Thank you, Elsie. Questions from the board? Go ahead.
Thanks for the report. Appreciate it. I have a question on, so look on page 56. So we have more drivers, more buses, more routes, but we have a 19% drop in pupil ridership across the state.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any anecdotal thoughts around that?
Chair Tharp and board member. So this information is compiled and received from the pupil transportation portal system that school districts report to. It does not have specific information to provide. So no, I don't have.
So we don't know. Yeah,
we don't know.
Know why. Okay.
Good. Board Member Rasmussen.
Just to answer your question, as a person who used to set those routes, used to have families of 10, now you have families of 2. Still have to go to the house. Not as many riders.
Good. Board Member Quinlan.
Thank you. Thank you, Elsie, and welcome to your new job. My question has to do, we have roughly 2,100 certified bus drivers, and the training 263 drivers participated. So how often do they need to go through the drivers training classes?
School bus drivers are required to complete 15 hours of annual in-service training. And there is an annual training provided by MAPT that is held in Great Falls. I believe it was in June. And that provides classes and I believe quizzes as well.
So are there other opportunities for school bus drivers to get their training to meet that 15-hour requirement?
I can't answer that off the top of my head, but I can get back to you.
I can help you with that. Member Quinlan, I know, and Renee could probably as well, the Chuck up in Bainville still offers training there and a lot of districts do it in-house and then invite others from surrounding areas to participate and put together, a couple of days of training. There's also a lot of online options through the various insurance companies. I know when I was in North Dakota, they had a lot of online options for me to be able to go through and do that. So, Board Member Maxwell and then Superintendent.
Just to, one of your things that we're seeing up in the mountain areas about your question, Mr. Slinger, was we have houses extending up into more rural areas in the mountains. So we have to have more miles, but we're only picking up one kid and people are moving from in town and spreading out into the wilds. So we have to go get them.
Superintendent Hedlund.
I just wanted to echo the what you were mentioning about the options available for bus driver training. In rural schools have also worked to pull together trainings. And as Elsie said, we do have resources that are free and available for the districts to utilize if they are providing local training. So that is something that we have partnered on. I also want to thank the Attorney General and other folks that we've collaborated on the human trafficking training with, and just wanted to say thank you to Elsie for the great job. She's a joy to have in the office and is doing fantastic work. Thank you.
Superintendent, I've got a question. I'm just going to ask, I followed up earlier this week and asked this question as well, and it comes back to that fingerprint background check. And plus, and this kind of ties in as well, I see an article in Montana Public Radio, Missoula schools saying that the fingerprint background is costing them $20,000 per month to do it. And so the question that I had asked earlier of the OPI was a question that came from one of my schools. It said, who is responsible for obtaining that fingerprint background check? Is it, if the district owns the buses, then the bus drivers are obviously employers. But how about when a district contracts? And then, so who is ultimately responsible? Is it the school district responsibility to bring in those contractors, the employees of the contractor, or is it the contractor, or is that something that should be negotiated? And so I know that there's some changes and some rulemaking that might be happening through DOJ. Bernadette Hedlund, if you could comment on that.
Thank you, Dr. Tharp, and correct me if I'm wrong, Elsie, but my understanding is that it's up to the district to ensure that any students that are going to be on a bus that has, connected to the school day needs to have these fingerprints in place. And whether they negotiate that through the contract, if they're working with a contractor, or like you said, operating their own buses. Some districts I know work with a contractor for the day, but have separate their own drivers for activities. So it looks different in every school across the state of Montana. The cost of a fingerprint background check, my experience most recently was that the person would pay $5 when they go in to get their fingerprint done, and then it would cost the district around $25 to have that processed. So I'm not sure exactly on the rates on this current year, but I really don't think we can put a price on school safety and student safety. And I also believe that the liability that falls upon the districts if these things are not in place needs to be considered. I know I have a student out in the wilds, as you said, at the very end of our route, that was a 6-year-old kindergarten girl that was the last to be dropped off and was alone on a bus with a bus driver. And sometimes bus drivers change from day to day. And we had amazing bus drivers at my former school, but I think the parents have the right to know that they're with their students with someone safe, especially in those situations.
Thank you. And then going along with the Senate Bill 245, the human trafficking training requirement, again, who is responsible for doing this? Is this something that the school needs to be bringing in those contract drivers and taking care of their training? Or is this a training requirement that is incumbent upon the bus contractor?
So if Chair Tharp, so if school bus drivers do attend their 15-hour annual training, I understand that MAPT also offers human trafficking training awareness during their conference in Great Falls. OPI also has numerous resources on our website. I have personally taken the Truckers Against Truckers Against Trafficking. There is a 30-minute training video specifically designed for school bus drivers. Upon completing the training and successfully passing a couple quizzes, participants receive a certificate. So it would be the school's responsibility to keep the information that their school bus drivers have been receiving these trainings.
Thank you. Yeah, and there's nobody's is insinuating that these aren't all valuable, and I support all of these efforts. I know some of the schools we just want to make sure that who is supposed to make sure that this is taken care of, and so they're seeking clarification. Board Member Asmussen.
Just a question, Mr. Chair. Aren't there limits as to who can read background checks? So, that would determine, that you don't have 50 people reading the background checks. I don't even know if contractors can read background checks. I didn't contract buses, so I never had to do that, but that was my understanding. So that would still fall in the school, correct?
I think Dr. Neesens is our expert on fingerprinting.
I can speak to how this works because we do not own our own buses. We contract to an independent company. This is a challenge for exactly the reasons you described. So I cannot, and my clerk cannot view the background check results for the employees of the bus company. So the bus company has to actually conduct the fingerprint background check and then certify to us that they meet the standards for having passed that check. And prior to this law, bus companies were only required to do name-based background checks. So although there had been a background check conducted on their employees, they had to go back in and redo everyone's background check as if they'd never had it before, with the fingerprint layer added in. This did create confusion in the fall because we weren't certain, could we do the background check and get the results for their employees? And the answer is no. They must do it and then certify to us. So there is an added layer of complexity when you have the contractor. And to speak to your earlier question about how does that look as far as who pays for what, our district ended up covering the cost for it because to smooth over just making it easier and accomplishing it quicker, it was not worth the argument about who paid the $30 per person. We have roughly 10 drivers. It cost our district $300. It wasn't an unmanageable expense for the bus drivers in particular. Our bigger cost has actually been the volunteers. We fingerprinted our entire PTSA, who routinely has unsupervised contact with students because they are volunteering for events like our school carnival, also some gift wrapping that happens at the school around the holidays, that kind of thing. So.
Board Member Asmussen.
Just one more comment. Your $5 to get to get the police department to do it. That's amazing. 5 years ago, when I was in Bainville, you could drive to Williston, which was 30 miles, and it would cost $15. And so the school ended up reimbursing that if we hired you. Or you could drive to Wolf Point, which was 70 miles, and it only cost 10. And so the question always became, who stands that cost of driving, driving costs. So we solved that by sending me to school. And I got licensed to do fingerprints, so I did them all myself. So the school only had the $30, which is, I think what it is now, $30 fee. But, that is a, unhidden cost that rural schools bear a larger portion for it. And so and every school decides about, who they cover, but.
Superintendent Headland.
Thank you. I just want to say, we did realize that more information would have been helpful for the districts as this was rolled out. So there are clarifying documents that we worked on with Lance Melton and MTSBA and many others. That's one of our goals now, and something I'm very excited about is when we put messaging out, we all work together so that schools are hearing the same thing from SAM, MTSBA, OPI, and there isn't confusion. So we gave scenario examples even for field trips and bus drivers. And so there is a document that Aislinn, our incredible attorney, worked with other attorneys across the state on to provide examples of scenarios and guidance to districts that is now available. So I apologize for any confusion initially. I think it might be up to how you have the contract written or how you negotiate with the fingerprint background checks, because I know when I did a school construction project with a large construction company, I, as the CRIS certified background check person for our school, checked, probably 5 to 10 a day background checks on the contractors, the construction workers that were working in our building, as that was part of the agreement for the project. So even though they were employees of the construction company, I reviewed their background checks and determined if they were safe to be in our school. So yes, I do believe that all volunteers, it's wise to have checked. Even in the field trip scenarios we were talking about, what if a student needs escorted to the bathroom? It depends on the age of the students, those kinds of things, and we just can't be careful enough. This bill was for a reason. The name-based background checks were not catching folks that had committed crimes against students in other states and had ended up in Montana. And we were getting those phone calls from the FBI when I first got into office, and it was alarming. And I felt like this was non-negotiable. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Elsie. Anything else, Superintendent, from your report?
No, thank you.
All
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll move on to item number 4, Commissioner of Higher Education, Dr. McLean.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Great to see everyone. Happy New Year. I have a very quick report. The first item I just want to visit with you about is FAFSA. We are doing outreach to all of our counselors and hopefully making connection with our seniors through a postcard that will go out here in the next couple of weeks, encouraging students to, if they haven't already, complete the FAFSA. So if you know somebody who is a senior or somebody who is looking to go to college in the fall, please remind them that the key step here is to make sure that they have completed the FAFSA. It opens all kinds of doors, and each year Montanans are leaving millions of dollars on the table because they haven't completed it. So the FAFSA completion effort. The second piece that I just wanted to remind the board about is, as we enter this year's assessment cycle, we have partnered with the Office of Public Instruction again, and we're working to communicate with assessment coordinators at all of our local sites to ensure that students know to mark score code 8302 when they are filling out the MyACT portion of the pretest. And if they mark this 8302 score report code, what that means is that their scores and their directory information then will come to OCHI, and it will be shared with all 16 campuses across the Montana University system. So it is dubbed as the Montana University System Score Report Code. And we really appreciate the partnership with the Office of Public Instruction in making that happen so that we can connect better with our K-12 students as they graduate. The next piece is the direct admissions FAFSA stakeholder group that was in each of the resolutions that was passed by each of the boards before Thanksgiving. We're working with our partners at the K-12 level on that, working on the charge, working on the names, and working on the cadence for those meetings. And we'll keep you apprised as that moves forward. And then the last piece that I just wanted to update this board about is the Future Ready efforts that we have operated in conjunction very successfully with the Office of Public Instruction, with the school administrators of Montana, and with our partners at the Department of Labor and Industry. Just since folks have returned from the holiday break, we have held 4 regional mass meetings, and we aligned those regional mass meetings with campuses across the Montana University system and our tribal colleges, and several hundred school administrators attended. And they had the opportunity to not only hear from OPI about where all of the pieces and parts are in regard to Future Ready, but they also got to hear from the Department of Labor and Industry, and they also got to see for the first time the rollout of the toolkit that has been jointly created between the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Ed and the Office of Public Instruction, really designed to help those K-12 schools get to those 15, 30, and associate level benchmarks for which they will be rewarded. And then I think what is best about these meetings is that our K-12 partners had the opportunity to go into breakouts and then meet with the selected campus or campuses of their choice. So to have face-to-face over the internet contacts and connections about the great work that can happen and the partnerships that can result in great opportunities for students, even in our most rural schools. So we had every single one of our campuses in the Montana University system, our 3 community colleges participate, and we had 3 tribal colleges participate. So very good conversations just since the beginning of the year. This Future Ready stuff is coming together, and it's coming together, I think, through a lot of intentional work and communication between the OCHI, between the OPI and the DLI and our partners, the stakeholders. All of them, K-12 and post-secondary all across the state. So with that, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I will conclude my report. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Angela? All right, thank you very much. Move on to Governor's Office report. Ms. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members. It's great to be with you today, and Happy New Year. I just have a few quick announcements on behalf of the governor this morning. The very first being a very exciting announcement that we made at the end of last year. On December 29th, we announced a historic $233 million investment from the Trump administration to stabilize and modernize rural healthcare delivery across Montana. Our Department of Public Health and Human Services secured this award through the Rural Health Transformation Program, and these funds will ensure long-term high-quality care for our communities across the state. This investment reflects the first-year award of a 5-year federal grant program, and we're currently set to receive up to $1.2 billion over the life of this program, so it's really exciting. We are actually the 4th highest funding award among all 50 states, which I think really signals the quality and strength of Montana's application. To contextualize this for our education partners and our stakeholders, why is this important for education? One of the 5 main goals of our Rural Health Transformation Program includes investing in community health and prevention infrastructure, which includes expanding primary and behavioral health services in our schools. I think this is particularly important, especially with the news shared earlier by Dr. Tharp. Really important to get make sure our kiddos are accessing the care that they need and where they need it. This plan also includes efforts to promote nutrition and healthy lifestyles, which is something the superintendent mentioned as well. This will include work with DPHHS and OPI to help schools implement the presidential fitness test and school nutrition initiatives that encourage healthy eating. So really exciting initiatives that we're looking forward to seeing come to fruition. The first Rural Health Transformation Program Advisory Committee will be meeting on Thursday, January 22nd, with many partners that are included in this room. That'll be at MSU, so stay tuned for that. Public comment is certainly appreciated and would be welcomed from folks around this table and watching. So I encourage you to engage. The second The quick update I wanted to provide, Dr. Tharp mentioned it earlier this morning, our school funding interim commission met this week. Really productive conversation, I thought. I'm particularly interested in moving forward into phase 2, talking more about the funding formula itself and seeing those conversations progress. And lastly, we're really excited about the superintendent's announcement that she made today just on flex waivers. And the governor and I are looking forward to meeting with you, superintendent, and your staff to talk more about that. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Anybody have any questions for the governor's office? Okay, moving on to item number 6, our student representative report. Ms. Comstock.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start off with just a little update on your Association of Student Councils. As you know, we have a pretty active Association of Student Councils, and our executive director, or executive chair, sorry, who is a student, his name is Michael Mormon, and he went to the National Education Advocacy Summit. And as part of his requirements for being our representative to that, he also has to complete this report. And unfortunately, I couldn't get him here to talk to you guys about it virtually. But I'm just going to share a little bit about it because it kind of encompasses what a lot of students in the state are thinking about funding and whatnot. He got to meet with our senators and Representative Downing, and he mainly advocated for CTE funding in educational budget priorities, as well as Title I and Title IV programs. And so that is what he was really interested in. That's a lot of the feedback that he received at our state conference. And he also got to give a little feedback on the National Partnership for Student Success, which is a new peer-to-peer support organization. So he's going to try to help bring that back to our state as he leaves and hopefully hand it off to our upcoming executive committee, and we can kind of get that in place in our schools and in our student councils within Montana. And he will also be attending the LEAD conference coming up in February to help lead sections of this conference and represent Montana as part of an advocacy committee. And so he's looking to help create student rights resources and voter registration toolkits for students. So that's really important. We're all really excited about what Michael is doing. And a lot of this is just him advocating on the national level and coming back and helping us implement this in Montana. So that's kind of what our Association of Student Councils is looking towards the end of this school year and into our next state conference next year. And then beyond that, I just have a little update on NASB. We've had a lot of student roundtables recently, and so it's really nice to be able to speak to the other student representatives about what's going on in their states. And as I speak to more and more representatives, it's really nice for all of them to tell me about these large associations of students that they have that communicate with them about policy and all of these great meetings that they have with these student organizations. And unfortunately in Montana, as of right now, we really only have this Association of Student Councils Executive Committee, and we don't have a larger group of students who exist specifically for the purpose of kind of thinking about policy and policy feedback. So through those meetings, I got to meet with a former student representative from New Mexico, and he kind of helped start one of these committees through his Association of Student Councils so that we can get a little more feedback on policy. And I'm interested in trying to move forward with that, trying to gather a group of students in our state who are ready to give feedback and to be updated and to kind of communicate educational priorities more clearly, because I'm finding that it's really hard to try to gather information from so many different points across such a rural state. And I think this will be really helpful moving forward. And then also as part of NASB, they release a lot of publications, as you guys know, and I like to just stay up to date when they release new ones. And they recently published something about credential values and how it's important for students with all of these CTE credits and credentials to have economic flexibility moving forward. I thought that publication was really great. It talked about how visible data should be to parents and students when they look at CTE credentials and all of the information that students need in order to look towards their futures. And so with that publication in mind, I'm kind of thinking about how to make that data and information that's up on a website or in somewhere floating in the internet more available and visible to our students and parents, because sometimes they're not willing or they're unaware of going that extra mile to find that information. So that's kind of something that I'm planning on bringing into schools. And that's all I have for you guys. Within the state, you've got EconoQuest and Model United Nations and speech and debate and mock trial and lots of students who are emerging as really exciting policy makers or people interested in moving into government. So just know that students are active, students are ready to participate, and I'm excited to hopefully gather their voice and share more of it with you guys. And I stand for questions.
Thank you, Lydia. Board Member Quinlan.
I don't have a question, but Lydia, thank you for your report. Who knew when we joined NASB that it would be such a great resource for our student representative? And then I also just wanted to suggest, if it doesn't exist already, that a good network to create would be the student representatives on our local boards, school boards, and maybe some kind of communication network with that group. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Lydia, you want to share why you're not going to be with us tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I will be attending a speech and debate tournament in Butte, Montana. It is one of my last tournaments of the year. This is our last regular season tournament before state and then national qualifiers.
Dr. Nieskins.
I just wanted to suggest that when you create the student group, that you consider looping in the Montana High School Association Student Advisory Council. It's a mouthful, but there is a group of students. I think it's relatively 8 to 10 students across the state, and it is assigned, part is Eastern Montana, part is Western Montana, and then across all the different classes of classifications of schools, like there's 2 Class B reps, 2 Class C reps, et cetera. Their focus is really on activities and of course athletics and policy, informing MHSA for that purpose. But I do think that model that they're using is kind of what you're talking about, but doing a more broad look at educational policy in general, not just related to those activities. But I do think perhaps a member from their group could also act as a liaison to the larger group that you're suggesting, which I think that's great, and fully support that idea.
Thank you. That is a great suggestion. I will keep that in mind.
Thank you. Any other questions for Lydia? Superintendent Hedlund.
Thank you, Chair Tharp. Lydia, thank you so much for your robust report. I wanted to mention, it really stood out to me that you recognize that families, that students or parents may not always know all the opportunities or what's available for their academic success or to become future ready. And that's something I've noticed as well within the schools when we're doing visits. Some students haven't realized that they could get a dual credit if they just filled out one more piece of paper when they signed up for that class or different components like that. So I think this is something that I'm really interested in and would love to partner with you on and see how we can get more information out to students as well as parents so that they can really have those conversations with their children about what path they want to head down. Thank you for taking that on.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? All right, well, with that, we are ahead of schedule, so I'm going to let's take a 30-minute recess to take some time, explore this beautiful building. Also, I'd like to ask any of our guests who are present here to make sure you sign the sign-in sheet outside the doors inside of that vestibule there outside of this room. And so we will reconvene at 10:45. The Montana Board of Public Education will stand in recess. Call this meeting back to order. The meeting of the Montana Board of Public Education, and we are meeting at the Montana Historical Society. And just coming off of a 30-minute recess and was not nearly time enough. Just do not have it in my authority with our agenda to give you a 4-day recess, which is what you need to go through this building. I tried to just do a cursory, just kind of a sprint through and just kind of just check out what is around, and this building is just unbelievable. The amount of history that is on display, the way that it is displayed, there's no museum like this I have ever seen before. The modern technology to show Montana's heritage is just unbelievable, and it's just we're going to have to find some more time. And anybody watching this or listening online or in the room, you've got to take the time. Really look forward to the formal opening of this, so schools across the state get their kids in here. This is unbelievable. You can't teach a Montana history class without spending a full day going through this beautiful facility. So we will try to find more time to do that as well. Let's move on to item number 7. This one is action on artificial intelligence in education resolution. And I'll turn this over to Dr. Neeskens.
Thank you. We are on page 65 of your packet for reference. And as I was out and about in the displays here at the Heritage Center, McCall actually came across a display which had a quote by board member Rasmussen actually on the wall. And I think this so greatly pertains to actually our next topic. I want to read the quote. This was from her time as Mainville School Superintendent. How can we allow the growth to happen, welcome people here, and at the same time remain who we are? And I think that quote really does kind of capture where I'm going to go in this next piece of the meeting, which is how do we allow growth to happen in regards to technology, in particular AI, and yet still remain who we are and hold dear to some things that we value in the education system without this, entirely devaluing what we do. And so when you look at the resolution that we worked on in committee, we did really try and acknowledge that change is happening at a rapid pace. And it's kind of already surpassed what we know and understand, and that it's evolving so quickly, we don't even really have the opportunity to keep pace with the changes. And that these changes will bring great opportunity and great challenges at the same time. And I think to the spirit of your quote that is on the wall, that's exactly what we were trying to acknowledge in the whereas statements of the resolution. So we did acknowledge that it's reshaping instruction, assessment, administration, and student learning, and that it is providing some opportunities for personalized learning and changes to instructional practice, yet also at the same time creating those ethical, equity, privacy, and academic integrity challenges. And then the next whereas statement really acknowledges that in order to prepare students adequately for the world that they will be living in, the world that they will be working in, the world that they will be going to post-secondary education in, we're obligated to acknowledge the importance of AI in that new kind of environment. And I think an important distinction here, and this was largely discussed at NASB conference in October. There was an AI pre-conference that many of us attended. What is the role of the Board of Public Education in this discussion about AI? And states are taking different roles depending upon how, in large part, how their Board of Public Ed is structured in regards to their legislature and their offices of public instruction. There's a lot of differences just in those structures state to state. And some states are taking regulatory paths. Some are taking creating guidance documents at the Board of Public Ed level, and some are creating resolutions, which is in our case what is happening here. It is important to acknowledge that the Montana Digital Academy, in partnership with OPI, did the guidelines document that we have reviewed at the past meeting. The Montana Artificial Intelligence in K-12 Education Guideline document. And that is meant to be a living document because of the fact that with the pace of change, the document will have to change over time. Similarly, this document also acknowledges that it will have, that we will have to be responsive to the emerging issues that come forth in the future. So I do think we tried to encapsulate as many ideas regarding how this could affect educators, the education system, the state, while acknowledging that we are still a local control state. We still do embrace tribal sovereignty that's mentioned in there. And really ultimately what districts choose at this point to do with artificial intelligence remains a local choice. So with that, I guess I would encourage you to read through it in its entirety. And I would open it up for discussion and questions as far as what is in the document. Comments, concerns?
So, first of all, I want to say thank you very much. Obviously it's we're already behind. Everyone is in the entire world on this and the impact. And I think it's great to have the guiding document. I read through it. I thought it was well written. I thought it articulated what we want to encourage. So I just want to thank the committee and yourself for your work on this. I'm fully supportive of it.
And Dr. Neeskens, again, thank you for your time, your effort on this. I continue to share with schools, and I was presenting last week at one during some professional development, and they were talking about AI ahead of time and had a presentation on that. And I of course chipped in afterwards, and I said, look, if your whole concern about AI is that kids are cheating on their essays with ChatGPT, you are missing everything. That is just the very surface of this. It is so much deeper, and we would have to meet way more often than every other month for us to even have any hope of a chance of trying to stay on top of it. This is moving so fast. And so I think this guiding document points to that and lets people know that you got to stay on top of everything. It is such an evolving trend. And at what point does AI itself cause itself? I mean, it maybe is already there because of its ability to take the information and continue to grow on its own. How long until we're just completely buried in the past if we don't stay on top of this? Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Neeskens. I just wanted to make a quick comment. Thank you to the board and to the subcommittee on AI for this document. I think it perfectly matches what the Office of Public Instruction was attempting with our guiding document. And I just wanted to make a comment about the final resolution about our report to the board. We do have a meeting with the Digital Academy on data that they're receiving based on the guiding document, how many schools are reaching out, what the major topics of that is. And so I think that would perfectly fit into the presentation to the board. So I wanted to say thank you again.
Thank you.
And I glance at my PDF here of our agenda packet, and right on the top, it says, this appears to be a long document. Save time by reading a summary using AI. It's a powerful tool, and it's just like any tool. It needs to be used with guidance and carefully. Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Haskins, I really appreciate, I don't think that we can go without saying something. I think it has to be done. So I thank you. I appreciate your recognition of the challenges that are beginning to surface and will continue to surface with AI. And those concern me, especially, I think of my grandchildren and whatever children that they have, but we still cannot avoid the topic. We have to comment on it. And we have to do that in such a way that it gives people a well-rounded picture of the potential and the challenges, I think. So I've read it several times. I'm not sure that I understand. really can take it all in because it's something that we have, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot in one page.
And the work of this committee is certainly not done. This is
No.
going to be an ongoing work.
No.
So, Dr. Neeskens, Chair Neeskens, do you have a motion?
Wait, I believe we have one more comment from Board Member Max.
Oh, there we go. Wait.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Board Member Neeskens. I just wanted to say great job on this. AI is a pretty big hill to climb on. Everyone has different opinions. I was definitely of the scared opinion for quite some time. But now that I've been listening on this board, especially with our Internet Academy coming in and talking about all the great tools, it's definitely made my life easier. And I feel like this guidance brought down to not just our staff, but our students to find, like Mr. Chair Tharp said, is using a tool, but it also can be a toy, which is quite fun. But I do enjoy, and I am very impressed you're taking this on because I think there's no one better here to do that.
Thank you.
And along with that, I had family members and other folks asking me during Christmas break, well, what's your opinion on, what do you think about this? And I said, are you for or against it? And I said, I don't get to have an opinion.
Yeah.
I don't get to, you can't be for or against. It is. And so we need to figure out how to use it. I mean, I love the fact I get in my pickup and my nav system automatically knows, and it suggests, would you like to navigate to this location? It knows the next thing on my calendar and is able to suggest and say, yeah, okay, that's fine. And it's a great tool. But it's not quite to the point where it knows when we're low on eggs and tells me to go or get more eggs at the store, but it's probably close because I have an old refrigerator. Yeah, Dr. Neeskens, motion.
I am prepared to motion. I move to approve the artificial intelligence and education resolution.
I'll second it.
We've got a motion and a second on the resolution. Further board member discussion. Is there public comment? Any public comment online? Okay, you have the resolution in front of you. The motion is to approve passage of this resolution. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Thank you for your work, Hannah. All right, our next two items, and the only things keeping you between this meeting and lunch is Dr. Slinger. So I have full faith in turning things over to him as our charter school committee chair for our final two items before lunch. Dr. Slinger.
Thank you, Dr. Tharp. I appreciate that. As you know, well, first of all, Happy New Year, everyone. You're going to hear a lot from me the rest of the day, and I apologize. I'm on this agenda way too much this time. But we're going to jump right in on item number 8, action on updated public charter school contracts. I'd like to turn it over to Executive Director Flynn to walk us through the document. The changes are not major. They're important, but they're more tweaks, adjustments, and things, and she'll explain that to us.
Thank you, Chair Slinger. Really appreciate that introduction. I do want to emphasize the changes are not major. They're just there to really help and support our charter schools who have brought to us some suggested changes that would really help them, better run their charter schools and be less punitive for them. So really the changes actually begin on the bottom of page 71. So I'm going to turn you there to 4.7. Performance frameworks. The first one really is just to clarify that each public charter school does not submit their own performance framework. Rather, they submit a school and mission specific set of goals. Those are what they're really submitting to us. They get to create their own goals that they adhere to, not an entire set of performance framework. The performance framework itself is created by the office and by the board. We did use a working group of our charter schools to help us come up with those rubrics, but the only thing that they are creating as a school is their goals. So we really wanted to make sure that that was clarified here, so that folks weren't under the impression that they were submitting an entire performance framework on their own. The next set of changes is really under 6.3 and 6.4, which is on page 73. 6.3 is the financial statements. We've kind of gone back and forth on this one. The charter schools in their first year, as you know, they submit quarterly financial reports. Those have been really helpful to us actually in the first year to better understand how charter schools are spending their money in that first year. You know, what type of startup costs are they needing to spend their funds on? What are they spending the funds actually on for those startup costs? What are some of the things that they didn't really anticipate? What are those ongoing expenses? Those have been some really good things for us to better understand. Leanne has done an incredible job of compiling those reports. We send those out to you, as you know, as we get those compiled. And so we've been really keeping that information. We've also used that information then when we have to report to the legislature in that annual legislative report. So those quarterly reports in the first year are really helpful. We did clarify here that those quarterly reports take place in the first year of operation for our charters. We clarified that because a lot of our charters who went into their second year were still under the impression that they had to do those quarterly reports. We said that they didn't have to do that. So we updated these, even though we told them they didn't have to do that, we updated the contract to clarify that they did not have to do that in the second year, just to make it more clear. Now moving to 6.4, under the audit section, really all that I changed here is just to remove the word annually and put in a statute that really clarifies when school districts have to submit their audits. I didn't necessarily understand this, but some school districts are under different submission timelines for their audits, depending on the size of their school. And so this is the statute that actually tells them what their audit schedules are. And then moving to page 74, which is 6.6 and 6.7. This is probably the biggest change here that you'll see. And this is something we've worked really closely with MASBO on. Many of our charter schools who are under, well, all of our charter schools right now, who are all under local school boards, when they submit their annual budgets and cash flow projections, this is largely already what they submit under the trustee financial summary. And so when we were asking them to submit this information, they had literally just submitted it for the TFS. And we were saying, well, why don't you just take that and basically copy it and paste it into this other form and this other document that we created and send it to us. And in their minds, some of it, because we were asking them to sort of pull out just the charter school data, and because they're not tracking that specific to the charter school oftentimes, because it goes into their general fund, they were having a hard time, in their words, manipulating some of that information. And so it didn't quite make sense in the information that they were sending us. And so what we've stated here, sort of in short terms, is basically if you're under a local school board, you do not have to send us an annual budget and cash flow projection document. We will pull the TFS and the preliminary budget data reports that already get compiled through the Office of Public Instruction. If you are a new charter school district, however, you will have to submit this information because we will not have the same information because they will not be a local school board that will have that same information. So we will have them actually do that form in the first year. So basically, we're just comparing the two, saying if you're a local school board, you will already have that information. If you're a new charter school district, you will not. Therefore, we will actually have you submit the form. So we worked on this with MASBO, and some of our school district clerks helped us put this together, and they were grateful for the change. If we have questions when we're looking at that TFS and the preliminary budget data sheets, we will certainly reach out and ask them questions. And then 6.7, that funding piece, we had this as sort of a clawback provision, although in the first year, our charter schools all receive funding. And then we said, but if you don't reach the enrollment numbers, we're going to claw that funding back. We're not actually going to claw the funding back. Basically what it means is you're just not going to get the funding the next year. So we just clarified that if after the October and February enrollment counts, you don't reach your enrollment, you just don't get it the next year rather than us taking it back from you. So we clarified the language in the contract. And then just quickly, sort of the other things that are in here that are really minuscule. On page 82, the performance framework, we just had to update the sections that are in here, support for transition, student engagement. those are both sections that are in our performance framework. They actually weren't part of the contract. Dropout rate was never part of our performance framework. But that was one of the sections that was in there from before. So we needed to remove that. And I believe that is it, Mr. Chair, on that section. So do you want me to pause and then?
Yeah,
question?
for any questions.
Great.
And I see, Board Member Rasmussen.
She can go first.
Okay, Board Member Quinlan.
Thank you. I actually wanted to ask some questions about the annual budgets and the cash flow projections. So it says that if the annual budgets and cash flow projections of the public charter school are materially like those currently in place and used by the local school board, who determines whether those are currently, whether they need to, whether it fits their current practice, or whether they actually need to submit something new to the board? And as a follow-up, what do we do with their annual budgets and cash flow projections?
Yeah, that's a great question. So basically what that means is if your submission of your annual cash or annual budget and cash flow projection is basically the TFS and the preliminary budget data sheet, which because they're a local school board would be the same. So that would be the same information they would be pulling from that.
I may be wrong about this, but in the past, first of all, the TFS is after the fact report. It's a year-end report, so it's not the document that's going to have projections in it. But given that, I don't know whether we're getting anything at the school level with the trustees' financial summaries. So we're not going to be able to extract anything about the public charter school from the TFS, unless the school is reporting by school code to us, which would be different than the TFS in general.
Mr. Chair, Board Member Quinlan, it's my understanding that we would be able to get that because they are a separate budget unit. And so I was thinking that we would be able to get that. That was my understanding from the folks that we were meeting with, but I can confirm that and get back to you.
I think it would make sense to confirm it with OPI
Okay.
and make sure that's the case.
Okay.
Board Member Rasmussen.
My questions were along the same line because the TFS is a summary of what you've already spent in the year. And I don't know what is on the preliminary budget data reports that would give us anything other than a lump sum of how much money they're getting. If that's in there, I was just gonna go look it up. If that's in there, what kind of lump sum money they're gonna get for their charter school, because it's not always, everything's not always separated out really well on the preliminary budget data reports. So I don't understand how they're gonna work together, because one is of 1 year past, one is of this year present. Are we saying what we spent this year to set up in our first year is the same thing we're gonna do in year 2? So our setup is gonna be repeated, you know, the cost of setting up our school is gonna be repeated. I think that's gonna, I don't know. I'd like to visit with, I think that needs to be a little bit revisited. And I'm gonna look up the preliminary data sheets and see if I can see what's on there. And there should, so I'm confused. I'm really confused at how that'll work together. Yeah.
Well, and just really quick before you move over,
Mhm.
Mr. Chair, part of the cash flow projection in the preliminary budget data report, the funding's going into their general fund.
Right.
So we're never actually going to have to pull that out because the money that they're getting for their charter isn't ever going to fully fund their charter. So they're always going to have to supplement somewhere else. So I think the point is that we're going to analyze how much funding they're actually receiving. And we're going to be able to see for the charter, the A and B, and we should be able to see what the basic entitlement is. And so that, in my mind, was the goal. So if you have a different goal in mind, we can certainly look at that. But that was the goal of the preliminary budget data reports. Like that's the cash flow projection, because that's all we're ever gonna be.
That's
able
all
to
we're gonna be
see
able, if
is
that's.
the
what-
cash flow.
Yeah, if that's what you wanted to see was just the A and B for that charter school, it should be listed on the.
Yes, and so that,
Preliminary budget data report.
right, and Mr. Chair, so that was my understanding of that
Okay.
report. If you want to see something different, it's not what I want to see, it's what you want to see. If you want to see something different, we can certainly look at that. And then as far as the TFS, you're right, it's always going to be sort of a year behind review. If we wanted something more sort of exact in the moment, we could ask them to submit that specifically, separate from, I suppose, the other the TFS, we could ask them to do that. We were just trying to sort of limit the things that we were asking them to submit year after year.
Follow up, Mr. Chair? I don't think we know what we need yet. Would that be fair? So if we know what this is gonna get us, I think that that's an okay place to start, but I'm not sure that that's what, because we haven't gone through year 2s and 3s and 4s yet. Right. So I just don't know. Okay.
Board Member Neeskens, then we'll go to council.
The very top of the preliminary data sheet has the basic entitlement and the A and B, and whether it's being calculated on the 3-year average or whether it's being calculated on current enrollment, which I believe is what you are suggesting that we start with. And so that is immediately available on both the preliminary budget data sheet and the actual budget data sheet, which comes out subsequent to that. So I would suggest we look at probably both of those to see if there's a change. In the TFS itself, it is a fund by fund look, and you absolutely could do the math in a very nice Excel document, which someone would have to create, to backwards calculate using the school funding formula, which portion of those funds was for the charter school. So I do think that the information exists in these documents to get those answers. It just does not exist in a form which says, here's this school specifically. It is a district document. So if, for example, it's an elementary district and there's 10 elementary schools and one is a charter, you would have to use the A and B number and plug in the school funding formula to determine which portion of those funds were attributed to that school specifically. It is absolutely doable in an Excel document or some sort of thing if you backwards engineer the funding formula.
Council had asked for be able to speak.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slinger. Board Member Rasmussen, I would suggest that the provisions of paragraph 662 are not intended to detail how we're going to obtain or disclose the information. It is merely a descriptor. I would respectfully offer the following. If the material provisions of the annual budgets and cash flow projections of the public charter school are contained within and used by the local school board in its existing annual reports or budgets, then no additional information would need be disclosed. We're simply describing the process, and if the board in whatever report form or Excel spreadsheet it chooses contains those projections, then we're not asking the charter folks to rebuild that model. If they don't have that in the local school board reports, however, the implication would be it would be expected. So I think a slight tweak of the aspirational document would probably suffice here if I could offer that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Board Member Quinlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. McCall, do you have a sense that the legislature has asked for or has expectations about a level of detail that we're not going to get with this language?
Mr. Chair, Board Member Quinlan, I think that is a really good question. Leanne and I have talked a lot about this. The legislature has an expectation that the Board of Public Ed monitors the academic, financial, and organizational operations of public charter schools. how you do that is not spelled out in the statute. We have tried to sort of balance that as best we can, which is why we've, added quarterly financial reports and, other reports as best as we can without being too punitive. But at the same time, it's been really difficult to try to figure out what that looks like. I will also say they didn't do us any favors by saying that it goes into a general fund, because it's really difficult to then try to manage what those funds, or track what those funds would be when the funding all goes into a general fund account. So I don't know what that will be. I think if the legislature wants something to look different, after they see our annual report that we submitted in December, if they want that to look different, that is entirely incumbent upon them to change. And we will act accordingly.
I think, happy to entertain more questions if anyone has them, but, Board Member Neeskens, yes.
No question, just a statement. On OPI's website, there's something called OPI Financial Data Files. And under that is the school budgets and expenditure data where it's broken down by school. And this data does exist on just publicly available on the OPI data site, fund by fund.
So with that, I do believe we're meeting legislative intent. I believe they, I'm sure they'll let us know if they feel differently. I really want to compliment McCall and the team. We asked time and time again on this board what we can do to make things easier for school districts. We engaged them, we heard from them, we've learned from them, and I think the changes here are to try and prevent duplication of what they're already reporting and try and utilize information whenever we can that they have already reported. So I would suggest that we accept the recommendation from council on the one line, embed that as new language in that one area. And then I would be ready, Mr. Chair, to make a motion to approve.
Can I do the second part of this? It is part of it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly before you do a motion, there's a second part of this that is super quick, and I don't think it will be controversial at all. On page 85, these are the variances to standards that have improved through the variance to standards process for all of our charter schools from both 2024 and 2025 in order to align with the 5-year contract timeline for our charters. As you know, variance to standards are for 2 years as a maximum, and it would be incredibly weird for them to have to come back to us for 2 years and then they'd have 1 year and they wouldn't have that variance for the last year because you can only re-up it for 1 year. So it makes sense to put these in their contracts, like those who put them in their application, and we put them right into their contract. So I'm hoping that you all will agree that we can put these in their contract and align it with those who already have them in their contracts. You can see a lot of these are very similar to the ones that you've already approved in their contracts, library media counseling. And so I just wanted to turn that over to you and make sure that you guys were okay with that as well.
Does any board members have any questions or comments? Dr. Clark.
Yes, for Mr. Behringer, do you see any potential confusion at the OPI level regarding the variances to standards committee with us already, basically approving variances in this exceptions for 5 years rather than the standard 2-year cycle?
Thank you, Chairman Tharp. I will check with Crystal Andrews, but I don't foresee one reading through here.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I did actually work with Crystal and Ellery to put this list together, and I've talked with them as well, and I think that they were fully on board with this idea. I think, in fact, it makes their lives easier. They don't have to bring these back to the board in 2 years and have to sort of navigate that, which charters have variances, the variance, which ones have them in their contract. So certainly I don't want to step on any toes, but I think that they were fine with that process.
What can I say one more thing? I would say it will make it easier for schools. There's all sorts of deadlines out there, and this would be an easy one to miss if it did not follow their contract, so.
Thank you. Any board members? Any comments? Board Member Rasmussen.
Just a quick note, you know, a lot of the schools that are asking for a variance to standard, like in counselor or library, also have one for their regular school. So they would still have to, okay.
Other board member comments? Seeing none, Dr. Tharp, I have a motion.
Please proceed.
I move to approve the proposed updates with the stipulated changes to the public charter school contracts as listed in the agenda packet.
For the motion, is there a second? Second by Dr. Neeskens. Board member discussion. I just want to verify with McCall, there's, to make sure there's no chance of us getting sideways with any of our own ARM regarding the variances, by extending variances for 5 years. I mean, we have the authority granted by the legislature to grant these charters and the stipulations thereof. I just, yeah, and it does seem, it certainly is a paperwork and time reduction to do that. Just want to make sure that we're not sideways with any of that, but this certainly makes a lot of sense too.
Nope, Mr. Chair, that should not be an issue.
Okay.
Please. Thank you. So we definitely have some charter schools that were a bit vague or hadn't really thought through what variances they might want. So if they discover after becoming a charter school that they want a variance, then it's not in the contract and they're on the regular schedule. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Board Member Quinlan, that's correct. And that's exactly what happened to all of these schools. They did not put them in their contract or their application initially, therefore it didn't go in their contract. They realized after the fact that they needed a variance. They went through the variance process, and then now we're putting them in their contract.
Okay, any other questions? Any other thoughts from the board? Is there any public comment? Any public comment online? Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there, all in favor signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, thank you. And item number 9.
Thank you, sir. So item number 9, work session on the approval and denial of public charter schools. So just know this is a work session. We'll simply be giving guidance to Executive Director Flynn. The actual vote on up or down will be tomorrow, once we have given direction to put into the resolutions that have to be basically built. So let's dive into this. I want to thank all of you first and foremost for your time, your thoughtful consideration, not just reading these large applications, but also the presentations, also the work you did and then evaluating them based off the criteria. You will see on page 87 of the packet where the various rankings in the various categories came out. The charter committee met and we have some recommendations. So I'll share those recommendations first, explain the color coding to you, and then we'll start going through them as far as if we put them in a bucket that we believe we want to approve, a bucket to deny, and then bucket that needs further discussion that board members want. So,
And Mr. Chair, there
yes.
is a copy printed in board members.
Thank you. So you also have a copy of it, physical copy, if you don't have it on your computer screen. So first and foremost, just the color coding. So the blue, the top 2 there, the blue were the ones that had reached 6 votes in the second to last column that you see, was for Stevensville's health science. I mean, 6 of us said, yes, we think that should be approved. Park had 5 votes that way. And that's why they went into blue, because basically they had a super majority of the vote and so forth. Now, the yellow, Columbia Falls, had 4. So yes, that's a majority, but the charter school committee looked at other factors there. What we found concerning is if you look at the 2 previous columns there, only 3 of us voted that there was clear and convincing proof of likelihood of success, and only 3 of us voted that they can open and operate a successful charter school. But yet 4 had voted to yes, approve them, which seems counterintuitive to the previous two columns there. So what charter school felt was, we need more discussion about that at this meeting. So our original thought process from the charter committee, which was unanimous of the three of us, was that we would recommend approval of the top two and denial of the ones in red because they did not meet even the threshold of a majority, over the majority of the board. And then we actually were going to recommend not to fund Columbia Falls Trade Academy, not because we don't think it's an absolutely fantastic idea, and we want to encourage them, strongly encourage them to come back next year with a more robust application that's just proves a little more work's been done that can convince us that we believe they can be successful and they can open and operate this. There was a lot of language in that application that just needs further work and needs further partnerships developed and also structure built around the framework of their application. That was the feeling of the committee. So, so what I would like to do is this. I would like to first talk about the first one. Is everyone comfortable with the Charter Committee's recommendation of moving forward Stevensville's Health Science Academy to an approval resolution for tomorrow? Board Member Quinn.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to offer something, since I am probably the one person who voted no.
Board Member Quinlan. No.
But I would like to explain that I think it's a fabulous proposal. Their work with the community has been great. Lots of things are in place that are very innovative and encouraging. So the question I had, and I talked a little bit with McCall this morning, they had some misconceptions about what kind of money they were getting from the state for the basic entitlement, and they thought they were getting A and B funding in the first year. So that was my concern, and I believe we have a process where they can rectify that in terms of submitting their anticipated costs, the things we just talked about. So once they assure themselves they've got a balanced budget, then I'm comfortable with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments on that one? So I'm seeing consensus to move them to approval. Okay, thank you. Park Pathways School. So our recommendation was to move them for approval also. Is there any comments, concerns from any board members? Board Member Neeskens.
I don't believe my comment is unique to Park Pathways application or Parkway Pathway School specifically. So I just want to clarify that at the start of this. But I do think there's a larger philosophical conversation that needs to happen kind of at this juncture regarding initial applications that were approved kind of in previous cycles of funding what the vision is for a charter school, and whether programs such as alternative kind of education type of charters or digital learning charters are really the direction that the Board of Public Ed continues to approve. Because when you look at the bulk of in fact, all of the schools down in the red, you see that we are, as a whole, in large part, not considering those to be as innovative as we would like to see for being granted a charter contract. And so in the interest of the superintendent and school board's time and writing these applications, I do think we want to bring some clarity to what we see as the vision for moving forward, and whether those are going to be continue to kind of fall to the bottom in this rubric, or perhaps we need to even encourage the legislature to seek alternate funding streams for those type of endeavors. I'm just concerned that I see a lot of superintendents around the state kind of replicating what was approved in previous cycles. And now we are denying applications that really do resemble applications that were approved previously. And so I understand that we, perhaps we are shifting focus and evolving as, kind of building the airplane as we fly. But I do think bringing some clarity to that would be helpful. For this current round of applicants, but also for future applications.
Board Member Niska, I really appreciate you mentioning that. I should have brought that up, and I apologize. A large part of our conversation at Charter Committee was the innovation question, and alternative education did not meet what we believe as an innovative proposal. Now, I think the majority of us would agree previous cycles, when we were learning this and learning about how we were going to do all this, I think it's not unfair to say that there are some that we approved, certainly in the first cycle, that we maybe wouldn't approve now because they're alternative ed programs, which, while we fully support that and think it's a good thing, we don't believe it rises to the level of needing a charter school to do it, and should be a charter school all into itself, okay? While we still would want to support that. So, and if you look at the ones in red, you'll notice that very first column about innovative, all of those scored incredibly low. Incredibly low. And the Park Pathways one is only one vote away from being in that block also of scoring, 4 or 3. So I really appreciate you bringing that up. And I do think it's something we need to address, because I think we're doing a disservice to people who are school districts who are applying in good faith, and they're replicating previous, like, wow, they did this at this school. Why are you, discarding us on this? One, it's because we're getting better at what we're doing, evaluating. 2, I think we have a little philosophical shift on that. 3, we have a significant shortage of funding compared to the first year where there was no limits. And now those limits are coming in drastically. So we have to find criterion to actually eliminate as opposed to fund, because you have a finite amount of funding in there. So, so I echo your thoughts on that, as far as I do believe it makes it difficult, right? The nice thing about them, and you saw this with some of the others, I mean, we did feel they could do it well, but it does come back to, is that truly necessary for a charter? Or because it's something the district could just do, right? So I would love to entertain more of that discussion from board members and your thoughts around that. So Board Member Rasmus.
That is exactly one of the concerns I have. It seems like we're tiring of a certain kind of application. I don't know if that's accurate, but it's not innovative to us anymore. So one of the questions I had, especially with the Custer County Class Academy, because you look over here, when you look at it, have they demonstrated clear and convincing proof? That's a 5. And the applicant, can they operate one? That's a 5 as well. The only problem is that we have decided that if it's not innovative to us, it's not innovative. I think that's the question that needs to be answered. I don't know. I mean, eventually we're going to run out of wacky ideas, and they become wackier and wackier. You know what I'm saying? So we have to guard against that. I'm sorry, that we have to guard against that. So one of the questions that I had raised in previous years with this is, are we going to judge these on whether they're innovative to us or innovative to the school district? Okay. And
That's a legitimate question.
And I think that's a legitimate question. And based upon that, I would argue that Custer County Class Academy scores that doesn't score innovative, but it is a solid application, as you can see by the rest of the numbers. So the question I have is, whose judgment, I have some questions there.
It's placed with us for sure, but we will have to, well, I think one of the things, and what our committee did talk at length about this, is this coming year, we want to do some significant training as a group around each of those categories. So what we need to come up with our definition of exactly what you said. This says innovative. What do we all agree that means? Okay. So, and we have not done that. Okay. And we've sent all of us off individually, right, to score these things. And so there's some different interpretations of that. So I think it's a great point. Board Member Quinn.
Thank you. For myself, I wouldn't want school districts to get the idea that we would not approve any alternative high school just because it's called an alternative high school. For me, what I looked at is many of them talked about personalized and proficiency-based learning, and yet I didn't see the structures in place to support that. And I think some of these schools are a bit of a disadvantage because they're already operating these alternative high schools, and they didn't give us enough background about the progress they've already made. And I mean, what I look for with the personalized and proficiency-based learning is you really have a strong support system to help individual students move at their own pace. I go back to that trusted advisor and, assigning out all those pieces. And some of these applications, they just didn't talk about it. So they may have it, or they may have it to some extent, but since I didn't see it in the application, that was the issue. So I just want to say, for me anyway, it's not whether you call it an alternative high school or not, but really what you're doing to support the students who are trying to work at their own pace.
Thank you. Chair Tharp.
Yes, part of this from the beginning. And in those discussions that we had, and we lamented over the fact the legislature didn't give us much guidance. And we tried to figure out, well, what are we supposed to do? Well, and the legislature's guidance this last session was to limit the money. Because, we heard they were not pleased with the number that we granted. They said, oh, that's way too much money. That's not what we wanted. And so trying to figure out the proper way to do this. And a question that I asked of these schools was, what is prohibiting you from doing this now? Is there anything under law or rule that prohibits you from doing this? And there's absolutely nothing that prohibits anybody from operating an alternative school right now, except the two things that are the most limited, and that's time and money. And so I think a lot of these applications we're looking at, these are ways, and quite honestly, go back to the very first cycle. There were schools that looked at that and said, there's a funding source, we can finally do this. And I think most folks across the state are in agreement. This is the right thing to do. This personal learning approach and some sort of way to customize the learning to be able to offer this to our students is going to be the best way to do it. They just can't afford to do it that right now. And so while processing these myself and scoring them, and also as a member of the School Funding Interim Commission, I sent a lengthy email to the chairman of that committee and then also shared, I said, look, this is where we're at right now. We funded a whole bunch of them in the past. I guarantee you the criteria that we have today, we would not have nearly as many because we would be looking at them a lot differently. And the discussion that we had at that very beginning, is this innovative to us? Or is this innovative to them? And so for a district who does not currently offer any sort of alternative education, it was extremely innovative for their board and their superintendent and a team to put together an application and say, we want to do an alt ed program when we've never had anything like that before. But taking all of that experience together, I emailed the chairman of the School Funding Interim Commission and I shared, look, these 20 commission members have heard a lot about personalized learning, and they are basically unanimously in support that this is the best way to do it. We've seen that is what is in high functioning schools and districts around the world have some sort of a personalized approach to it. And so if that's something that schools are looking at, and if it's going to be a barrier the funding mechanism, I suggested that perhaps that's something that's considered through the School Funding Interim Commission, that they create some sort of a way to say, are you operating on an alternative system? Are you figuring out some sort of personalized learning that meets certain standards and criteria? And hopefully they give that to OPI and not to us to have to sort out. But is there another funding mechanism that could say there is an additional basic entitlement or a half of a basic entitlement, or to be able to help fund legitimate personal-based learning and some sort of alternative ed in those districts? So I planted that seed with the School Funding Interim Commission because I think that we look at this and say, yeah, you look at these numbers here across here, and yeah, 6.5s and 6s and 5.5s. Well, of course, these are current operating districts. I would, if they absolutely better be operating their business operations. And the community support was a very variable one there, but the school governance, I mean, if they're operating a school district, they should be able to operate an alternative ed system there. So it makes a lot of sense. And is there an intent? Absolutely, there's an intent. Yeah, that question, yeah. 5, 6s, and 7s across the board. Is there a commitment? Absolutely. They're all committed to doing what's right. But is that what our purpose is? And so trying to figure out, I mean, we're still wrapping our head around the definition of charter and Montana charter and what the legislature has given us. And so I just wanted to share that I've planted that seed. Maybe there's a way to fund alt ed in Montana through the legislature, but not through the charter school approach.
Thank you, sir. Board Member Deeskins.
Thank you. I was going to comment on, do we know the legislative intent in the original kind of bill, but it's clear from Chairman Tharp's answer that we do not. And I do think that's directly contributing to the quandary we're in. I just really want to see us not send mixed signals to applicants. And obviously kind of the evolution of this, I feel like has done so to a large extent when you see the applications now in regards to even ones that were approved in cycles past. I would argue actually the applications we're receiving now are stronger overall, just because people have really paid attention to what we are approving and tried to adjust their applications to match. I will say for me, what is important kind of as we segue to focusing on park pathways in particular is that the majority for people thought this was an innovative idea. And so clearly, I believe, given that the majority of us as a board thought that this was an innovative application, it certainly set it apart from the 4 that were in the bottom red category, which those applications scored 2 or 3 in that innovation category. So I guess for us, it's kind of a question of what is the most important measure on these applications? Is it the overall ranking, of which both of those were the highest ranking? So it'd be Stevensville and Park Pathways, or is innovation the strongest measure more than the overall ranking? And for me, actually how this lines up, I can tell you that isn't the order that I ranked them in, but I'm okay going with the majority here and saying it is the overall ranking that is the most important measure here. That means, overall compared to all the categories, as opposed to just focusing solely on innovation. But moving forward, I do believe it is important, and I would like to see more clarity brought to what exactly do we consider innovative, because I do believe when you look at the applications that we are preparing to deny, largely it is because we seemingly do not find their applications innovative.
Board Member Maxwell.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, Board Member, Co-Chair Ms. Singer. One thing I'd like to bring up too is I'm really excited to go through each of these and kind of basically define what we're looking for in each of these sections, because I did have some difficulty with that. One thing that I have difficulty with, as you guys know, I've always been about community support and need and demonstrating that that's extremely important for schools coming from rural districts. Like we do not, that's our bread and butter. If we didn't have our community, would fail. But also clear and convincing proof, the likelihood of success. It kind of depends on the experience of the person rating that. So for example, I'm a superintendent, I'm looking at, is there staff that they have that they can draw from now, knowing this teaching shortage? Are they gonna be able to find people that can do these very specific roles, especially with behavioral, behavioral therapists and things like that, is such a difficult ask. And just like in my job as a superintendent, as well as here, I'm dealing with taxpayer money and input. And I want to be able to make sure if we vote for that, we know that it's not just innovative and amazing, but it's also possible to implement. So that's one thing that I struggled with, because you can have the best idea in the world and not the people to staff it. And I think our schools across the state are struggling with that, even just in their own districts. You can have the best school and not enough staff to fill that need.
Board Member Schmidt.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out that throughout various industries, grant applications, funding sources evolve. And so even though our first and our second years of approving these things, we as a board of judging and evaluating, we're evolving, and that's okay. We don't have to make it fair throughout history. One thing that I would like to suggest in our training is for us to assign weighted percentages across all of these categories so that applicants will understand innovation is really important to this board, and so is the fact that you actually need to implement this. Because I think individually we all assign different weights just as a part of our evaluation. And so it would be nice to be able to share that with applicants.
Board Member Rasmussen.
I want to go back to something that you said. Can they do this currently? Well, I want to stress that Stevensville Health Sciences Academy is currently doing this. So I want to be really careful about having that be our criteria. Can they do this without many things are possible to do, but maybe not likely or could be done well. The second thing is, we've been talking a lot about innovation. I've been sitting here looking at this, and I looked at innovation two ways. One is it innovative to us, and is it innovative to them? And perhaps that category should be split. Okay. Into, do we find it innovative based upon other things, or is it innovative to that school district? Because what a smaller school district can do, needs to do, and wants to do may be innovative to them, but maybe not innovative to, Billings High School or whatever. The third thing I want to talk about is you asked that question. The question that I ask all the time was community support, because I did not find that convincing always on the good applications that they really had the community support. And that's written into the law, and the criteria is demonstrate community support. And I don't think they would say it, but I don't think they always had that. So I'd like us to think about those three categories.
Well, we certainly will look at those when we look at them in our trainings. Okay, I've written down from you, I think innovation, we need to define it as a Board of Public Ed envision in that, or the district envision that, and also just a definition that we all agree on. So at least we're all measuring the same apples to apples. And then potential weighting of the categories. Okay, well, are these ones higher weighted than the others? And how do we define those out? So, and how do we select that, right? Because I do think there's some things, as Dr. Tharp said, a lot of them are running successful districts, right? So I would assume that their governance is good. I would assume their business operations are good and so forth, you know. So along those lines, let's step back to Park Pathways School. Is there consensus enough to move them forward for approval, or would you like to something else? I see a thumbs up over Madeline. I would probably be a thumbs up. Okay, there's a majority that's still comfortable moving them forward, so we would add them to the approved category. Columbia Falls Trade Academy. So, and I will tell you, this one's difficult for me because I love the idea. I think the idea is fantastic, and if they don't get approved this cycle, I absolutely hope they come back with a more compelling application next cycle. And I would eagerly want to support them if I felt like they met some criteria. Again, the committee talked a lot about, okay, so they, the vast majority of us, I mean, it's not even a simple majority, the vast majority of us were not clear and convinced that they had likely to assess or they could operate successfully. Okay. That is incredibly troublesome. Okay. Yet somebody said that, but still voted to approve them, which might also be troublesome. Board Member Rasmus.
The other category with Columbia Falls Trades Academy that drew my attention was, is the academic program consistent with high quality public charter school. And you'll notice that it scored the second lowest of all of them. And that bothers me quite a bit that we would approve. Look at the ones above them. That bothers me quite a bit that was such a low score.
Well, and I'm guessing, just in this, anyone can jump in on this, please. I'm guessing part of that was concerns on some of the things they were talking about and the teaching and so forth. I was not convinced that was happening, and that when we were asking questions about instructional training and how they were going to be, I thought the answers weren't compelling when we were asked that. Other board members? Yeah, Board Member Schmidt.
Thank you. I really love this idea too. I just don't think this application fulfills what we're looking for yet. I really hope that they come back and answer some of the questions that we have.
Board Member Maxwell.
And one thing I really enjoyed about this was that they put in the work with the community. You know, they really
Yep.
talked to their community. There's a lot of letters and letters of support from business owners and things like that. That is exactly what I want to see. I think that is, honestly, it was one of these really great applications that made me really excited about, okay, this is what charter school, like, this is so cool. And I mean, I want to go there and I'm way too old. But I would love to be a part of it. I was concerned about some of the kind of ambiguity and some of the fogginess around on the meat and bones of the situation. But I think that the idea is there, the community support is there, and the basic model is there. I just think I need some more meat to really I stand behind the idea. I just don't know if it's quite ready.
Well, and I really appreciate that, Board Member Maxwell. And I do think, I mean, as far as if we were going to rank innovation at a higher weighting thing, they would be approved because we think it's a really innovative idea. We like it and we want to encourage it. It's just, there's other questions that concern us. Other board members' comments on this one before I ask about whether we should move it to the approve resolution or deny resolution. Board Member Fox.
I guess reviewing my notes, I wrote great idea, not ready for prime time. They have such a great concept here, but they just need to get more meat on those bones there and get some details worked out. But that's one I really want them to come back next year with more details because it's a fabulous idea, which I believe would be very successful if they take care of some of those other areas.
Thank you. Board Member Neeskens.
I echo the comments of other board members. Extremely innovative, would love to see it work. In particular, I think they need to bring clarity to the relationship with the college, or various colleges for that matter, and how they foresee kind of that role and that partnership. and maybe strengthen their application in that regard in particular.
Board Member Maxwell.
One comment I wanted to make with, that did get brought up in this application as well as others. I have a little concern when in the application it says, will fundraise. When they don't have actual streams like, oh, Exxon or something has committed to us, that may, especially when it's large amounts of money. And I saw that across a couple applications, that makes me really nervous. And so I would say for future applications and applicants to really either don't put it or have someone committed.
Financial letters of commitment,
Yes,
right?
just because that's, it's quite scary, to commit such a large amount of money to something that may not be able to come to fruition based on, I can't even get people to buy cookie dough. So there's that concern as well.
Thank you. Other board members, or are we ready to? Okay, I'm getting the impression that we're wanting to put this in the not approved resolution, but reapply category or not approved. Is that okay? I think we have consensus on that. The remaining ones, we can go through them if you like individually, or we can look at them as a block. As a block, I just think the innovation thing's a huge question, and I think when you look at none of them reached a certain threshold, but I'm more than happy to pull any one of those out of that grouping. But the recommendation from the committee was for that grouping to go into the deny resolution for tomorrow. Does anyone have anyone they want to pull out and have a further discussion? Yes, Board Member Rasmus.
I want to make a couple of comments.
Sure.
I think, one of the smallest schools that we've ever had apply is Custer County Class Academy. I think that's one of the smaller schools. Am I wrong? You think Florence is smaller? Okay, I was wrong. And again, I look at all the scores in the middle on Custer and Stevensville. All the scores in the middle are very high. And you can't tell me the approve it is not influenced by the innovation at the beginning. And so I have real concerns, especially about Custer County and Stevensville, about how high their middle scores are. And even to some degree Lions Pathway, but not, not overall as much. So I do have concerns about that. I know we can't fund everything, okay? And I would like to know if we approve Stevensville and Park Pathway, how close are we to our funding cap?
I believe we have $1 million that we can go up to, and I believe those two would be 415,000. So there's still 585, just a 584, 688. I believe that number's right. I'm good at math, so don't ask me about science. So there's funding to do more than just those two. But I think it comes back to whether we just feel like I don't think we should fund just because we have funding. We should fund because we feel strongly about their application. So does anyone want to pull one of those out, or as a group, are we ready to just go with the recommendation from the charter committee to move those to deny? I see a majority saying move them to denial. Seeing that 3 of the charter committee people here, and I think yeah, okay. And then we have a couple head nods. Okay. So the only 2 we'd be approving this cycle with resolutions tomorrow would be Stevensville Health Science Academy and Park Pathway School. The other 5 would be denied this round. Encouraged to reconsider and look at reapplying, but knowing that I think our committee is going to have to work sooner rather than later to start defining some of that stuff before the next cycle, because we truly don't want to put them through this a whole process if they're not hitting. Okay, thank you. Any other comments anyone wants? Okay, board member, or Chair Tharp, I believe we have our directions to Secretary Director Flynn for
Right.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well done, Dr. Slinger and the group. So again, that's just our work session, give direction, and of course, no decisions have been made. All we have is direction for McCall to give her something to do tonight while she works on drafting and getting the resolutions ready. Where's that?
Tomorrow.
So it'll be the first thing. Right, so it looks okay, there it is. Thank you.
22.
Item number 22. So this would be occurring at somewhere between 8:30 and 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So no decisions have been made. This is just a work session to give guidance so that our staff can properly be prepared, and then also give us some time to, think about it. Because then we'll make the formal decisions tomorrow morning. So
And
that
Chair Tharp, I forgot to mention that it is noon, so we did hit our time.
you
frame.
did hit that.
So
You
much.
did. Thank you. Well done, sir. All right, with that, we will take a recess for 1 hour and we will reconvene at 1 p.m. and continue with our agenda. And Dr. Slinger's got the whole afternoon mostly with licensure. So this board will stand in recess until 1 p.m.
Thanks for the conversation. We're going to be so much better next year.
Just wanted to let everybody know that lunch is in the kitchen. It's left outside this door, and help yourself.
Good afternoon. We'll call this meeting back to order. This is a meeting of the Montana Board of Public Education. We are meeting in the new Montana Heritage Center. And again, just want to reiterate what a beautiful building this is, and highly recommend anybody gets an opportunity, take a half a day just to try to, and you're still going to miss a bunch. This is just amazing, all of the different information that is in here. Our next several items all fall under the licensure committee, and I'll turn things over to licensure committee chair, Dr. Slinger.
Thank you, Chair Tharp. It's great to see everyone. We'll go start off with item number 10, information on the teacher apprenticeship grant and request for proposal. Commissioner Swanson, it is so good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for having us. We are so excited to tell you where we are with the Registered Apprenticeship Program here in Montana. I'm going to run you through a little bit of history of how we got here and what the intent is, and more importantly, how we're funding it and what that funding means. And then I'll turn it over to Crystal, who's going to run us through the slide deck that was in your packet that is the technical details of how registered apprenticeship for teachers will be run through the Montana Office of Apprenticeship. So how did we get here? This actually started 4 years ago under the previous superintendent at the OPI, where we started talking about registered teacher apprenticeship right on the tail of the first registered apprenticeship program for teachers in the country, which was Tennessee. And since Tennessee started their program 4 years ago, there are now 46 states. We'll be the 47th. It might be the fastest moving registered apprenticeship movement that we've seen. We license over 600 types of employers and apprenticeships in Montana, all across the spectrum. Our intent is always to work with industry to make sure we're following the industry recommendations and requirements. In most of the things that we do, that defaults to the occupational licensing board for that profession that lives at the Department of Labor. Uniquely for all of you, you're the experts in teacher licensure, which is why we're making sure that we align with all of your standards and accreditation requirements. The intent is not to change the process. It's not a pathway around accreditation. It is not less than a Class 2 full teacher's license. It's just delivered in a different way. And so with registered teacher apprenticeship in Montana, like all the other apprenticeships we oversee, we designate the State Workforce Innovation Board as our convener of all things workforce and the related instruction components. Governor Gianforte issued a foundational executive order for us in August called 406 Jobs that formally designated the State Workforce Board as our convener of all workforce and apprenticeship programs and initiatives in Montana. So we use the SWIB as our convener. On the SWIB, we do have a full appointed seat, voting seat for Superintendent Hedlund. She joins us on the board. And then an ex officio seat on the State Workforce Innovation Board for Commissioner Christian. And so OCHI and OPI walk alongside of us in SWIB. Under the State Workforce Innovation Board, we have a number of subcommittees, some of which are federally required, some of which are just designed for us to get the important stakeholder work done that we need to in sector partnership areas. One of the required committees we operate is the Apprenticeship Advisory Committee. So that'll be an important one to connect the Board of Public Ed liaisons from this licensure committee too, because we enforce all of the federal apprenticeship requirements through the Apprenticeship Advisory Committee and their recommendations to the SWIB. When we talk about apprenticeship and how it works, we use some different language than you do. In the college arena or the higher ed arena, we talk about curriculum and credits and degree pathways. In apprenticeship, we use the phrase related instruction. So whenever somebody joins an apprenticeship, there are on-the-job training requirements packaged with related instruction in specific merit-based pathways. You don't move to the next step of learning or the next skill or credential until you've mastered and demonstrated mastery in the one you're in, including the related instruction component. Related instruction in teacher apprenticeship is higher education curriculum. And so that's what Crystal will talk to you today about the RFP we have out to invite all of the educator prep programs that provide this important curriculum. How can we package it into related instruction components for our apprentices in Montana to pursue? When we talk about apprenticeship, we often informally talk about big A and little a apprenticeship. Big A apprenticeships are registered. They're registered with the state approving agency, which is the Department of Labor's registered apprenticeship team, and they are recognized by the U.S. Office of Apprenticeship at the U.S. Department of Labor. Little A apprenticeships and pre-apprenticeships are all kinds of either work-related, work-based learning, on-the-job opportunities that people call an apprenticeship, but are not registered. They're not recognized federally. They don't lead directly to an on-ramp into a formal registered apprenticeship, especially if they're a pre or a youth apprenticeship pathway. Neither are bad. But when we use the word apprenticeship throughout today's conversation, and when you see apprenticeship throughout Governor Gianforte's executive order, we are talking about big A registered apprenticeships that are recognized by the Department of Labor. The example I will give you is we've got incredible apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship work happening across many schools in Montana, often led with some of our nonprofit stakeholders like Reach Higher Montana, but those aren't registered. They're still apprenticeship type work, but they're little A apprentices. Everything we tell you about today is big A. So how did we get here? Starting when we worked with the OPI as many as 4 years ago, looking at a teacher apprenticeship pathway, we started looking for how to fund it. And we applied 2 different times unsuccessfully to the U.S. Department of Labor for something called a SAFE grant, State Apprenticeship Expansion Funding. We were trying to do it ourselves. We're pretty good grant writers. We're pretty successful, but we've never written this type of grant. And our first 2 requests in those first 2 years were not successful. So in year 3, when the opportunity became available again, and we had the experience of almost 46 other states who had already walked through this road through state apprenticeship expansion funding, we brought in a partner to help us both submit and win the award, as well as to help us lay out the implementation process. That partner is the National Center for Grow Your Own, who I believe at last count has done almost 24 30 states. They have led the process in 30 states now. So we hired them at the Department of Labor to help us draft our grant, help us win the award. And then they've been with us every step of the way through tier 1 and tier 2 stakeholder outreach, drafting our RFP and getting to where we are today, where the RFP is live for educator prep programs to apply today to be related instruction providers. Crystal will walk you through the details, but we have bucketed that EPP money for related instruction. We are not looking for a single EPP across Montana. Quite simply, the capacity challenges on any one institution would be a lot. And secondly, the opportunities to partner with school districts look different in Bainville than Missoula or Butte. And so this gives an opportunity for a variety of EPPs in $100,000 increments to participate with us in this award. We were awarded $4.6 million. With that money, after we've paid our partners at the National Center for Grow Your Own, we think that we have enough capacity in this program to support as many as 160 teacher apprentices in our first cohorts. What do the teacher apprentices, our aspiring educators, get for this? Their related instruction is fully paid for. So what does that mean? Those first 160 teachers will graduate student loan debt-free, already with a relationship with their sponsor district, already working through the process. They've built relationships with their colleagues, their students, and when they're ready to launch into their first year of licensed educator work in Montana, they still qualify for the TEACH Act, starting teacher pay bump, so that we can keep moving them through the progression. With that, 160 educators across Montana, we are targeting a goal of partnering with 40 school districts, but we have committed that at least 12 will be in rural, tribal, or frontier communities where some of our critical educator shortages are the most. Really, really excited about this work. That's how we got here. That's how we're going to pay for it. How are we going to sustain it long term is a question I get a lot. I don't know yet. Let's prove that it works, because what I will tell you about registered apprenticeship in all of the other occupations in Montana is that it is the largest and strongest retention tool we have in workforce development today. In Montana, 84% of all registered apprentices across all employer categories are still with their sponsor employer 5 years after apprenticeship completion. If we could get that level of retention in our communities, I think we've got a real opportunity to grow this. Long-term funding, we're going to have to work on together, but we have enough to pay for the first 2 cohorts and fully educate 160 licensed educators in Montana. So with that, I'd like to pause and hand it over to Crystal. You should all have the slides in your packet, and I think Chris is going to put them on the screen for us so we can walk through, and she'll get into the nitty-gritty with you. Thanks for having us today.
Welcome, Crystal. Great to have you here.
Good afternoon. This is my first visit to the Board of Public Ed. I'm glad to be here today.
Well, once you come to Board of Public Ed, you never want to leave. So,
Well, I'm glad to join you today. My name is Crystal Armstrong. I'm the administrator of the Workforce Services Division and registered apprenticeship in the state of Montana as part of the team that I do oversee. So today I'm going to talk to you. We've got until 1:45. Is that right? Is that right? Okay. I will pace myself accordingly then, and I'll try and leave a little bit of time if there are questions. I'm going to talk just a little bit today about the apprenticeship model and explain why it's critical in Montana. The commissioner shared a little bit about that, and then share some concrete details about our RFP. Go ahead and advance to the next slide. So at a 30,000-foot view, registered apprenticeship programs are proven models that are used across industries, and they've been used for decades. They're designed to accomplish something very specific, and that's high-quality career preparation that combines a paid work experience, structured mentorship, classroom instruction, and a nationally recognized credential. There's 5 key components that are important for apprenticeships. Number one, they're industry-driven. Programs are built to meet real employer needs, and in this case, it would be the school districts who are going to be driving what competencies matter. They're a paid job. Apprentices are employers earning progressive wages from day one. This isn't unpaid labor. They're getting paid to work and learn concurrently. And that's how we see work and learning occurring naturally in any vocation. They're a structured mentorship. Apprentices work under the guidance of an experienced mentor. In teaching, this is a trained teacher of record. Classroom instruction. This is supplemental courses, like the commissioner said, from an education prep provider, and they're tailored to the district's instructional priorities. I'm going to stop right there and just plug our teacher survey that we do have out right now on our website. growingteachers.mt.gov has a survey out. I'll promote this several times through the presentation. We're also promoting it through our internal teams and some external outreach. But this is the site that we are using and we're asking districts to connect with, where they're able to express to us and to the education prep providers what their needs are. So any districts who are interested in this program are able to say, I'm from Sydney High School. I have a need for K-8, or I have a need for special education or music or whatever it may be. And so this is the opportunity for districts to tell both us and ed prep providers where their needs are. We're trying to get as many responses to that as we can, as quickly as we can, to support those ed prep providers who are applying for those. As of this morning, we've had 43 responses so far, which we're really excited about, but would certainly appreciate any support that you all could provide in spreading that message, and we'll continue to spread it ourselves. I'm updating that weekly, and as we approach the end of the RFP period, which I'll talk a little bit more about later in the presentation, we'll be updating that every time something comes in so that we get that information from districts out. There was my quick sidebar on that. Classroom instruction is the next step. We need to make sure that supplemental courses from an education prep provider are tailored to those districts' instructional priorities. And then finally, that portable credential. Apprentices earn a nationally recognized capital A apprenticeship certificate upon completion, plus that bachelor's degree that comes from the institution and full teacher licensure. We can jump to the next slide. So why teacher apprenticeship as a model? You're all aware of the need that does exist in this space. Montana faces a critical and growing teacher shortage. The demand for quality educators is definitely outpacing the supply from the current programs that are available. We've got great programs in Montana, but emergency authorizations have exploded from 5 in 2014 to over 90 in 2019 to over 250 in 2024. This isn't a slowly emerging problem, but it's rapidly accelerating. And that rural dimension is really critical. In 2024, 83% of teacher vacancies occurred in rural schools, and this is Montana's reality. Traditional educator prep pathways are concentrated in our university towns, and that creates geographic barriers and sometimes financial barriers for individuals who are place-based in our rural towns, in our tribal communities, and for folks who have barriers to participating in traditional higher education. A registered apprenticeship addresses this because we can make this place-based. We can help communities identify and develop talent that's already there. paraprofessionals, long-term substitutes, parents, community members with a heart for teaching by offering online RTI or that related training and instruction. We make it possible for individuals who are already in those communities to complete that training on site in their local communities without having to pick up and move 100, 200, sometimes 300 miles in order to make that happen. It is complementary, though. We're not intending to replace any traditional university pathways. We're just looking to add another high-quality option and open up a pathway to individuals who can't access the others that are already available. It also maintains the standards. Apprentices work towards a full bachelor's degree and state licensure with certified EPPs. We're looking to partner with EPPs because they are the experts in this area. I'm not an educator by training, nor are most of my staff, and so we need the expertise of educator prep programs and partners like you all at the Board of Public Ed in order to help us do this successfully. This is exactly why This is exactly the same credential. Oh, thank you. Oh, and it's even Pepsi. I'm a Pepsi girl, not a Coke girl. This is exactly the same credential. Thank you, Angela. As any other teacher, and they're expected to meet the exact same standards that you all are setting here. So this is a strategic opportunity overall. Apprenticeships offer a place-based solution that rural communities need, while helping districts develop the teachers that they'll retain, because the teachers will already have roots in the communities. There's return on investment too from a public sector perspective. When we look at apprenticeship as a training model, for every $1 that's invested in apprenticeship in a community, it yields approximately $28 in benefits through increased earnings, reduced turnover, and strengthening in the local economy. This model exists for industries that are struggling with talent pipelines. Montana's teacher shortage mirrors exactly what other industries face that turn to apprenticeship as a training model, and apprenticeships have proven effective in addressing that challenge. The commissioner already talked about our specific goals with this. We're gonna expand registered apprenticeships into at least 40 districts, including 12 frontier tribal communities, enroll at least 160 apprentices, and we're also looking to create a pre-apprenticeship talent pipeline so that this is not a short-term solution, that we get folks interested in education as a career pathway.
Crystal, if I can jump in.
Yeah, please.
There's been incredible work already done in Montana in what we would typically call a pre-apprenticeship pipeline. There's some grow your own programs, there's year to career programs. You guys know better than I where those success spots live in Great Falls, up in the Blackfeet Nation, in others. The intent is not for our team to go duplicate work and recreate the wheel. It's to work with you as education leaders and stakeholders of where are these pockets of success? How can we scale and duplicate? The biggest challenge for us in registered apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship in Montana is that many, many great ideas are stuck at pilot stage all over the state. How can we hub and spoke that, and how can we learn from one another, scale what they're already doing, and make small tweaks to the programmatic components of existing grow your own and other talent pipelines so they qualify for big A pre-apprenticeship? That will help us with the long-term funding strategy, and it helps us with the credit equivalency where those pre-apprenticeship students, if they choose, can roll right into a full registered apprenticeship and bring with them the hours and the credentials they've already earned. So the intent is not to recreate the wheel of really great pilot projects and things that are further along, but it's to standardize them and make small tweaks to align with apprenticeship wherever it makes sense.
So when we look at apprenticeship as a recruitment strategy, I think we want to address the financial barrier that potential individuals face. Teachers carry an average student debt load of about $58,000, and 14% across our nation carry more than $100,000 of student debt. And when we see teachers who do carry student loan across the nation, 36% of those who have student debt have to work an additional job in order to manage those payments, which can be upwards of $340. A month. So this financial stress can translate into burnout or folks just opting to leave the profession or potentially not even entering it to start with. Apprenticeship can help remove this barrier. As the commissioner said, for this initial pilot project, these folks will be able to train and enter into the workforce without any of that debt at all. This is transformational as far as a recruitment and retention strategy. The retention research for districts is pretty compelling. 60% of teachers live within 20 miles of where they went to high school, and this apprenticeship model help us capitalize on this. When we develop local talent with community roots who are most likely to stay after training, we're already setting ourselves up for success. Quality and stability for students is also a consideration. When teachers are already rooted in their communities and have mentor support and aren't burdened by debt, they stay longer, they teach better, and they provide that consistency that we know that students need in order to be successful, especially in those really tough classrooms. Next slide. So there's a whole bucket full of partners that are going to help us be successful here, and I just want to acknowledge all of them a little bit. There are a few folks who are going to be key in the work, though. Number one, there are the school districts. In order for us to launch a successful program here, we're going to need the districts to help us identify and hire apprenticeships into paraprofessional roles, into roles, potentially roles that they already are serving in, provide on-the-job training and mentorship from those mentor teachers, and commit to hiring graduates as full-time teachers when they do complete that training. They're the primary driver of program design, and in apprenticeship in general, the employer, in this case school districts, is the driver of success. Our education prep providers provide the related technical instruction for registered apprenticeships, and they really are the experts in education. They help with the coursework that the apprentices need to earn their degrees, and they ensure in quality, consistency, and that training is top-notch so that anyone who does leave this program meets the expectations of a teacher in the state of Montana so that our students get what they deserve. They're expected to meet the same standards that you set out in ARM, and we rely on their expertise to assure that students do receive that quality instruction. The Department of Labor and registered apprenticeship, it feels weird to talk about myself as a partner. But our department and our role is the oversight of the project. We manage the registration, the technical assistance, and the quality assurance. We administer the grant, and we are the selection committee for these ed prep providers and all of the work that goes on in between. We have the Apprenticeship Advisory Council, which the commissioner talked about just briefly. This body advises on registered apprenticeship in Montana, and the board supports the success of apprenticeship programs across the state. And then finally, education partners and stakeholders, including all of you in this room. Education touches everyone in the state, and it does take all of us to make this happen. This program, too, is going to require many different organizations. You all set the standards and assure that trainees meet certain thresholds of quality. We've appreciated the valuable input so far from all of you. Particularly McCall has been incredibly helpful, so I do want to extend specific appreciation to her for all of the insights and participation that we've gotten from her. And I hope that can be an ongoing dialogue. All of the insight has been incredibly helpful in assuring quality as we do develop this program. Our partners from the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Ed have been helpful, as have our partners from the Office of Public Instruction. Indian Education for All is an important component for student education in Montana, and they've been especially helpful in helping us build that building that into our requirements to make sure that students get that instruction as well, and that meets the expected standards. We've got other partners in camps who have also hosted webinars, disseminated information, and who've asked us tough questions, and those have all been good in helping us make sure that we're developing a solid program. And so to everyone who's done that so far and who has continued to do that along the way, thank you, and please keep the tough questions coming. We want to build a good program. And so I do invite those. Please ask me the hard questions. It's only going to help us make this better. Okay, so I'm going to talk here about what this specifically is going to look like in the state. Montana, like I said, has great programs already, and this program is going to expand on that, especially for those facing geographic, financial, and other barriers. We've got three specific pillars to this approach. Number one is investing in that homegrown talent, expanding the full teacher pipeline from pre-apprenticeship all the way through licensure and beyond, leveraging economies of scale by using that flexible hybrid learning model that I mentioned to bridge those geographic barriers. And then finally, ensuring high quality prep. Apprentices receive that structured on the job training under trained mentors, the supplemental coursework, and all apprentices pursue the same credentials as traditionally prepared teachers. Next slide. So there are a few components that are going to be required here. Just as you've set the standards for teacher prep, we've got some required components for apprenticeship. The terms of apprenticeship include a competency-based model. The program concludes when an apprentice earns their bachelor's degree and their Montana teaching license. Apprenticeship to mentor ratios cannot exceed 2 apprentices to any one mentor. This is a federal standard that ensures quality mentorship and a manageable workload for those mentor teachers. A progressive wage schedule. Apprentices must be paid with increasing wages as they develop skills and productivity, often aligned with paraprofessional pay scales, but with a built-in progression. This is a key difference across other prep pathways. They're earning while they're learning. That RTI, sorry, I had just a couple more there. The RTI, all coursework comes from approved education prep providers. Those on-the-job learning competencies where programs include that structured work process where apprentices develops specific competencies under mentor guidance. And then credentials. Apprentices finish, like I said, with a bachelor's degree, a Montana teaching license, and a certificate of apprenticeship. All right, let's dig into the specifics of the RFP. As of last Thursday afternoon, the RFP was live. Educator prep programs should begin connecting to interested districts. Our list and that survey that I mentioned to everyone is live right now at growingteachers.mt.gov. The RFP will be live through March 9th, and this is a competitive process, as everyone knows. Educator prep programs will submit proposals through EMAX, which is the Department of Administration's contracting system. Rhonda Peters is the representative over there who is supporting us in that process. And any questions do need to be directed to her about the RFP. In order to assure a fair process, I'm not allowed to answer direct questions to EPPs because we have to assure fairness in the process and make sure that everyone has access to all of the same information. So if you do throw a question my way and I end up forwarding it on, it's nothing personal. It's to assure that the process is fair. Our teams are conducting statewide outreach, like I shared before about the survey, and we'll be posting the district info to the website weekly starting tomorrow afternoon. What applicants do need to know, excuse me, is that EPPs should begin collaborating with interested districts immediately to be able to include in their application who they're going to be partnering with and what gap that's going to be filling to make sure that we are addressing the problems that do exist out in those rural communities and that we're meeting the needs and the intention of the award. We're holding information sessions, 2 of which have been held right at the beginning of this week. As soon as the RFP went live, we knew that folks were going to have questions right off the bat, and so we held 2 immediate information sessions to answer those early burning questions. But we do still have 2 more scheduled. One is going to be on January 21st, and then the final session will be on February 3rd. These are 1-hour informational sessions, and the Zoom link to sign up for those is available at that growingteachers.mt.gov website. And on that session, we will have information specific to the RFP, general information about registered teacher apprenticeship for districts, and then some time at the end. We've only had a little bit of time thus far, but I think we're getting our presentation a little bit streamlined. But time at the end for some questions that we can try and answer too. After that, we'll be able to accept questions in a written format until February 13th. And those need to be posted to that Department of Administration information website. We'll have a week after that to respond to written questions from the Department of Labor. And so on February 20th, we will post responses to all written questions. And then you'll have a couple I guess that would be about 3 weeks between then and the close of the RFP. After that, we can probably jump to the next slide. I think I've got, yep. After that, we'll be moving into scoring. So between March and April, we'll be doing scoring and then hoping to award contracts as soon as we can there in April to get ed prep programs as much time as they can to get rolling. We're going to be making those grant award announcements, and then award recipients will participate in an intensive launch planning session with our partners at the National Center for Grow Your Own. We're going to be having those educator prep programs dive into hiring of the apprentices with the districts that they're partnering with, and getting mentor teachers on board during the early summer. And then that first cohort will begin teaching or working with their mentor teachers, in the fall of 2026. So we're kicking this off here pretty quickly between now and the beginning of the coming school year. We've got a lot of work to do. That was a slew of information, and I know that there were some gaps in between that we probably need to fill in along the way. So I hope I didn't cruise through too fast. But that is all I have for you.
No, that was terrific, Crystal, and I learned something now. Every time I get a question at the college, I'm gonna say, in fairness, I can't answer that. So I appreciate that advice. Thank you. Does any board member have, Board Member Quinlan?
I'm sure I won't be the only one. Can you talk about how the teacher candidate enters into this program? I mean, districts are identifying a need. How does the person get into this program? And also, is there any targeting of the people who are currently working in our schools with an emergency authorization?
That's a great question, Board Member Quinlan. It really goes down into two things. Who is a registered apprenticeship and how does a district hire them? So by design, every registered apprenticeship requires two things, a willing apprentice and a willing employer sponsor. And the two of them develop an employer-employee relationship. We have a lot of best practices. We will share that intensive onboarding process that Crystal talked about with National Center for Grow Your Own, with both the EPPs and the districts as we kick this off this spring. We'll share a lot of those with them, but at the end of the day, the decision of how to recruit, interview, and hire individual apprentices is up to the employer, the willing employer sponsor, who in this case is the district. So the district gets to pick who their candidates are. Who is a registered apprentice for any apprenticeship, but specifically for this pathway was written really broadly to allow districts broad flexibility. Early on in the process, it was identified to us by stakeholders that existing paraprofessionals who are place-based in their communities are great candidates for registered apprenticeship because for one reason or another, they cannot move themselves or their family. They need the income. They can't stop working to move to campus to get their teaching credential. So they're a great candidate. Throughout this process, our friends at the school administrators raised emergency authorization for us as a priority population. They absolutely fit. It is up to the district and the apprentice whether that is a fit for each individual. And here's where I'll give you a caveat as to why that might not be attractive to every emergency authorized candidate. Registered apprentices only work up to the skill level, credential, or step on the apprenticeship ladder that they've attained. Emergency authorized teachers operate with broad flexibility. They're already on their own in a classroom all day, every day. Beginning registered apprentices do not have that latitude. They work with a mentor teacher under supervision for a length of time up to their credential area that they've earned. And each milestone that they pass through competency and merit, they move to the next. So it does feel in its infancy as a step backwards for an emergency authorized teacher, but it is a pathway to full licensed authorization for that same individual. So it's going to require some really clear communication and expectations, but absolutely we'll get there. Grow Your Own graduates are also really great candidates to be registered apprentices, or folks that have completed a big A registered apprenticeship for pre-apprenticeship or youth apprenticeship in teaching could be great candidates, but they're not limited to those 4 categories of folks. Other members of the community who the district chooses to interview and believes are qualified aspiring educators that they'd like on their team, they don't have to have any requisites. They don't already have to be working for the district. They can. They don't have to. The hiring decision remains with the district.
Board Member Niskins.
You just touched on what my question was going to be, so I'll ask you to elaborate a little bit more on this. So I took some notes as you were presenting, and I wrote down teacher of record / trained mentors, and then this 2 apprentices to 1 mentor ratio. I believe the teacher of record is the trained mentor, as I understand it, and that they can have a maximum of 2 apprentices. My question directly related to supervision, and was there a gradual release of responsibility like what we see in the trades where the apprentice is directly supervised, the journeyman is like a more general supervision model, or maybe it's not direct all the time, and then the master is working independently. So my understanding, given what you just said, is that these apprentices start out in the same classroom as the mentor, and then as they meet these certain benchmarks, there is a gradual release of supervision to where then they are teaching independently. I think that's really important for the partner districts to understand, just because it is a different staffing scenario for sure than the emergency authorizations where those people are independent in the classrooms. This is really more like a student teaching type of model where they are working together initially and then working out into independence. So is what I said entirely accurate, just for clarity's sake?
Yes, Board Member Neeskens, absolutely. The thing that I will add for you in the center of that relationship, the willing apprentice and the willing apprentice sponsor, every apprenticeship has at the heart of it something called a trade schedule. A trade schedule is a contract, and our apprenticeship specialist at the Department of Labor will help establish the trade schedule for all parties. We have a sample trade schedule recommended by the National Center for Grow Your Own that has already been crosswalked to meet with Montana's accreditation standards. What I mean by that is there's some extra Montana unique components of it, right? It includes Indian Education for All that wouldn't be in other states. Pathway for a trade schedule. There is flexibility for the employer before that trade schedule is offered as a contract to the willing apprentice, where they can tweak it to make it their own. But within the trade schedule and that contract, it lays out all of these components by milestone, and it shows at which interval you get more release, more freedom to act independently, and at which interval you get raises, because registered apprentices earn more throughout the stair-stepping process. They start at the entry-level wage, and then throughout time, they stair-step up as they earn more skill, credential, capability, all demonstrated through competency. And all of that is agreed to and set forth by the district. It also includes all of those related instruction components. So the apprentice is very clear that you can't move past step 1 until you've completed these components from the EPP that district partners with. So it is very clear for every participant, the apprentice and the apprentice sponsor, what is expected to progress through each milestone throughout the way, and the districts can tweak that to make it work for them as the employer. The example I'll give you is plumbers and electricians. Not every electrical shop in Montana or every union JATC signs the same trade schedule. They get to the same competency, they pass the same exam, they get the same occupational license, but every employer might have tweaks that they make to that schedule, and our districts will have that flexibility too.
Follow-up question?
I do. It's an observation, and I think this really is for the Accreditation Committee of Board of Public Ed and the Accreditation Division of OPI. So the issue this will create, and someone tell me if I'm wrong, is that as the gradual release of responsibility occurs, in the accreditation system, we have to report the number of students and the amount of sections, like the contact time that the teacher of record has with those students and in those sections. And what I foresee happening is if, let's say, one teacher of record is assigned to 3 classrooms of students as that gradual release of responsibility occurs, then they're going to be assigned probably an overload of students, like it will exceed the 32 maximum students, for example, like they might have 90 fifth graders assigned to them. As far as the accreditation system knows, as it's pulling from our student information systems. And so there will have to be some sort of adjustment that accreditation makes so that schools and districts are not getting accreditation deviations from the teacher of record having too large of a class size.
That's a wonderful flag. Thank you. I see Crystal furiously taking notes here to make sure that we circle back. I will ask Crystal to share with you a little bit of the early tier 1, tier 2, and then intensive stakeholder outreach that's been done with the incredible staff at the OPI. Certainly. So after the fact, Crystal can give you the list of what we've done so far, and you can help us fill in any other opportunities that we need to get more information.
I'm so glad you're here. Okay, I have a couple questions. This is from some administrators up in the Northwest, and they were wondering, what is the ideal timeline from start to completion for a candidate? And they mentioned $6,000. Where is it coming from, and how is it broken up and distributed? They told me to ask that, please.
So to the first question, what is the ideal timeline? That is going to be dependent on the individual apprentice and the amount of pre-existing training they've already had. If they've been in the classroom for 20 years as a paraprofessional, a lot of those standards and a lot of the skill sets that they've already got are going to take a lot less time to accomplish than someone who is straight out of high school, 19 years old. And so the answer there is it depends, but we do want to make sure that those mentor teachers are skilled up in evaluating those. And so that intensive training that we talked about will be part of that. To the answer about the mentor training, that $6,000 is a stipend to the mentor teacher. That is going to be the responsibility of the district for the initial period. We really want to make sure that we find funding sources for that in the future. And as part of expansion and sustainability of this model over time, we're looking for opportunities to do that. As we pilot this project, that'll be something for the districts. And that way everyone's got a little bit of skin in the game. And that will be, I just want to make sure to clarify, that is over the life of the apprentice. That's not an annual stipend. That is for the full time of the apprenticeship training.
Dr. McLean.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and thank you both so much for this great presentation. I have attended both of the webinars so far. I think you could call me maybe a groupie. I'm three for three right now. I'm really trying to wrap my head around all of this for the university system and our EPPs, where there is a lot of interest in this, and I want to congratulate you on getting this grant. The first thing I have is a request, and I hope that it's something that might be easy. Even clicking the link that you shared with us a few moments ago, it does take us right back to EMAX, and each of our EPPs have requested that if we could just put the RFP out there on that link for the Growing Montana Teachers piece, because that link that's right there takes you to the EMAX. If that's a step that we could take, that would ease the process and maybe ease the minds of some of our campus people. Also, based on the question that the board member just asked around the time to complete, I had a question based on something that I heard in both of the webinars, and it is this. I thought I heard that the ideal timeline from start to completion was fall 2026 and completion of June 30, 2028. So can you speak to that and also point to maybe any difference between that and maybe what I just heard in response to the board member's question? You should go first.
Sure. Short answer to that is that we have a limited grant timeline for the award. And so that's the goal that we're setting for this. We know that in any apprenticeship, especially a competency-based model, that competency is not something that we can always measure in a discrete timeline, that those are going to be obtained. That is the goal that we'd like to set for everyone in order to achieve that. And so what we want to do is we want to make sure that we're pulling in a mix of folks who have a range of skill sets there. Anything that you'd like to add?
Yeah, I'd like to touch just on the equivalency component of registered apprenticeship. This is where some of the intensive training from National Center for Grow Your Own on both our districts and the partners in this program will come in really, really critically. Registered apprenticeship is not a full traditional four-year degree pathway. There is equivalency credit given for the on-the-job training that typically replaces the general education equivalent of a four-year degree. So there is credit being awarded to these individuals for their classroom experience that are not earned through course completion at the university. So of the estimated 160 credit hours of a traditional four-year on-campus program, anywhere between 30 and 60 credits will be awarded for the equivalency of what they're learning from their mentor on the job, instead of taking that stack of liberal arts or general education requirements. That compresses the time. Apprenticeship does have equivalency for the on-the-job component, and that is the difference between a traditional pathway. So a lot of those traditional credit hours don't exist in a registered apprenticeship model.
As always, our last question will be from Dr. Tharp.
Thank you. Understanding this model much better now, I feel like the biggest paradigm shift is going to be on our EPPs. to wrap their head around how they can design a system that'll work. And what I feel like this feels a lot like what's going on with our core charter school in Great Falls. Those students fast-tracked on-the-job training, mentor teachers, one-on-one, and a lot of OJT. But and I'm thinking of, okay, 40 districts and you want 12 to be rural, tribal. I can imagine, I can see how this would work at a large AA. If they have a cadre of paras and they survey their paras and say, look, we got a program here. Within 2 years, we can get you full licensure. Who's interested? Who wants to jump on board? And they're able to do that. I think about this is gonna, I'm trying to picture how this might look, and it's going to be tough to pull this off in a rural area. I picture one of my schools. I have 2 emergency authorized teachers there. I don't know how we would get the university to one of the EPPs to partner with us in a model like that. Plus the whole idea of the scaling, because like I said, they're already emergency auth. They're fully licensed teachers, at least as far as our accreditation system is. So that's going to be difficult, and I'm really interested in seeing how that works. And I greatly appreciate the opportunity for these for the EPPs to rethink how they've always done things, because the way we've always done things is the worst reason to ever continue to do it. And so we're looking at something very, very different, and it's a real shift in that. So I'm very curious to see how it's going to work in the rural setting.
Thank you, Dr. Tharp. We've had some incredible outreach from a couple of folks that I would like to just thank formally. Dr. Lee from the EPP at University of Montana has been with us every step of the way in ideas and implementation timelines. But I will leave you with this about the rural districts. Apprenticeship is an opportunity, not a requirement. And for a district to select who the best apprenticeship candidate is for them, there is no mandate that they replace their emergency auths with apprentices. They can keep them in place too. The district gets to choose who works best for them. And I'm keenly aware that this will look very different in Bainville or Savage than it does in Missoula, Billings, or Bozeman. And that's the power of apprenticeship. The local employer sponsor, the district, gets to drive how it works for them and gets to select the apprentice candidates that are the best fit for them. It's an employer-employee relationship. There's no mandate. We're here in a support capacity as the registered apprenticeship agency for the state, but all of the decisions lie with the district and the employer.
Superintendent Hedlund never wanting Dr. Tharp to have the last word. Has requested to have a question.
I will be quick. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say that I think it's important that we have flexibility and a variety of options for our educators and to grow our work base. So thank you for your great work in this. And I think it will be a great addition to our residency programs and other options that are occurring throughout the state. I know you have a quick turnaround on this, and if you can send me a blurb, I would love to put it in our weekly newsletter so we can make sure that all of our educators know to get involved. Thank you so much.
Commissioner and Crystal, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'm sure you could expect the invitation to come back and show the progress in doing that. Yes.
Anytime. Thank you so much.
Next up, and this was referred to a second ago, item number 11, information on our Angel Educator licensure report. We're only listening from people named Crystal today. Your name's not Crystal, you will not report.
Sure. I was gonna say, did you ever think you'd have so many crystals in one
No,
afternoon?
it's like a dream come true. So, Crystal, welcome. Could go ahead and start with your report, please.
Thank you, Chair Tharp, Chair Slinger, and members of the board. Crystal Andrews, ANDREWS, and I am the School and Educator Effectiveness Senior Manager at the Office of Public Instruction. I am first here today to provide an overview of the new and improved 2025-26 Educator Licensure Data Report. I am on page 103 in your packet. What you find in this document is a summary of educator licensure activity impacting fiscal year 2025-26. However, please note that this data is from January 1, 2025 through December 31st, 2025. So some of the report captures both the 2024-25 school year along with the 2025-26 school year in certain areas. So starting on page 105 in your packet, You will find the emergency authorization data. I do want to remind you that an emergency authorization belongs to a school district and not to an individual. And so I think that is sometimes forgotten as we're talking through emergency authorizations and what it looks like, and that is at a key point, just to kind of parallel with the last discussion. So this information, let me pull up mine real quick. I didn't want to print it all out. So the first thing you will see is the number of approved emergency authorizations as of December 31st. I was working on New Year's Eve with getting this data done. It was 279. I can tell you, I issued a few yesterday, and we are up to 292 is our current number. So then, Chris, I'm on 105.
Show off all your work.
105 in the packet. Yep. So with that, you can also see there are 23 pending background checks. I was listening in on your discussions on background checks earlier today and with our volunteers and bus drivers. And I can tell you that they have gotten an influx of background checks at the Department of Justice. And so it has delayed some licensure issues for us. We're working through it, but that is why we have some sort of already in the limbo. They will be issued eventually, but that just adds 23 more that are just waiting on getting their background checks to us. So we have a potential at this time of 311 emergency authorizations for this year. And really, a district can apply for one at any time. I mean, they may have a teacher not come back after spring break, and that would be the route that they most likely would go. So it's a sort of an ongoing number. As you can see on the second chart, although elementary education stands out, it is proportional with the number of elementary teachers needed in the state. Music, which is, I know it's small for you, but music is the second most at 26 there. And I can tell you 2 of those yesterday were for music, so call it 28. And this is surprising as districts have the option to look at a variance to standard for music. So that's just trying to work with districts more as, they're understanding the rules around, what they can be doing. So that is a number, I think that is a little bit more surprising than that elementary number, to be honest with you. 138 schools have applied for an emergency authorization. As you can see, it's not just in our native schools or our most rural schools anymore. Some of our largest schools, our AA schools, are also in this data, which you can find on the next page. Sorry, Chris. I only have 15 minutes. I'm going fast. She can take over if she'd like for some. So that is the data for you on what districts and how many emergency authorizations. It's a few pages long. So there are, I believe, the next page is new data for you, and I think is really eye-opening. This data means that a school district has applied for a position for consecutive years, and the same person has filled it. So that's the repeat request by district. So some of these positions are not just 2 consecutives. I can tell you, as I issue these all myself, that there are some that are for 4 or 5 years in a row. And I believe 7 years in a row is our most for some of these emergency authorization positions. The final information shows the 5-year trend. Remember, for 2026, we continue to issue emergency authorizations, so I anticipate exceeding last year's total. And I'm on the next one. Above that. I should have done it, sorry. Right there, yep. So although, yes, this year we are, not up to last year's, I think we will exceed that by the end of this school year.
Crystal, I'm sorry, just so I understand. So on 109, you said employees with consent. So these are employees who have received multiple years they have been.
Yeah, so
in
the
that-
district
that
has a
role? The district owns it.
Yep, the district applies for that same emergency authorization position and the same person is filling it. So that is an area that I think it's great to think through all these pathways and different avenues to get into licensure. If the same person's doing it, like, why are they not in a program? What could we do to help support it? And as we have the access to this data within our you're not new anymore, but our Teach Montana system, we can really target that and work through it, which is all, we didn't have that availability before.
I think that's a really important data point. I mean, you have a 5-year in a row, 4 years in a row, 3 years in a row.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's really important to be able to actually target some of those individuals for. some of those-
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So on page 111 is our internship data and alternative program data. Special education stands out as the primary focus area for internships, followed by administrators. In that first 2 tables there. And then new data for you is that alternative program data. I won't spend too much time on that, as I am excited for the American Board to share their data with you, but we see those numbers growing. So the number of Class 2 licenses went from 8 last year to 40 this year. So I'm going to save it for Isabel to share more with you in her presentation, but it is exciting to see. On page 112 has some of the data that I previously shared in years past. There were a total of 2,876 renewals in 2025. This is 1,572 less, or 35.34% less renewal applications from 2024. A positive note is to see that 231 educators added an endorsement on the current license. Although I cannot say how many of those 231 added an endorsement using one of the multiple pathways, I can tell you, since I've been wearing the licensure specialist hat the past 4 months, that I saw a great deal of applications for teachers with 2 or more years of experience adding an endorsement via the Praxis exam. So that pathway is getting out there, not just from me, but it's making its way around the state. We get questions all the time about it, what areas, and so that is something that I think has finally caught on into our districts, so that they're utilizing. So, they're not having a misassigned teacher, they're having their English teacher that is interested in family consumer science, and they take that Praxis because they've been there for at least a few years. They take that Praxis and pass it, and then they can add that endorsement to their license without, anything else. So that is definitely, taking a little bit of time, but I'm seeing that as a definite positive for our districts. On page 113 is the information for our new or initial licenses. We have seen a decrease of 301 new applicants from last year, with a total of 1,054 initial licenses. This continues to correlate with the emergency authorization data for this year and years past. Also on this page is a new data point for Class 7 Native American Language and Cultural Specialist license. The table provides 6 years of data for active Class 7 license for each endorsement area. On the next page, you will find historical trends for initial licenses and renewals. It correlates with the detailed data for both and shows a significant decrease in initial licenses and a steady decrease in the number of renewals, upgrades, and added endorsements. This data varies slightly from the previous data, as it does not include the Class 5 internship or emergency authorizations, so it's not the same number. The final sections are licensure denials and unusual cases. We had 3 licensure denials in 2025, all for reasons related to character and fitness and not academics. And finally, we had an increase from last year in the number of unusual cases, many similar in nature. You will see a description, the associated ARM, and the number of cases. A reoccurring issue is when educators cannot obtain a university recommendation due to circumstances beyond and utilize their control, and utilize transcripts and letters from state agencies or EPPs as valid alternatives. Another significant area of focus this year involved the Department of Justice fingerprint background checks. 6 applicants were notified that their fingerprints were of insufficient quality for processing, Consequently, the DOJ issued name-based reports to satisfy the background check requirement in each instance. We're seeing this grow, and it's unusual, in my opinion, my professional opinion, unusual, that, you know, so many folks are having issues. They're using the computer generated backgrounds, but also the ink, I mean, it's both. There's nothing that's making sense as to it being one reason, but it does seem to be happening more and more. So that is something that we are kind of tracking and paying attention to. This data presented today illustrates the ongoing shift in our educator pipeline, characterized by decreased initial and renewal licenses and a corresponding reliance on the emergency authorizations. Despite these challenges, our office remains committed to administrative agility as evidenced by our handling of unusual cases and the streamlined processes of endorsements for experienced teachers. This report serves as a baseline for our continued efforts to address staffing shortages while maintaining the integrity of our certification standards. And with that, I stand for any questions you may have. Thank you.
so much. Do any board members have questions?
Thank you.
Oh, I thought this was rich data. I mean, I really appreciate it. I really was interested. And I do wonder if those 6 faulty fingerprints came from the Rasmussen fingerprinting company. So, yeah, probably. Okay. Just checking. Superintendent Hedlund, do you have anything? No? Okay. Just checking. Crystal, thank you very much. I don't see any questions.
Thank you very
We'll
much.
move on to the next item. Item 12, information on ABCTE program approval for alternate credentialing. Is Ms. Welch here?
She is here, yeah.
She is here. Great.
It doesn't matter, whatever is helpful. And she has packets, so you might not even need to. Ready for me to?
We are ready for you to
Okay.
start, please.
All right, Chair Tharp, Chair Slinger, and members of the board, Crystal Andrews, ANDREWS for the record. My next presentation is about the American Board. They were initially approved by the Board of Public Education in March 2024 as the first alternative credentialing program. To be recommended for full program approval, the American Board has been following the process established for a new curricular program as part of ARM 1058-802. The American Board has completed steps 1 through 4 in the process and completing step 5, which is the audit review phase with today's report. This means they are on schedule for completion of the requirements, and the state superintendent will seek approval and action for full program approval from the board in March. So this is just informational today. At this time, I would like to invite Isabel Welsh, American Board's Director of Government Affairs, to share her report with you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the packet you have in front of you is very similar to the presentation that we originally submitted. It just has a little bit more quotes and some more updated data and things like that. So I wanted you to be able to have that in front of you. And let's see, are we able to put the PowerPoint on the screen? No, you're good.
You should, I have the PowerPoint. Oh, I'm not in Zoom.
Perfect. All right, we will jump right in. So I have been here in front of you all a couple of times already. As you know, American Board has been operating since 2001. We are a flexible and affordable alternative teacher certification program, and we were granted initial approval by this body on March 18th, 2024. We are currently operating in 15 states, and we have certified nearly 25,000 teachers nationwide. So some information about the kind of people who use our program. You do already have to have a bachelor's degree in order to enroll in American Board's program. You also have to be able to pass a background check. Hopefully the fingerprints haven't been too big of a problem for anybody. And the average age of our candidate is 39 years old. So the people who use our program are predominantly career changers. So these are people who started in one area and have decided to transition over to teaching. So you have engineers who want to teach physics, or journalists who want to teach English. We also have a lot of military veterans who finished their service and want to come back and continue to serve in the States in the classroom. We have a lot of stay-at-home parents who have gotten their degree and then chosen to stay home and raise their children. Once they're older, they want to get back into the workforce and into the classroom. And paraprofessionals and substitutes, particularly in Montana, emergency licensed teachers as well. It's a big area that we see completing our program. So our enrollment since 2024 has increased 36%. So in 2024, we had 116 people enrolled in the program. Last year, 2025, we had 158 people enrolled in the program. So we've definitely seen an uptick in the demand and the word of mouth spread around the state and interest in the program. So here's where the American Board candidates who are currently enrolled are. So we have 111 in elementary education, 55 in special education, 14 in general science, 12 in math, 15 in English, 16 in history, and 1 in chemistry. So as you can see, and I think this matches a lot of the data that Crystal was speaking to earlier, we do have elementary education as our biggest area, but special education is, also our second biggest area. And that's definitely a need that we've seen and heard a lot of feedback from schools and principals and superintendents, saying that special education teachers are very hard to find. And a lot of those schools are able to utilize American Board's program to take teachers who are already licensed and help them add on that special education endorsement. So Class 5 licensure. This is a license that allows candidates who are enrolled in a program to begin teaching. So we have 99 candidates who are currently teaching on a Class 5 license. And as you can see, the areas that they are teaching in pretty closely match the enrollment numbers in their proportions. But this has been a really great tool for schools throughout the state. And I think the biggest piece of feedback that we get is that this allows schools to move their emergency licensed teachers onto an official license. And that's been a really big focus for a lot of the superintendents that I've worked with, helping figure out what that pathway is going to look like to get them to that full license, but also how do we get them off an emergency license and into an official actual license for teaching. And we've had 98 people complete the program. And I did not include the number of Class 2 certificates because I wanted to get as up-to-date information as I could. And so this morning, I found that we had 71 Class 2 licenses issued. And so that is since we began operating, but when I was here last year, we had 7. So we're very excited about that progress. And you can see the areas that they are in as well. Elementary and special education are the bigger areas, but we see some of the STEM subjects as well kind of coming up. And if you look back at enrollments in Class 5, those are also growing as well. And we discussed last year, that's been a point of focus for all of our states, but especially places like Montana where it can be difficult to find a teacher in those specific areas. Program alignment. So when we were first approved back in 2024, we worked with OPI to analyze American Board standards and the Montana standards, and those standards were found to be highly aligned. And we also have our program aligned to national pedagogy and content area standards. So for example, the INTASC standards. In your packet, one of the sheets does include a report done by our third-party partner, Metrics and Marique. They are a psychometric firm, and they work with us to help us improve our program, to make sure that we're meeting the standards, we're staying up to date with everything. And that is just a really quick kind of fast facts report that shows American Board's professional teaching knowledge alignment with the Praxis PLT exam, just to demonstrate that a little bit. But we do work with Metrics on an annual basis to review our program and make updates. We also have an in-house academic officer who works to take the feedback that we receive and implement those changes. Literacy. I know that science of reading and literacy is top of everybody's mind in Montana and most of the states we are operating in, and it's certainly something that we've focused a lot on in the past several years and are continuing to really keep at the forefront of our work. We've been reviewing and updating our current elementary education curriculum, utilizing feedback from previous candidates, current candidates, experts in the field, superintendents, principals, things like that. And we really found that our program does align with the science of reading. We cover all of those 5 areas. It has all of the essentials, and it does not have any 3Qing or things that are not looked for in a science of reading program. But what we're really trying to do is provide more supplemental materials for our teachers. So sample lesson plans, videos of actual candidates teaching in the classroom that we can share with other candidates. Scenarios, activities, things like that, just to really kind of help bolster that and provide them with additional resources. And then we have a candidate feedback about our elementary education program. The modern classroom. So I know earlier today you were all talking about AI, and technology is definitely something that is moving very quickly. And as an online program, it's always something that we are mindful of. And so it's something that we have included in our professional teaching knowledge program, which is required by all of our candidates. It talks about educational technology, how to leverage AI in the classroom correctly, right? The benefits, the pros and cons, the dangers, the things that are kind of newer and coming to the forefront, and helping our candidates model digital citizenship for their students. Because we're more online now than we ever have been. And that's something that has been really important to us to make sure we're keeping up with that. And we have some examples of some of our candidates who have been utilizing technology in their classroom by petitioning their special education program to utilize or to purchase ScanMaker pens, which can be used as an assistive technology for students. And then also an example of how they're using a PlayStation console to help their students explore Greece. Stakeholder collaboration. So we work with 74 districts, which we'll find out later. That's how many districts that American Board teachers are present in. And we have a really great relationship with all of these districts. We have a lot of feedback. And as I said earlier, one of the biggest pieces of feedback is getting those emergency licensed teachers onto a Class 5 license. That's something that has been very helpful for a lot of those schools, and also allowed them to demonstrate that they have teachers who are on the path and they have a clear route to getting to a full license. And then it also helps with professional growth. So paraprofessionals, substitute teachers, or teachers who are looking to add an endorsement area, American Board provides that pathway that allows them to do it quickly and affordably. And one of our quotes from our school leaders said that they've been sending a lot of people our direction and will continue to do so. So here are all of the districts that American Board teachers are teaching in. So if you remember last year, this list was 38. And so we're really proud that this has grown as much as it has. And one of the concerns that I think we had when we first started this was that it was going to be really localized to the more populous areas. you know, the big city areas, the areas that do have a lot of need, and we certainly do have teachers' presence there. But we were really excited to see this spread out across the state and help those more rural schools fill the vacancies that they're experiencing. Program impact. So 100% of the employees we surveyed said that their American Board trained teachers meet the academic, cultural, social, and emotional needs of their P-12 students. So we have some quotes here from employers talking about their teacher, talking about their style, their wit, the relationships that they develop with their students and their students' families, the commitment to the job and the roles that they're serving, and how they're keeping their students engaged and helping to accommodate them at various levels. And then on the other side, we have candidates, in their own words, how they're making an impact in their classroom. So using small groups to differentiate their lessons, SEL groups to help students solve problems and process things emotionally, differentiating curriculum for students with disabilities, and establishing routines to help identify literacy deficits and build fine motor skills in their students. This is American Board's website. It was one of the requirements on the list that Crystal shared with us. And so this is what our website looks like. We have some information about background on our program, the subject areas that we offer, and then how you do become a teacher in Montana. And then this page also links out to the OPI website where they can log into their Teach Montana account. They can find all of the forms that they need. And it also links to the Indian Education for All requirement. So here we have some candidate feedback. 93% of our candidates said that the program met their expectations and that they would recommend the program to others. And then we have 2 candidates here who I think paint a really great picture of how American Board is being used in the state. Someone who has a bachelor's in biology and was asked to teach science in their hometown, who never intended to become a teacher, but was able to do so with American Board. And then another paraprofessional who had been in the classroom for years and was finally able to take that step and become a licensed teacher. We have some employer feedback as well. 100% of the principals and superintendents and school leaders surveyed said that their American Board teacher met their expectations, and 100% would recommend the program to others. And as we've spoken a lot about, they have been nudging their emergency licensed teachers towards American Board's program to help bridge that gap of licensure that we see in some of the schools. And that is all I have for you today. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Board Member Quinlan.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Isabel. What kind of, I was surprised to see you seem to have a longer term relationship with the people who achieve American Board certification in terms of keeping track of where they are employed and follow up. So I guess, tell me what that looks like. How long does it last that you're following up with the candidates?
Sure. So Crystal and her team have been a really huge help with this, helping us kind of match up where our candidates end up once they complete the program or where they are once they're teaching on their Class 5 license. Typically in our states, we follow up for around 5 years. The farther out we get, the fewer responses we get. But we do like to stay up on our teachers and say, are you still in the classroom? Have you moved states? Have you added another endorsement area? Have you had any issues with your classroom? Just to kind of see really how our teachers are turning out, right? Because once they enter the classroom and have completed the program, that's great, but we want to make sure that they're sticking around. And so that's one of the great things about American Board's program is our focus is really on keeping teachers in the community and helping communities supply their own teachers. And so I believe the last meeting I was at last year, I shared a survey that was done with Drexel University that said that American Board teachers have a 98% retention rate at the 3-year mark. And so that was from 151 principals in 12 states were surveyed. And we're actually in the process of doing that survey again to see where we are now. The survey was done, I think, about 5 or 6 years ago. So we're working to update that and get some new data.
Thank you.
Board Member Rasmussen.
This is actually for you, Crystal. I see that she says that candidates currently teaching on a class 5 rather than maybe an emergency authorization. Is it fair to say that what percentage of those do you think would have fallen under emergency authorization if they hadn't gotten the class 5?
Chair Tharp, Board Member Rasmussen, I would say all. I would think that without the connection and understanding, you do need the bachelor's. But that, as Isabella said, they've reached out to say, how can we get these teachers into something other than the emergency authorization? And this was, an avenue. We say they're all of the options. We do not have bias. But that I would say that that's been the influx for class 5s for us, for sure.
So basically what you're telling me is that number you reported about emergency auths would have been, without ABTE, would have been over 400. Thank you.
Dr. McLean.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you so much for the presentation. One of the questions that I have is, since you must hold a bachelor's degree to come in, do you have the data on what bachelor's degrees folks are bringing in? I think that would be very interesting to see, and you might not have it at the ready, but I'm wondering if that might be something that you might be able to share with Crystal so that she could share with us.
Yeah, absolutely. So I certainly have access to that. We have a whole bunch of transcripts that we get. I don't have that data in front of me. And one thing that's interesting about our program is that you do not have to match your bachelor's degree to the subject area that you're pursuing. We do find that that is the trend, right? Somebody who has the bachelor's in biology is going to teach science, but we've always found it interesting that we can have somebody who was an accountant for 30 years, but a huge history buff, and decides that they want to teach history because that's what they're passionate about. And they've been able to utilize our program to get into the classroom with that license. But I'd be happy to do some research into what those bachelor's degrees look like and share it with Crystal so she can put it out for you.
I think it'd be really interesting and helpful information to see who the career changers are and in what areas. But thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Dr. Thorpe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I specifically followed up with one of the teachers I was aware of in the program, and he added a math endorsement, 512 math, in addition to his current elementary ed endorsement. So that's quite a leap to make. Math is a very rigorous area, and so I wanted to know what kind of rigor, what kind of preparation he had, and he was very impressed with it, and I'm surprised that your 93% isn't higher, because in specifically looking at a very rigorous area like that, because as good as our elementary ed program is, it doesn't prepare you to teach higher level math, but your program did. And this person was very pleased with it. And I've heard nothing but very positive results about every teacher that I've talked to that went through ABCTE. So thank you for that work.
Thank you. That's great to hear.
Any other questions? This is just an informational item. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We'll move on to item number 13, information on the site visit and joint accreditation state exit report for MSUB, educator preparation provider in the Department of Education. Crystal, it's so good to have you back here.
Thank you, Chair Slinger. Chair Tharp, Chair Slinger, and members of the board, Crystal Andrews, ANDREWS. My final presentation, oh gosh, I'm on the wrong thing. See, I'm not prepared, is to present the Joint Accreditation Exit Report for Montana State University Billings. So from April 9th through 11th, 2025, the Joint Accreditation Review of the Educator Preparation Program in the College of Education, Health, and Human Development occurred virtually at Montana State University Billings. This joint site review was conducted by the Council for the Accreditation of Educator Preparation, CAPE, and the Montana Office of Public Instruction. Prior to the virtual site visit, a cadre of qualified educators, including teachers, college professors, administrators, and content specialists, reviewed the institutional reports provided by Montana State University Billings for their endorsement areas. The CAPE team reviewed documented evidence and conducted focus groups regarding the initial standards 1058-311 through 1058-315 and the advanced standards ARM 1058-605 to ARM 1058-609. The purpose of the review was to verify that the institutional report of the EPP meets the requirements of the Montana Professional Educator Preparation Program Standards, PEPS, for both endorsement and initial and advanced program standards. The final state exit report provides the results of the endorsement review relating to the program endorsement areas along with CAPE's report on the program standards. The final state exit program report 2025 is attached starting on page 137 in your packet. Please take note of the definitions which pertain to this report starting on which you can find on page 139. So that's where it says standard is met with notation, areas for improvement, and stipulation. The summary of the results begins on page 140, starting with the areas that CAPE reviewed, followed by the state. As you take a few minutes to view the report, I would like to invite Dr. Melanie Reeves from Montana State University Billings to share comments about the process and to respond to any questions that the board may have. As a reminder, this is an information item only today. We will be back in March to seek your approval. Thank you.
Right. Hello, and thank you for welcoming me here. I'm Melanie Reeves. I'm the interim dean of the College of Education at Montana State University Billings. Last name is spelled R-E-A-V-E-S for the record. I want to thank Chair Tharp and Superintendent Hedlund and esteemed board members and Crystal for her team for leadership and guidance in this process. Although it has been an arduous journey, we have found it valuable in identifying areas that our programs have strengths in and areas to improve. I want to be aware of our limited time, so I've prepared a few comments regarding the report you have in your packet that will include a brief overview of our College of Education's context during the review cycle, highlights of commendations received, and key takeaways for areas for improvement. So to give you a little bit of context for our college, over the 8-year period of the cycle, we did receive a 1-year extension, largely due to COVID that was in the middle there. During that 8-year time, we experienced 6 different individuals in the dean position in our college. In May of 2024, I was asked to temporarily leave my faculty position I had occupied since fall of 2017 to serve as the interim dean. This request was extended for a 2nd year due to transition in our provost office. I will conclude my role as interim dean June 30th, 2026, as we currently have a search for a permanent dean underway. And I do have a clock ticking away. Although I've enjoyed my time as interim dean. So in addition to these changes in the dean's office, we also had major changes to the accreditation leadership during the cycle, which created a challenge that our faculty did rise to the occasion for. After losing our 0.50 accreditation lead faculty and a 1.0 data analyst that were not replaced, faculty took on leadership of the process at a higher level than we had previously. During the 2019-2020 years, we undertook a complete overhaul of our key assessments, which we put through validity and reliability testing, and we are continuing to use those assessments today. I'm happy to report that we've been allowed to reinstate our 0.50 accreditation, 0.50 teaching faculty position, and we've got that search under the way. So faculty took on a lot during this cycle and really rose to the occasion, but we do see the need to have a dedicated individual to kind of helping corral the whole process. So with that context in mind, I wanted to share a few commendations that we received. I'm pleased to report that we have received accreditation from our national accreditors, CAPE, through December 2031, with no stipulations in both our initial and advanced licensure programs. We're finalizing the state accreditation process within the next few months based on their draft report that also does not include any stipulations. Some commendations we have are our successful interdepartmental collaborations. These are really important for our 5 through 12 and K through 12 programs that actually live in the other departments. We spend a lot of dedicated time and effort with our colleagues across campus to ensure that our candidates are getting exactly what they need. We were able to show strong documentation for the selection and support of our clinical educators. We offer frequent and varied quality field experiences for our candidates that provide them with opportunities to hone their planning, teaching, and reflection skills, including working with students with exceptionalities and grounded in an understanding of human development. Across multiple licensure areas, we were commended for comprehensive curriculum that is intentional towards helping our candidates grow as teaching professionals. And overall, we provided strong evidence of how we met standards in each of the endorsement area with some areas for improvement. So talking about areas for improvement, I want to talk about our key takeaways. We've analyzed them together and kind of seen the key areas that we need to work on. We need to establish a comprehensive quality assurance system. We were able to demonstrate evidence of components of a system, but we need to improve how those components get applied within a continuous improvement cycle. This is one of the areas that suffered the most with the changes in accreditation leadership, as we recognize. However, we've already started the process in which we are engaging in an iterative process of working with faculty and stakeholders to review valid, reliable data to ensure our goals are set, met, and assessed on a regular basis. Another area that we're going to be working on is disaggregating our data to identify programmatic strengths and areas for improvement. During this review cycle, our data collection was mostly hand entered into Excel sheets, which was disrupted with the loss of our data analyst position. 2 years ago, we adopted Lumavero's Experiential Learning Cloud as a way to have our teacher candidates, cooperating teachers, university supervisors, and site mentors to create, submit, and evaluate our candidate performance on all the key assessments. Housing our data within this system allows us to disaggregate the data on a continual basis. This has helped us move from kind of anecdotal noticings of things across our programs to data-based analyses and interpretations much more readily than we did before. We have a newly designed case study approach to P12 completer impact. We've designed a yearly opportunity for completers to gather together, bringing de-identified classroom data and engage in collaborative analyses, interpretations, and development of improved practices. Completers who attend will receive professional development units while we receive insight into their effectiveness in Montana classrooms. Thinking about our enrollment and also retention goals, like many programs, ours has experienced decreased enrollment during this review period. The good news is that we have the highest retention rates on our campus that generally sit around within the 90% range. Based on this data, we do know that once we get them there, we're keeping them, and we do a good job building those relationships with our teacher candidates. We currently have 220 students. When I stepped in as interim dean, our enrollment was experiencing a negative 50% decline from the previous few years. We are now experiencing a negative 1%, so we are glad to see the enrollment decline slow. We identified 2 key actions to address this decline. One is a need for a formal recruitment plan, and 2, a need for marketing. I was surprised to find out when I stepped into the position that our university was not dedicating any specific dollars to our programs. And so now that I have a little control over our budget, we've been able to funnel some of our funds into some marketing, which is pretty exciting. When we submitted our accreditation report, we were in the midst of the first year of our 5-year plan, so we didn't have results to report, but I'm happy to report the following results from our first year. We have increased inquiries about our program by 20%. This has required hours of collaboration with the admissions office on how we are tracking and responding to prospective student inquiries. Every student who makes an inquiry receives direct contact with a caring faculty member within 24 hours during regular business days. We have held 3 high school recruitment events in local and surrounding areas, and we found those really exciting to be able to connect with our high schoolers and think about teaching as a profession. And we've established 3 new community partnerships to increase our presence in the community. These partnerships not only increase our presence, but they allow extended opportunities for our teacher candidates to engage with these groups. So we're with the Wise Wonders Children's Museum, the Yellowstone Audubon Society, and the Young Families Early Head Start. Although we are in the midst of our 2nd year of this plan, we are excited to report our implementation of additional marketing strategies. We are creating short social media reels that will run for 6-week intervals. Our first program that we used for this approach was our school counseling program, and we have already seen an increase in enrollment from last year by 21%. And that concludes my remarks. Thank you for allowing me time to speak to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Any board members have any questions? Dr. McLean.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, not a question, but a comment. Just a great deal of thanks and deep appreciation to you, Dr. Reeves, for your leadership and for the stabilization, I think, that has happened in the program under your tenure. Thanks for your good work on this process. And I really appreciated the walkthrough of the last several years. You definitely, as a campus and as a program, have seen a lot of the turnover specifically in this program. And it seems like it's in a different and a better place now. So I know you're counting down the days, but thank you for the days that you've given us.
Thank you so much.
Board Member Quinlan.
Thank you. I see one of your areas for improvement specifically is related to science of reading. And I just wanted to ask you, as an EPP program, what challenges do you have in implementing that, and what's your experience been?
Yes, and we're in the midst of finalizing doing our rejoinder to the state on that. I think what we learned through the process is the evidence we provided didn't really maybe demonstrate everything that we're doing. So as a program, theoretically, pedagogically, we are fully aligned with the science of reading. This was my first time to really engage with the state accreditation process. And so I definitely learned a lot, and Crystal's group has been very helpful in that. So we're looking forward to providing the evidence that we are doing that. I'll give you a few critical examples. One of the things that we implement in our methods courses is knowing that with the science of reading, a lot of the adopted curricula that school districts are using now have some form of scripted curricula in there for the teachers to use. We believe that teaching from a script takes skill, and it takes skill that needs to be practiced and developed. And so in our literacy methods courses, we actually require our students to teach a scripted lesson to a group of students, and then reflect and debrief on how they're learning of the skill of doing scripted lessons. So that explicit, systematic instruction is right there, and we're right on top of making sure our students truly understand. Along with that, the other key component that we teach them is you don't want those lessons to last 45 minutes. Those kinds of lessons should be really to the point and really targeted for the students. And so we're really excited to see how these different practices are being taken up by our students. So I hope that kind of gives you a picture a little bit.
Other questions for any board members? Board Member Rasmussen. I knew if I waited long enough for it.
Is there, I saw a number of areas for improvement. Is there any area that you and your team have identified that's going to be more difficult than others to do the needed or recommended improvements?
Yeah, I think the big overarching of getting a solid QoS system put together is our current, we have a goal by the end of spring semester to truly have it frameworked out. But, you know, having the various components, we're working on like, how are these all fitting together so that it's just a cycle that will continue to happen all the time, no matter who is in charge. And that's been the key, right? Because over the course of the 8 years, there were various QAS systems in place. But then the minute somebody else would get in charge, that system would be put aside and then, oh, no, we should be doing it this way. So one thing we've learned through this process is, as faculty, we've always been involved, but we're now involved no matter who is leading at a level of making sure continuity is happening. So to me, that's like the biggest lift that we've got going on right now.
Any other questions? Chair Tharp.
Thank you, sir. I really feel for all of the transitions you guys have gone through, and I cringed when you said that they were using an Excel. I mean, Excel is a powerful program, but it's not designed for that. So thank you for all of your efforts there. With everything you guys have been going through and rebuilding and things like that, is your campus considering applying for the apprenticeships?
Oh, I knew that question was going to come up. I joined in on the information session that was held yesterday. So we're definitely staying in the conversation. Our biggest challenge, I will just admit to that, is we currently do not have an undergraduate online program. So if we were to do it, it would be, you know, some dramatic changes as far as how our offerings are happening. But we definitely are interested. We've been working hard for the last 2 years on a para to teacher pathway. And I've been communicating with Billings School District on that. They started a program called Billings Teach, where their paraprofessionals who have 60 credits or so can join that program. They would help pay for their education. So I've been working on that partnership with them. So I see, you know, a similarity between what's going on. So whether we get there, I don't know. I really got all the information yesterday. So we'll see where we're at.
Any other questions from board members? Seeing none, we thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Crystal. Before we go to the next item, just let the record show that the amazing Jane Hammond has joined us. It's so good to see you, Jane. Absolutely. So with that, we'll move to item in Jane's honor. We'll move to item number 13. Information on Quality Education Loan Assistance Program. Christy. 14. Did I say the wrong number? I'm sorry. We'll go to 14. Chemo break. I'm not even on it. Christy, it's great to see you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. Board Chair Tharp, Chair Slinger, and members of the board, it's good to see you. And while I'm not a Crystal, I'm a Christy, so I feel like I sort of fit in to the day today.
It is difficult for us, but I think we'll walk over.
My last name is Mock Stutz, and that's spelled MOCK-STUTZ, and I am the Assistant Chief Program Officer at the Office of Public Instruction. And today I'm here to talk to you about the Quality Educator Loan Assistance Program Report. This is an annual report. You've seen it before, for the Quality Educator Loan Assistant Repayment Program. And interestingly, one of our earlier presentations talked about the student debt that teachers often are burdened with after they've finished coursework. I don't want to say burdened, it's, you know, they sometimes need that assistance, but we have a program here that helps to reimburse for some of those educational costs. So just to give you a little background on the program, eligible educators, newly hired, are eligible to apply for this reimbursement. And in year one, they're eligible for up to $3,000, year two up to $4,000, year three up to $5,000. So that's a bit of money over a few years. And the idea of this program is to help with recruitment and retention efforts in our schools. There is a year four that is not funded through this program, but if teachers apply to this through our portal, we send a letter to them that they can share with their district. And some districts have an option to pay that fourth year up to $5,000 as an incentive for that. So that's a little background on the program. The tables at the bottom of the report on page 193 in your packet. Those two tables are for the fiscal year 24. You've seen that before last year, but this was fiscal year 25, last year's information sharing with you now. And I want you to see that there is a $500,000 appropriation for each year or $1 million for the biennium. For the first year, if we are not spend it all, we can carry that over. And as you see, for the last couple of years, we have not spent all of the $500,000 in each year. And so House Bill 509 was passed in the last legislative session, and that allows for the OPI to broaden the eligibility for teachers in this program. So these years, in fiscal year 24 and 25, the only eligible educators had to be in an impacted school. The definition of an impacted school is a special education co-op, the Montana Youth Challenge, the Montana School for the Deaf and Blind, corrections facilities, or schools that are 20 minutes or more from a town of 15,000. So there were limits to who was actually eligible for this in these years. Well, last year in the legislative session, they updated that to say impacted schools, educators in these impacted schools have priority. So when those applications come in this year to us, we will allocate the funds to educators in impacted schools first, and then whatever is remaining, we can then allocate to newly hired teachers in non-impacted schools and prorate it as necessary. When you look at the amount that we've distributed, there's a fair bit left over. So we do think that we will be able to provide some support for teachers in non-impacted schools. I do want to point your attention to the number of applicants, and you can see that there were a number more applicants in fiscal year 25 from fiscal year 24. And part of that, I think, was that discussion in the legislature about opening up the program. Even though it hadn't been opened up yet, people were hearing about it. They were encouraged to apply to it, even though it didn't actually open for non-impacted school teachers or educators last year. And so as you can see, we have the $1 million appropriation again for this biennium, and we will be opening those applications soon. They'll be due in the middle of April. We will analyze those applications for eligibility, and by the end of the fiscal year, we send those payments directly to those federal loan payment programs for those educators. So with that, I have any questions?
So I have a question to start with. So based off the criteria you just said about impacted schools and certain distance with that, that's why only 68 were awarded, and you had 120 people apply, but
Some, yes, some of them, not necessarily all of them. Oh, I'm sorry, Chair Slinger,
no.
members of the board. Not necessarily all of them. Sometimes there are other reasons that a teacher or an educator may not be eligible. For example, sometimes teachers have been teaching in a school for some years. They go and get a master's degree, and sometimes they'll apply thinking, oh, I've gotten a new certificate, but they aren't actually newly hired in the district for that. So some of those were those types of as well, but a number of them were, I think, hoping that law may have passed a little earlier than being effective July the 1st for this year.
so you think this next cycle, that number could grow substantially?
I think so. We will see, but it could.
With the carryover funding
Mhm.
on top of the allocation, that's a good thing.
Yes, and not for this year. We'll start fresh this year because it is a new biennium, but that would be for then the following year. And as the word gets out more, potentially that would be helpful.
Thank you. Then Board Member Rasmussen,
Thank you, cannot disappoint, Mr. Chair.
thank you.
As a former superintendent, one of the hardest things I had to remember was the date, because new teachers just were clueless. And so I'm wondering, you know, how we handle that better. Because I had to actually put it in my calendar to make sure I told everybody that qualified, you know, 3 weeks ahead of time so they could, you know, apply. Stuff that they didn't want to apply. It's just that it's an odd date. What are you doing to help people, help make sure that you hit all the people that are eligible?
That's a great question, Board Member Rasmussen, Chair Slinger. Yes, we're, you know, the superintendent's weekly newsletters are really getting out to a really broad audience. We've got a number in our programs as well. I think we've heard today we've had a lot of outreach and communication with our districts, with teachers, direct communication with teachers right into their inbox. And so I think that's really going to help this year with getting that mid-April due date out to everybody.
Any other board member have a question? No, well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item number 15. The initial review and work session on Title 10, Chapter 57, Class 9, Special Education Technician License. Patrick, it's good to see you. Dr. Markle, it's good to see you.
Thank you,
Please
Chair Singer. It's good
please
to see you as well.
jump right on in. Thank you.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Chair Tharp, Chair Slinger, and members of the board. My name is Julie Mergel, spelled M-U-R-G-E-L for the record, and I'm the Chief Program Officer at the Montana Office of Public Instruction. And joining me today is...
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Patrick Cates. I'm the Senior Manager for Safety and Student Supports at the Office of Public Instruction. Last name spelled C-A-T-E-S.
We are on page 195 in the packet. And so the purpose of our presentation today is an information item followed by an action item tomorrow. So just want to note that today is information. And this is in regards to Title 10, Chapter 57, licensure on the potential of adding a Class 9 specific to special education technician license. And so Patrick is going to take some time to go through what is the proposed language to consider putting out into the MAPA process. What you will find in your packet for tomorrow is where the timeline is located. So if you jump to page 364, that's where the timeline is. And you can see there where we're at is having the discussion with you today on the 15th, and then looking to see what the board's action might be tomorrow on approval to initiate this rulemaking, to take what is the proposed notice that Patrick is sharing to bring forward input into rulemaking. So as he goes through this document with you, which is back up in the packet on page 196, we're really wanting to take some time to kind of go line by line, talk through what that proposed language is. Looks so different than the normal things that we bring to you because there's no red lines, right? Because it's all new. So as we're going through it, we're really hoping to get any feedback. If there's any like recommended changes or things that you're considering, we really want to take note of that so that we can make those changes and bring them back to you tomorrow. So I'm now going to turn it over to Patrick kind of to work through that language with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mergel. Chairman Tharp, members of the board, if you take a look on page 196, as Dr. Mergel mentioned, there is the proposed language. I'll take some time and we'll kind of walk through each one step by step. And Dr. Mergel will probably chime in here as well on the relation to in some of these notes to other areas of licensure as well. So the first piece, keeping with the term of 5 years, number one there, this Class 9 license should be valid for a term of 5 years. Again, trying to maintain consistency with the licensure renewal cycle. Number two starts outlining all the requirements here. And so we take a look at A first. Pretty standard with all of ours having the high school diploma or high school equivalency diploma. B, the completion of the approved special education technician online modules as determined by the superintendent of public instruction. Right now, there's 40 modules that we have on there. Rather than naming specific modules, we tried to keep it at a general list because we do change in and out. We've already had As the paras were going through it at first, they noticed two of the courses were very similar. So we were able to remove one of those, replace it with another course that had more value there. So part B would be, again, the completion of those approved modules. Right now it's 40 of these online modules as determined by the superintendent. C goes into the proof of 1,000 hours of documented special education work. We'll start there before we get into the rest of it. The 1,000 hours is roughly a year's worth of service for a paraprofessional. Roughly, it's depending on what their schedule is, how many hours a day they have. But if you think of the 1,080 hours in a typical school year, 1,000 hours, roughly about what the paraprofessional schedule is for a year. Again, the key part in here, or relevant work experience. I know I've visited before. We have paraprofessionals that serve a variety of roles. The one I keep talking about with this is I had a paraprofessional that had served in title for 7, 8, 9 years, learning how to work with individuals and students that were struggling with learning. And then we were switching her over into a special education position. But in that first year, she wouldn't have had 1,000 hours in, but would certainly be a great candidate for the program because she's been doing all of those hours of very similar work. So leaving some flexibility in there for that in order for the superintendent to be able to recognize alternate ways of achieving that 1,000 hours of experience there. Part D would be then the verified completion of the 4 institutionally accredited college or university courses in education. Again, as determined by the superintendent. Right now, we're in the second semester starting, our second cohort starting. The courses seem to be appropriately aligned, but obviously we'll wait and see what that connection is with all the candidates that want to continue on from there and trying to get some feedback there in terms of the benefit of it. But right now there are 4 courses. That is the Intro to Education, Educational Psychology, Exceptional Learners, and why am I blanking? Lit and Literacy is the 4th one. So again, all 4 courses that transfer into any of the educator prep programs and would be needed in those programs as well. Again, the 4 courses, leaving it at those rather than listing out the specific ones, because as the program changes and grows, it may need a different course in there versus what's in there now. And then the last section there, E, as we do, again, with many of our licenses, the required course for Indian Education for All in America. Moving on to section 3. The Class 9 Special Education Technician License renewable, similar to what we've done with teacher licenses as well, but because this is not a full teaching license, didn't look at doing a full 60 renewal units or professional development units. So looking at, this is around an associate's degree, so kind of cutting that in half, looking at those 30 credits required for renewing this special education technician license after 5 years. And then, as it is again with many of our others, a lapsed Class 9 license can be reinstated by earning those 30 credits again, as defined in ARM 1057-215 during that 5-year period preceding the date of application for the new license. So that is what we have as a proposal. Happy to take questions, notes, anything like that as well.
Any board member have a question? Dr. Neeskens.
Just wondering about verified completion of the 4 courses from the college. Is that pass fail grading? Is it they've been granted credit? Is it a certain GPA requirement? What does verified completion mean?
We would need transcripts with credit on it.
Okay,
Yep.
so are they A, B, C, D, F courses? Like, are they
Yeah.
graded on a 4.0
Yep.
scale, not
Yes.
pass fail? Okay,
Absolutely.
all right.
Other questions? Board Member Schmidt.
Thank you. Would you remind me of the difference between a special ed technician and the responsibilities and authority?
Yeah, absolutely, Chair Slinger, Board Member Schmidt. The special education technicians will not replace a special education teacher. All of the, if you want to think of the big roles, right? The case management, doing the IEPs, managing the IEP, all of the work that goes into Infinite Campus that's related to those IEPs, all of that. Whereas the special education technicians trying to take over a little bit more of the day-to-day classroom roles that the special education teacher fills to allow some more of that time there. If that kind of generalities, but yes. You bet.
Board Member Quinlan.
Thank you. I have a similar question to Board Member Neeskens. My question is, how does the completion of the approved modules, what do they demonstrate there? Is there some kind of test or documentation they have to provide at the end?
Yeah, absolutely. Chair Slinger, Board Member Quinlan. Yes, the each module roughly takes 45 minutes to an hour. There's assessment built into the module, which they have to pass in order to get the course marked as completion. We have access into the back end of that, so we can verify that as well. And then we have a certificate now, not anything here, just a paper certificate of recognition so that they can get to their school districts for when they complete those 40 courses as well.
Great. So you probably have some candidates who are well along the way to meeting this.
Yes, absolutely. We have 44, I believe, that are in cohort 2 right now. So they will finish up this spring in May, finishing with all of the required coursework for it here. And then the second cohort just starting has around 20 students in it right now. So yeah, about 60 by the first semester of next year.
And when will this be effective if the board approves it?
If the board approves it, based on that timeline, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so Chair Slinger, Board Member Quinlan, great question, right? It would have to go along that timeline to go into place for when the map process gets done. The effective date would be July 1 of 2026. And I think that adding on to your question, I think is really important is we've also applied for the SPDIG grant. It's the State Professional Development Grant. And within that grant that we were awarded, this is the first year for the next 5. We've also added in there some ability to continue to support some of the special education technicians in their tuition to continue on past these four courses on to getting a full license. And so we're really working to collaborate with our universities. We've had some meetings with the MSU system to talk about what could be that next step or that gap between finishing a technician and maybe before a residency, for example. What would be some ways to really support our educators and where are some possibilities so that if we get them down this road and into this pipeline, how do we continue to support them with that? So that is actually already in place. And so we've been already awarded that. And to follow up on one of the questions that Board Member Schmidt had, if the board were to approve these rules and it did go into effect after public comment and all of the pieces, we would have to go into Chapter 55 accreditation to define the qualifications and the roles and responsibilities. And so that would be something that would have to follow after, but that is all contingent upon this first thing before coming to you guys for that request, if you will.
Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I don't know which one of you wants to answer this. What about the licensure costs based upon the licensure cost compared to a class 2, a regular class 2 license for a teacher?
So, Chair and Board Member Rasmussen, you guys are the ones that assigned the fee. And so that's your responsibility. So we'd have to come to you with a recommendation on the fee for what it would cost for somebody to apply for this license. And currently, you know, we'd probably come at the same rate as what we are for all the others, which is like a class 7 language culture specialist, similar, would probably be it. But you would have to make that final decision. It would have to come in front of the
Right.
board.
I was just looking for a recommendation. Thank you.
Any other board members have questions? Any questions? Thank you very much for the information, and we'll be doing action on this item tomorrow. So thanks so much. Chair Tharp, I gleefully turn the meeting back over to you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Slinger. Well done with licensure stuff. At this time, we will take a recess until 3:30, at which time we will commence with item 16, and we will look forward to hearing from a Crystal from OPI at that time. The board will stand in recess until 3:30. Call this meeting back to order. It's the meeting of the Montana Board of Public Education, and today is Thursday, January 15th, meeting at the Montana Heritage Center at Montana Historical Society. And we will continue with our agenda. We are on item number 16. Board members, this is page 197 in your board packet, and we'll turn things over to Crystal Smith.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Tharp, members of the board. Crystal Smith, SMITH for the record. I serve as the Opportunities and Innovative Learning Senior Manager at the OPI. I'm pleased to be with you today, this afternoon, to present the Transformational Learning Phase 2 recommendations on behalf of State Superintendent Hedlund. Before we begin, I'd like to provide some Phase 1 background information regarding the Transformational Learning Grant. Currently, we're in the 7th of 8 years of funding, initially allocated in the 2019 legislative session. Districts awarded for the Transformational Learning Grant can be funded for up to 4 years, consecutive years, and the real purpose behind this was to incentivize innovation in education. Applying districts are required to have a board definition of proficiency that does not require seat time. And in the most recent years, they were required to follow MCA 20-7-601, definition of proficiency-based learning. Applying districts must include a board-approved strategic plan around transformational learning within their application. And I think it's important to note that fiscal year 26, this current fiscal cycle, is the last year that the Transformational Learning Grant will be as we have looked at it for the last 6 to 7 years. With that, and the purpose that I'm here is to present to you the fiscal year 27 Phase 2 Transformational Learning Grant. As outlined in House Bill 573 during the 2025 legislative session, the state superintendent shall determine a list of no more than 5 previously funded districts to recommend for the Phase 2 grant to the Board of Public Education for the board's approval. The remainder of this presentation will inform the board of the process taken by the recommendation committee to come to a consensus of the 5 districts that we would like to recommend to engage in this collaborative Phase 2 opportunity for transformational learning. Beginning on your packet on page 199, you'll see today's presentation. And with that, I will share the slides up on the screen as well. I want to begin today by taking you through the timeline from the time that we began this process to where we are today. You'll see there's 5 major steps within this. So the first one was correspondence. The OPI is tasked with inviting all formerly funded transformational learning districts to apply for the Phase 2 opportunity. In doing so, we created the application, provided several webinars, met with districts one-on-one in order to provide the support that they needed to create their applications and then help them better understand what this process looked like as it is the first time that we've gone through it. The second part, the application window opened on September 1st. It was open for 2 months, closed October 31st of 2025. During that time, presented to the Ed Interim Budget Committee, sharing with them who we had selected as this diverse team of educators, legislative perspective, superintendents, and folks around the state who have worked in proficiency-based learning and understanding of what that looks like. Once that committee was then developed, we went into the evaluation phase when the the application window closed. So I'll go more in depth in the actual evaluation process of that, but we asynchronously evaluated the applications and then came together back as a committee to provide our recommendations that we then provided to the state superintendent for her to approve before we get to where you are today. I want to share with you who was on that evaluation committee. So very grateful for their expertise, for their knowledge, for their time that they donated to this process. So the first is Heather Jarrett, superintendent from Reed Point School District. Heather applied for the Transformational Learning Grant in Phase 1 several years ago. Her district has been funded, but they were not applying for the Phase 2. So we thought they should be a great superintendent, district leader voice in order to have a part of this this committee to determine the recommendations. Second one is Haley Hancock. She's an assistant teaching professor at Montana State University. Myself and other people around the state have taken the competency-based learning course that was legislatively funded through MSU, and she was one of the professors that helped teach that course. So very well versed in proficiency-based learning, competency-based learning, and what that looks like in the state of Montana. Meg Perry, who is the Director of Strategic Partners from the Learner Centered Collaborative, a state entity that is helping partner with a lot of different districts around this work, volunteered her time, and then 2 OPI representatives. So the first one is Katie Bloodgood, the Deputy Chief of Staff. She's also our Policy Director, and she spent a lot of time in the 2025 legislative session, listening to testimony and this House bill being able to be approved into the phase 2. And so we thought that her legislative perspective would be very valuable in determining those 5 districts that we wanted to select or recommend. And then finally, myself as a transformational learning grant manager and a former teacher in working within a personalized proficiency-based classroom. So again, we really try to find this group of folks who were experienced in transformational, personalized, proficiency-based learning to bring their expertise to the table. So once the committee was determined, approved by the state superintendent, shared with the Ed Interim Budget Committee, this was a timeline that we took as a committee. So we all met together virtually on November 12th. I introduced the process, had together a slide deck to share with them, provided them the different applications that were received, and then we asynchronously began to evaluate those applications. We then met together virtually again, in early December. We discussed the evaluations that everyone did independently. We did help determine the budgets because we knew we had a budget that we had to work within. And then we prepared that list for the superintendent's approval. Mid-December, we presented to the superintendent for her approval of the districts that the committee wanted to recommend to the Board of Public Education, or to her to recommend to the Board of Public Education. And then here we are today, presenting that list of districts to the board. The materials and process that was followed, I gathered all of the applications. We use a Qualtrics survey through the OPI, which is a very typical process that we use to gather materials and documents that come from our district leaders. I provided the rubric. The rubric was also provided to district leaders within their application packet. I had a file for our evaluators to drop their completed rubrics in once they evaluated it. We then compiled all of the scores together, added them all up to a summation, and then we had this joint discussion around the scores, the applications, what we knew about the districts, and then really what was the legislative intent around these 5 lighthouse districts, so to speak, or up to 5 lighthouse districts that will really be the model for personalized proficiency-based learning interstate moving forward. Once we came to that consensus, then again, we went to the superintendent. And then upon the board's approval, I will reach back out to the districts that are approved for notification and final acceptance of the award amounts. I want to share with you just briefly what these districts are committing to doing and the big like meat and potatoes of the application piece. So the first one is that districts had to share what did they do in the phase 1 of transformational learning, what the progress that they had made for implementing the transformational proficiency-based learning in terms again of that MCA 20-7-1601. The second piece is they had to provide a proposal for what they wanted to do if they were selected for phase 2, with the understanding that they would be moving district-wide to a proficiency-based learning model. And then they also had to provide a budget in order to do that work. And then afterwards, so part 3 is that they had to commit or assure that they would be a part of collaborative activities that are organized by the superintendent, public instruction, making sure that they work together to then be ready to prepare presentations around guidance and recommendations to both the Ed Interim Committee and the Education Interim Budget Committee in, I believe, like September of 2028. So the districts that the committee chose, you'll see here up on the screen, they are in order of, or alphabetical order. So not one higher than another. on this screen, but I did want to provide to you these 5 districts. I'm sure as the board has traveled around the state and been a part of this important work, that you have heard from some of these districts about the work that they've been doing. And then I also wanted to provide the budgets to you that have been proposed to fund these districts for their proposed plans. In working with McCall a couple of weeks ago, she recommended that it would help the board to better understand what did the districts do in phase 1 and then what is their plan or their goals for phase 2. And so I wanted to provide just a very high level overview of what each of these 5 recommended districts have done within their phase 1 transformational learning opportunities. I think it's important to note that not all 5 of these districts received the same amount of funding and or the same amount of years of funding. For example, Missoula is actually just in their 2nd year of funding for the Transformational Learning Grant, while we have some districts, I believe Lockwood has received all 4 years of funding. So the impact and the adjustments and the good work that has been done really has varied from the amount of money, the FTE that districts identified to be a part of their district's transformational learning grants and program, and then well as the amount of time that they've had to really do the work. And then phase 2 is a high level overview of what are they wanting to do if they were funded for transformational learning phase 2 projects. And then upon approval from the board, my next steps as I see them is that, again, that official notification to the districts. Some districts will need to revise their budgets. We only fully funded 2 districts. So 3 districts will need to go back and look at the budget that they are being offered and see what they need to adjust in order to be able to do the work within the budgets that could be offered. My plan is to do a needs assessment with each of the districts. So as I had mentioned, some districts are entry points into this phase 2 are very different than others. So I think it's really important for myself to help support this work, to do a needs assessment with them, see what support they need, see what support they're wanting to work on independently and individually within their school districts. And then go out for an RFP for the technical assistance. So within the grant, 10% of the fiscal year 27 payment can be held back by the OPI in order to provide technical assistance for this collaborative cohort. So we'll be looking to go out for RFP for that. And then building that collaborative schedule for the 2026 meetings and the work that'll be done. And then finally, the OPI has been tasked with distributing the funds prior to July 15th of 2026 so the districts can begin their work. So with that, I will pause, stand for any questions that you might have before getting into the request to have the board approve the recommendations.
Questions? Go ahead, Board Member Schmidt.
Thank you. Crystal, has anybody compared the programming or the plans for the transformational learning compared to the charter school applications?
Chair Tharp, Member Schmidt, I have not, and I don't know if any other folks have.
Right. There are a couple of these that seem almost exactly the same. And I'm wondering about the fiscal responsibility of funding charter schools and transformational learning at the same time. It would be an interesting comparison.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Slinger.
Thank you, Chair Tharp. So I'm looking at the supplemental packet. So this isn't the board packet. This is the actual grant addendum, right? The grant applications. I'm on page 534. I'm looking at the, summary of the chart of the rankings and stuff. Troy was ranked 9th out of, why were they selected for funding if there's numerous schools ranked ahead of them?
Chair Tharp, Dr. Slinger, I think that's a really good question. So what the committee did is we totaled those scores, and then we started looking one by one from ranking 1 down through the ranking of the 10. We actually had 11, but 2 of them had the same score in order to share our notes, collaborate on what we felt using the rubric were the best districts to be able to recommend. And so we had a couple standout districts, right? And so if you look on that amendment,
Yeah, and 1 through 4 got funded,
yeah, yeah.
or at least partially.
Right.
Then it like just jumped the number.
Absolutely. So we looked through, we had our first 2 schools, both AA schools that were the highest of ranking. We then, looking at the next 2 schools, both Class A schools. And so we picked those, we looked at the budgets they were requesting. Like when you look at Kalispell's budget on there, there was no way that we were gonna be able to fund that as well as get some other schools. So with the help of Katie Bloodgood and talking about that legislative intent, right? We really wanted to have 5 districts, right? Because we felt the more districts that we have, as long as districts felt like the funding was fair or close to what they had requested, that we could provide a better picture for the state of Montana around how do you really do this work? And so the next one you'll see on there is Bozeman. Well, Bozeman is a AA school. We looked at their application and it was very similar to Livingston's. They talked a lot about the MTSS program. And so what we were thinking is, well, we could partially fund them. It was about 1/5 of what they actually requested. Or we could start looking through the remainder in chronological order of the applications. And so, we talked about Potomac on there. We talked about Joliet. We really wanted a smaller school to be a part of that committee. We know that the legislative intent is that these districts are going to bring back guidance recommendations. And if we only had the voice of AA and A schools, we felt that, knowing that the majority of the schools in the state are not A and AA schools, that we might not get the biggest bang for our buck, so to speak, as far as how do we do this statewide, right? And so we felt like a lot of our districts could recognize and resemble the work that was being done with Troy. We know that they've done, a nice job in the phase 1. And even though their application wasn't super strong, they did provide evidence of what they had initially done, what they wanted to do. Their budget was very reasonable to do that work. And so that was also another consideration for why we wanted to choose them, knowing we only had a very limited amount of funding available. So those were some of the conversations that the committee had.
I appreciate that.
Making
very
sure
much. I
that
think it's
we
very
really try to
thoughtful.
provide a well-rounded picture of districts in our state.
Yeah, I really appreciate the clarification. That makes all the sense. I think it's a very thoughtful approach to it. And also, as you said, we're hopeful they're building something that can be duplicated. You can't duplicate a lot of what's happening at some of the at the lower level. So thank you. That's great. I totally accept that answer.
Remember Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So looking at all of these things that these schools are doing and planning on doing, it's super exciting. And I love to see the numbers and their ideas. Do they ever send anything that's like, hey, this is pictures of what we're doing and this is exciting, like so that we can not only approve, people that are applying, but also share in their accomplishments and see what this money is doing in the schools. It'd be so neat for them to share with us, hey, we look at these kids, they're learning and the projects they're doing and the staff, just so we can see with our own eyes it'd just be really fun to celebrate all the things they're doing for their students.
Yes, Chair Tharp, Member Maxwell. So remember, these districts that we are recommending have already been funded for phase 1. And so part of that phase 1 funding, in order to be requalified, they had to provide annual reports. And so I have collected those annual reports over the years that they've been funded. So we have some of that phase 1, those accomplishments, the narratives, the impact that the phase 1 funding has made. We know that the end goal is in September of 2028, that these leaders of these districts have to provide a joint presentation to the Ed Interim and the Budget Committee about the impact that this phase 2 has made. But I'm excited to work hand in hand with the districts that the board approves. And so I would be happy to come back at any time and provide updates or sharing of this is where we are, this is a benchmark that we've accomplished, this is the impact that this is making. Because we know that what was accomplished in phase 1 didn't necessarily meet the mark for the legislative intent, right? And so while there's a lot of great things that happen in phase 1, we know that we've got to raise the bar in phase 2 to really provide this model of a district-wide proficiency-based learning model for all students.
The board members. See no other questions for Crystal. I would entertain a motion. Board Member Rasmussen.
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion to approve the funding in the phase 2 grants for the 5 school districts, Kalispell, Livingston, Lockwood, Missoula, and Troy,
Go ahead.
as recommended by the Office of Public Instruction.
A motion to accept the recommendation of the superintendent for these 5 districts. Is there a second? Second by Board Member Maxwell. Board member discussion. Any additional board member discussion? Is there any public comment? Please come forward.
Yes? Okay, thank you. Todd Wester, Curriculum Director in Livingston. I just wanted to give a little bit of response. Thank you for the question, Board Member Schmidt, regarding how similar the applications might look between the Transformational Learning Grant and the charter application. We have both in. These are related projects, but very separate. So in our Transformational Learning Grant application, we're looking at a K-12 project where the project as it's underway right now, we have multi-tiered systems of support coordinators in each of the buildings who are working at developing that system for having really refined, valid, reliable assessments that then can help us to ferret out what interventions will be most successful at getting kids reading, doing math, and also behaving well. And so that system is, we want that to be fully built out throughout our entire K-12 at the end of the 2 years of the Transformational Learning Grant. So we want these people building capacity in all of the staff in their ability to do that. One other thing that we wanted to do as part of our Transformational Learning Grant project is to develop for ourselves and for the state some kind of a tool that we can use as a third-party audit on how well we're doing at developing those things that we might consider as soft skills or employability skills or other, the kinds of things that aren't being measured by state standardized tests that we know are still important things for kids to have when they go out into the world after high school. And so that's our Transformational Learning Grant project. Our charter school application is an attempt to take the Carnegie model as it currently exists, where kids go from, class period to class period, and really turn that on its head and have a much more inquiry-based, place-based, project-based, sometimes work-based approach to learning that's on not on a typical school schedule system. And so the personnel that would be employed for that would be a different cadre of teachers. And there would definitely be collaboration between our multi-tiered systems of support coordinators and those teachers, but they're separate positions and separate costs to us. So I wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. And as a note, on page 206, looking at the highlights of the different things there, Livingston didn't specifically say, professional or personal-based learning was a focus of them like Lockwood has, but we're hoping that all of this innovative stuff is all informing best practices for everybody across the state there and appreciate all these various different opportunities to focus on different areas. And is there any additional public comment? Is there any public comment online? All right, the motion on the floor is to accept the superintendent's recommendations for approval of the Transformational Learning Phase 2 grants. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Item number 17, action on Montana Advanced Opportunity Grants. Crystal.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Thorpe, members of the board. My name is Crystal Smith, SMITH for the record. Serve as the Opportunities and Innovative Learning Senior Manager at the OPI. Today I bring forth 2 action items for you. The first is the qualification of fiscal year fiscal year 26 and 27 advanced opportunity applications. And the second is a qualification of 2025 annual reports from our currently funded districts. For those of you who have heard me present in past years, you may recall that the turnaround window from the time the annual report and application window closes to this board meeting is very quick. So 5 p.m. on Monday, January 12th, the window closed. And here we are today presenting to you all of the annual reports and the applications that have come in during that window. So with that and Mr. Chair's approval, I would like to provide a handout of the most recent information that I have. And then I've also provided to McCall and Chris so it can be provided online. So on the first page of that packet, you will see the school funding guidance document that we provide all qualified districts. So I know in past years, I've shared with you what the advanced opportunity grant is, what its reasonings, how districts can use these funds. But I thought it might be valuable this year to just actually provide you the document that we share with districts. So when districts apply for this grant, when they provide their annual reports, they are well informed of those different buckets in which they have to spend the advanced opportunity fund. So as a reminder to the board, up to or a minimum of 75% have to go to offset family and parent out-of-pocket costs for the students' advanced opportunities. You'll note in the 2025 legislative session, there was a change where up to the remainder 25% districts could provide funding to employ what we're calling, I want to make sure I get it right here. The cost to employ an advanced opportunities facilitator. The definition of that is outlined in MCA 20-7-1503, which really is a person that districts are utilizing to help set up work-based learning opportunities, experiential learning, internships within their communities. I also think it's important to share with you that the annual reports that have been received from districts really have drove the legislative changes from year to year. So every 2 years during the legislative session, the Advanced Opportunity Grant has changed. And that really has come from the voices of those who are filling out the annual report. So not only is it for to qualify for funding for next year, but it really does provide an avenue for districts to have voice in what they would like to see happening with the Advanced Opportunity Grant. So the next page you will see are the new districts that that applied for the Advanced Opportunity Grant during this cycle. So unlike previous years, you'll actually see a fiscal year 26 and a fiscal year 27. So unfortunately, in the quick turnaround time last year, I left off 3 districts that should have been qualified last January for fiscal year 26 funding. So in my QA opportunities and looking back at those grants, Columbus High School, Helena Elementary, and West Valley Elementary were 3 districts that did not get approved last January, but did submit a successful application within last year's application cycle. You then will see the fiscal year 27 applications. So we had 35 districts apply for the Advanced Opportunity Grant in this last application cycle. And those are here listed in front of you. You will also see at the bottom of that, there's a link, and that will take you to the folder. Is also linked on the executive action or executive summary that's in your board packet that will have each of those different applications available for you if you'd like to see them. And we also house them on the OPI website upon approval. I think it's the last thing I want to share with you before I ask for your approval of these districts is that I just want to make sure that you're aware that due to the STARS Act of 2025, there's currently no longer a cap on advanced opportunity funding. So every district that is qualified by the board will receive funding in fiscal year 27. And then finally, of all of the applications that you see up there, we do have a Cascade K-12 district. They did not get a board chair. They have a board chair signature on their application, but they did not get it via a motion. Their school board meeting is on the 20th. And so they are hoping that the board will approve their application. They do have a board chair signature on it, and then it'll be approved via a motion at their January 20th meeting. I did want to share that with you. If that's a problem, I know in past years I've come back at your next meeting and asked you to qualify one more district. So I just wanted to make that a note as well. So with that, I stand for any questions that the board may have before moving on.
Any questions? Board Member Rasmussen, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for asking. No, I apologize.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? All right, well, if there's no questions, we can proceed to a motion.
Chair, I'm ready to make a motion. I move to approve the Montana Advanced Opportunity Grant applications as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the Advanced Opportunities Grant applications as presented. For the record, I would just say, I think that as long as you get the signature and get everything all squared away with Cascade, I think we're fine. I don't think we need to have you come back again to another meeting. We'll make Board Member Maxwell own any issues that go on with Cascade due to her heritage.
Noted. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. Any discussion? Note several of those have little asterisks submitted after the deadline. Are still awaiting some of them?
No.
We got them all in. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Any other board member discussion? Any public comment? Yep. Heard the motion and second, or any public comment online? Sorry. No, okay. Heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I have a second motion.
Yep.
For the annual reports. Okay. Mr. Chair, I move to approve the Montana Advanced Opportunity Annual Reports as presented.
A motion to approve the annual reports as presented, and those are on a link. Nope, they're not on a link.
Yeah, they are.
Those are on a link as well? The applications are the link.
Oh.
Crystal?
Yeah, Chair Tharp, I don't believe the executive summary is in the board packet. When I went online, I couldn't find it. This is, let's see. Yeah, so the executive summary, I don't believe is in your board, didn't get into your board packet. This is what I handed out. So this is the last and final page of that packet that is linked directly. And then again, McCall and Chris have this. And this will be posted on our OPI website as well. So if I can pull up the executive summary if you need to look through it.
We'll see if anybody has any questions. Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Got a second by Board Member Rasmussen. Board member discussion. Dr. Neeskens.
I will be recusing myself from the vote since my districts are receiving funding from this source.
Noted. Thank you. The board member discussion. Any public comment? Any public comment online? Okay, all those in favor of approving the annual report signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Thank you so much, Crystal.
Thank you for your time.
Right. Moving on to item number 18, information and review of the creation of the Seal of Civics Literacy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board Chair Tharp and members of the board. My name is Tyler Capice, CAPECE for the record. I serve as the Assistant Deputy Superintendent at the Office of Public Instruction. Joining us online should be Chris Averill, who is the Chair of the Montana 250th Commission.
Hi, everyone.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak with you today. Today we're presenting an information item on the creation of the Seal of Civics Literacy, and then tomorrow we'll be back for an action item with you in the afternoon. I'm going to go through just a little bit of a background on this and some intentionality behind the creation of this. I'll go through the 4 criteria, as you can see on page 212, which is the start of this presentation, and I'll also go through the timeline, as well as you can see on page 214. Chris will have the opportunity to speak a little bit to the community service requirements and the inclusion of the Historical Society in this as well. So to get us started off with this, 2026, this year, as many of you might know, marks the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States, our semi-quincentennial, as it's well known. So through the collaboration between the Office of Public Instruction, the Historical Society, the 250th Commission, and the Board of Public Education through Executive Director Flynn, we have, and the superintendent has an intention around a way to honor this anniversary with the establishment of this seal. A number of states already have a seal of civics literacy, and we've incorporated some of their plans into this model that we are proposing to you all. The plan recognizes the growing desire for robust civics education in our education system. We hear that a lot when we go out into our field, and as a former history and civics teacher, I know that firsthand, and to celebrate the achievement on part of our students. This plan also helps the Office of Public Instruction incorporate and fulfill 20-7-119, which encourages all public schools to administer the USCIS naturalization exam to graduating students from our Montana public schools. The superintendent also wants to make it clear, though, that we do want to offer this to private school students as well as charter school students. So the 4 criteria that students will need to meet in order to apply for this seal are outlined, like I said, on page 212. The first criteria is that a student must complete the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services naturalization exam with a score of 80% or better. If you look at the linked MCA, it does state that students need to complete it with a 70% or better, but because this is such a high honor, we wanted to up the ante a little bit there. The second criteria is that a student must successfully complete the required 0.5 credits of civics during their high school experience as the board approved. The third criteria, which is what Chris will go into a little bit more, is that a student may choose between the following community service requirements: 40 hours of community service or 20 hours of community service, as well as passing the Montana Challenge test that was created by the Historical Society. And then the fourth criteria is that a student must submit their application to the board. And thank you to Executive Director Flynn for collaborating with us on this with the evidence. On page 216 and 17 and 18, you can see a sample application for students. When I was creating this sample, and by no means does this have to be the application that is created and go forward, what I wanted to do was create a very similar application to the seal of biliteracy. So making it that is not a barrier to students when they're applying to this, is that it is very similar to an application that they might already be filling out before they graduate from high school. So those are the 4 criteria that a student would need to complete in order to apply for the Seal of Civics Literacy. I'm going to now turn it over to Chris to talk a little bit more about the community service requirements and the Montana Challenge test from the Historical Society.
Thank you, Tyler. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, Chris Averill, A-V as in Victor, E-R-I-L-L. I am the chair of the Montana 250th Commission, and it is good to virtually see some familiar faces from my previous appearances, and welcome and congratulations to the newer board members that I have not had the chance to meet yet. And greetings from Executive Director Flynn's hometown of Anaconda. I'm sorry I could not be with you in person today, but no finer place to be otherwise. And Tyler did a really excellent job outlining the qualifications and criteria. I just want to provide a little more detail on a couple of aspects. One, a seal of civics literacy, it can be found in a number of states, and a growing number of states. And we modeled our proposal after what's been done in many of those states. So a lot of the criteria follow very similar to other states such as Arizona, California, Georgia, New York, Tennessee, and Virginia. Some of the states have a capstone or portfolio project. And what I'd like to emphasize here is The Montana 250th Commission, for those unfamiliar, was created by the 2023 legislature to celebrate this great anniversary that's coming up this year. We have a number of criteria, and one of the most important to us is Section 3B of our authorizing legislation, which instructs us to collaborate with the board, the OPI, local schools, and commission partners to increase participation specifically in the civics test that we've discussed, as well as increase youth proficiency in U.S. and Montana history and government and the history and government of our tribal nations, and then recognize schools for outstanding achievement in those areas. And while we sunset at the end of this year, we were looking for opportunities to provide some lasting products that would go beyond our time as a commission. And so we're very appreciative to the board and the OPI for being receptive to this idea, part of which came the impetus from a previous board meeting I had here with board member Rasmussen and former board member Hammond, reminding me that there is this 2017 law on the books encouraging schools to administer the test and monitor the performance and celebrate those schools. And also reminding me that, there's this appetite for civic engagement and prioritizing that, as the board has done in recent years. And so that's where these criteria come in. And I'll focus on the community service piece because this is unique among the states we're talking about. Many of them just say a certain number of community service hours, and they're very broad and basic. We wanted to offer a dual model here. One is your 40 hours of community service, and there's some explanation of community service requirements in your board packet. Those are by no means the be-all, end-all, but there are some examples that lead to a lot of partnerships that we can help develop in our remaining 11 and a half months as a commission. And also, the second option, the dual option here, is 20 hours of community service and passing the Montana Challenge. And this Montana Challenge was brought to us by the Sons and Daughters of Montana Pioneers. It is a comparable 100-question test with an accompanying study guide, because we know that not every school at this point has the same access to Montana history, I would argue. And so the study guide is meant to help fulfill some of those, what we would, theoretically they're community service hours, but you're at least in service to yourself about learning more about your state. And so you would have the opportunity to take and pass that test. And our great collaboration with the OPI, they have been able to, and Tyler can answer specific questions on this, but use their Qualtrics system to load these exams, to get them to schools and teachers more readily, to aggregate information and data. And so we're grateful for their partnership. That's another area where this enables this program to live on beyond the commission's timeframe. And the last piece I would add before Tyler has any remarks and any questions from the board, we want this to grow and evolve. So if we do get approval from the board, we're excited to see this start in the first year. We know, not everybody will know. We're prepared for a robust outreach program in the next 3 months to make sure every school district is aware of this, every homeschool and private school and charter school that we can reach is aware of this. But between the board and the superintendent, there may be some refining of these criteria. There may be some more challenging items that can be added as civics grows within the state. So we wanted to start this now in our semi-quincentennial year, and then provide the board and the public and the Office of Public Instruction an opportunity to develop and refine and hone this product as it moves forward. So we thank you for your consideration of this.
Tyler, do you have anything else?
I just wanted to run through the timeline with you. As Chris mentioned, we do have a very quick rollout of this program, but we stand ready and we are prepared to do that with our wonderful collaborative partners. So upon approval, hopefully tomorrow from the board, we're ready to start rolling this out in the next coming weeks. As Chris mentioned, the Montana Challenge and the naturalization test will live on our Qualtrics system. We've been working very closely with our IT department, and that will be ready to roll out. And then we'll collaborate on our communications plan and our marketing plan to get this rolled out to schools. So January through May, once again, is that collaborative time for our partners. But at this point also, we'll be reaching out to schools so they can begin administering those tests, collecting scores, students will be completing any necessary community service or completing the Montana Challenge during this time. We have a proposed date of May 1st, which is the same date as the Seal of Biliteracy applications are due to the board. So once again, keeping that in a very similar fashion so that students are prepared and understand the process for both. And so that would be when applications and all the corresponding documents showing the community service hours, the scores on the tests would be due. And then May through June would be when applications are reviewed, seals and certificates would be sent out to those students. And then after June 2026, in accordance with that MCA that I mentioned at the beginning, 20-7-119, the superintendent of public instruction will publish a list of high schools in the states who are considered, in the MCA, it says quote unquote all-star schools, which I love, based on engagement and administration. And then this isn't in the timeline, but I'm sure Chris and I would be more than happy to come to the July board meeting or the September board meeting and provide a report based on the data that we see of the number of schools participating and where we see that. And so then targeted outreach to those areas where maybe we don't see schools participating. So I believe that's it. On page 215 is just a really high level Venn diagram that I created to talk about roles, but once again, that is very high level. And then after that is the sample application and community service hours log. So with that, I believe Chris and I are done with our presentation and we stand for any questions from the board.
Thank you. Tyler, you specifically said public and private. Your definition of private include homeschool? Chris said homeschool. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that this is something we want to make available to homeschools as well.
The superintendent specifically pointed out private and charter schools, so I would need to collaborate with her on the homeschool portion of that as well. So I'll make a note of that.
Okay. Other questions? Yes.
I have a practical question. I guess it's from a call. What does this mean for the staff at the Board of Public Ed?
Yeah, good question, Mr. Chair. Board Member Quinlan. Chris and I actually talked about this before we, or after Tyler and I had chatted, because Chris is a huge asset to the Seal of Biliteracy and keeping everything organized and sending out those packets. So I had asked her about, potentially receiving these applications as well and what that looked like. I think that we probably still need to have a conversation about what that looks like and what our role is in that. I don't think that the certificates and everything will come from our office, but I do think that we can play a role in receiving the applications and maybe putting those into a spreadsheet and helping, them collect all the information. I also think that there's obviously going to be a role probably for like providing the chair's signature and things like that on certificates. So we're happy to play a role, whatever that needs to look like. We're, we want to be good team players in this. We just aren't quite yet sure what that looks like.
So I hope you would anticipate what you would do if 5,000 seniors applied for this. And then how would you manage it? Because it's entirely possible, at least in the opening year and part of the 250th, that, a lot of high school students are gonna.
Board Member Quinlan, if 5,000 students applied for this, I would be a very happy former civics teacher. I think that would be, not to speak for Executive Director Flynn or for Chris online, but I think if that was the possibility, we can definitely flesh out what those roles would look like more specifically. But that would be great.
Thank you. I'd also like to see if former board member Hammond and current 250th Commission member Jane Hammond would like to speak to this.
I'm very thrilled to see the cooperation and appreciate the enthusiasm of the partners in this effort. I've been advocating for this since I supported the bill way back in whenever that was, 2019, when 20-7-
Yeah, 2017.
2017, yeah, I've been advocating this kind of recognition ever since then. So I'm very happy. Thank you for your cooperation and support.
Thank you, Jane. Any other comment, board member? Yes, Ms. Stockton.
Thank you, Chair.
I have just a few questions. The first of which is I just want to clarify that the immigration services and naturalization exam will be readily available to all students, like free of cost?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Board Member Comstock. So this will be housed on our Qualtrics, which is an online survey platform that the OPI readily uses. And we will be ready to deploy this in the coming weeks after the hopeful approval of the board. So this will be accessible to all schools and, online. So we believe it should be accessible to rural and more urban schools.
Okay, thank you. And another question for you. You have half of the civics credit as part of your requirements going to a school that has no class that is officially titled like civics. Will you encourage individual schools, like once this or if this rolls out, to list the courses that would qualify you for half of that civics credit? Like US history, Montana government, etc., so that kids know that they don't have to take another class and that they have their requirement?
Yeah, so Executive Director Flynn and I actually talked about this morning. Yes.
Okay. And also, one last question.
Of course.
Will students need like signed proof of their volunteer hours? Like how much are you expecting in like receipts for those community service hours, I guess?
Thank you for the question. So on page 218 of your board packet is a sample community service hours log. The school that I was previously at here in Montana had a very similar log for our students. They had to complete 50 hours of service by the end of their senior year of high school. So I modeled it on one that I've seen before. It does have like a supervisor signature. We do realize that, for activity, we should put activity, / organization, because maybe a student is volunteering at a place like the Montana Historical Society Heritage Center. So we do need to change that, but we are asking for a signature to validate that activity or organization.
Okay, thank you. And also, I would be really excited to help you bridge that student gap moving forward. I think this is really cool.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Good questions. This is just an information item. We will have this as an action item tomorrow. And before now and then, if you could get recommendations from the superintendent on the homeschool inclusion, which I would recommend, but.
Absolutely. Thank you, Board Chair Tharp and members of the board.
With that, we will move on to item number 19. And these last couple, this is MSDB committee. I'll turn over to the chair of that committee, Board Member Schmidt.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. I'd like to note that once again, MSDB has filled most of our board packet pages. This is a continual effort that Paul makes, but I'd like to point out that this is not policy. These pages that you're going to scroll through next are activities and achievements and really great accomplishments. So with that, Paul, would you like to detail all of your activities, achievements, and things?
Sure, Board Member Schmidt, Chair Tharp. Happy to be here. I know I'm the last thing. Well, my evaluation is the last thing between you and your dinner, but there are some important things, and I do appreciate, we probably have 4 more people than usually stay for MSDB's report, so I appreciate that. But first thing I want to say is Happy New Year. There's been a lot that has happened since the last time I saw you. I also believe it's School Board Recognition Month, which you are, MSDB School Board, so we want to recognize you as well. And Board Member Slinger, I think you had the question of the day, and I don't remember which Crystal it was that you asked, but I think it was the transformational grant, and she gave a better explanation than the College Football Playoff Committee gave about why Notre Dame wasn't in the playoffs, and I want her to do that for them next year. So let's start with that. And then I also have to say, how about those Bobcats? Because I know some of our friends are watching me today. But I have good news about those Bobcats. Not only are they national champs, which is a good thing, but little did I know I hired someone from Illinois State. So the day of the championship game, I ended up with a staff member in my office wearing Illinois State Redbirds stuff. And as a result, I don't know, I didn't know, but I'm gonna let you know now. Illinois State is the number 4 producer of teachers of the deaf in the country. So what ended up being a good celebration for MSU might turn into a good celebration for MSDB by making a connection to their teacher of the deaf program. So I was going to leave my Bobcat remarks out today, but I thought that was worth bringing it in. Let's go ahead and start. Before I get into any of the action items I'll ask you to do, I'm not going to go page by page. You have it in front of you, and Board Member Schmidt has reassured you that there's a lot of good stuff in there. Just want to pull out the department newsletters. If you at some point read the page 299, which is the cottage newsletter, and then one of the last ones in there is page 316, which is something new that our outreach is trying to do this year, which is an outreach newsletter, which is going out monthly. And that's the second one they've put out to school districts and families to try to better help educate our school districts and our partners around the state. So we will start adding that, and I want to make sure that we call that out as well. Some things just want to briefly talk about is on page 231, you'll see the interim budget education committee report in there. If you have any questions, I'll answer about that. The one thing I want to point out there is if you remember, the legislature gave us $61,000 for 2 years to run a pilot program for educational interpreting, partnering with Rochester Institute of Technology out of New York. And you can see where we are at right now with that. We're not getting the success that we wanted. The other thing that's not in that report is since that time I've worked with OPI, because this is the first year where data can be collected for quality educator payment next year on educational interpreters. So this year when when staff information was collected, districts had to put that in for quality educator payment if they're going to ask for that money during next year's budget. And I can tell you that we have about nine educational interpreters around the state that were reported. That doesn't, I know OPI still needs to look into them and make sure that their scores were correct, because it's not like teacher licensure right now where all that's done kind of upfront. So they still need to follow up on that. But if that's the case, we will ask those folks to participate in our training in year 2. Because the good thing about that training is if you meet the qualifications that you set in chapter 55, which is a 3.5 on the EIPA score, you're not eligible for that mentoring program. It's meant to bring those that haven't met that qualification up. So when we started that program, MSDB had four interpreters that were below the 3.5. MSDB now has 0 below the 3.5. And in fact, most of ours jumped all the way up to the 4.0 mark. So we now have a state school that the scores that we have has educational interpreters that meet your requirement of what it is. And that's what we want for the state. So we'll start using that and recruiting for that interpreting program, and hopefully we get those 9 districts to take. We did have a visitor on campus today. We had Miss Rodeo Montana, however you say that. Interestingly enough, she is a certified interpreter in Big Sky, and we are going to try to use her for some PR kind of stuff as we go through. So she was on campus today. I was not able to see her, but it's nice to have her, very fluent in ASL and a certified interpreter. On page 289, you can see our parking lot project. 290, our financials, where we're at. We feel we're sitting really good right now where we are, and even the education budget committee felt we're doing very good. There's actually a question about why are our hours down a little bit more than what they have been in the past. We were not able to answer that question for them. They can't answer that question, so they're not sure if it's a change in algorithm that they're using or whatnot in their reports that they're using at the legislative level. But we'll hopefully try to find out why those hours are reporting less. I do want to talk about our enrollment. We're currently at 36. You'll see that on the report. But one thing that report never shows are the students in our LEAP program. So we have 5 students in our LEAP program. So we actually have 41 students on our campus right now. And I don't know, Chris, can you pull up page 310 for me by any chance? I would like to explain this because this is what's getting exciting because we didn't have this data even a couple months ago. With our webpage, we went to Finalsite with our webpage. And the reason we went with Finalsite is they have an add-on, an enrollment add-on that we did. And so that's what this green share shows. So this was when we met with the MSDB committee about a month ago. And I can tell you these numbers have already changed. But the way you read this report, and this would be the only time I go over this with you, but wanted you to understand it, is we've had 54 students from around the state of Montana inquire about outreach services to the MSDB. Okay, so that's what the number 54 is. Out of those 54 students, 8 of them have stated they want to become students or be considered to be students on campus at MSDB. And then there's a MCA that tells us the process that happens. Out of those 8, 4 have already completed that application. And then out of those 4 that have completed the application, 2 have already been accepted onto our campus. What happens with the other 2? That means they're ready for a 10-day review, which we do a 10-day review with those to make sure that the family feels comfortable with us. We feel comfortable with the kid and can provide the services. And there's been one time in my 10 years there after the 10-day that we've said it's probably not a good fit. So usually if they get to the 10-day, they become a student at MSDB. We have those 2 students doing 10 days right now. So I would bet that we have 2 more to our roster. Yep.
The 10 days, so is that an immersive where they come and they're on campus for 10? Okay, thank you.
Exactly. Yep. They're on our campus. They're if they're one of our students at that time, we plug them into a schedule like they would have if we thought they would be there. If they're going to live in the cottage, we ask them to live in the cottage during that time. We also work with parents at that time. So if it is a parent and they are going to be a cottage kid, we'll put a parent up in one of our cottages, and the student will still stay in the residential program. It's not a test. It's just to see if it's a good fit for 1, the family, 2, the student, and 3, us. So that's where the 4 is. And that means that there's 4 more students that we're collecting application for. And I can tell you why I was sitting here today. We have 1 student from your area, board member Slinger, that all the application materials was turned in today, which means that we will be doing a 10-day on that student here fairly soon too. So that's what's exciting about this report. We never had a way to track how many actually different inquiries were given to our outreach, and then how many actually followed up to enrollment, wanting to go to school, and then how many actually applied for the school, and then how many were actually accepted into the schools. So that's how you read this report, and it's pretty exciting. So if we can get all 8 of those students on campus, we're going to be close to 50 by the end of the year. And we were at 31. So we've lived through COVID. We've done a few other things. So I'm pretty darn proud of the staff at MSDB, and that includes the outreach staff, I think, is having an impact on this. As you remember, we changed our outreach model, working with the public schools more and making sure we're in the schools more. And I think that's had a big impact. The other thing that our outreach is doing is they're doing regional meetings with superintendents. I know the best attendance one so far is up in the Kalispell area, where they've been meeting with those superintendents pretty regularly. And so I think these numbers are only going to keep going up.
Thank you, Paul. Do you have an equivalent of a chart like this for the outreach side of things? And also, for example, in this case, the 54 that made an inquiry, are some of those students moving to the outreach side rather than going through the process to apply to be on campus?
Yeah, so all 54 of those students have gone into our outreach program. So all those inquiries were eligible for our outreach program.
And then 8 of those moved to the application.
Right. The one thing that we have not figured out, and we will, is we have to remember that not every student that's eligible for outreach is eligible for campus services. For example, if a student only has a hearing loss in one ear, they're not eligible for campus services. They have to have a hearing loss in both ears. So that's why you see some drastic cuts there, but we are going to track that once we get going a little bit better. The other thing is we are working with the state IT department, because if you remember during COVID, we paid to use some of the governor's extra COVID money to have a database built. Well, since then, that company's sold to another company who sold to another company, and now we just don't have the community service, the relations that we have, and it's not working. So we're working with the state IT department to build through their system to build that database for us. So we'll be able to do that, and then we will be able to track our outreach much better like we were.
Thank you. Do you use Infinite Campus?
We do, yeah. Just good question, Board Member Quinlan. But for those that aren't sure, we have Infinite Campus access to our students, but we don't have Infinite Campus to students in our outreach program.
Thank you.
If you could pull up 315, just because this one hits my heart. But on page 311, we talk about Journey of the Learner. You hear about it all the time. That's not what's going to be on 315, but I'll talk why that's coming up. We are now in the process of making our Journey of the Learner come to life. And that's what's on page 311. Our staff members are actually giving presentations. And this isn't just our education, but it's our education, our cottage, and our outreach are all getting the same presentations on Journey of the Learner. And that's what's on page 311. And that directly correlates with our competency-based education initiative that we have going on as well. So we put that. But on page 315, this is, to me, this is why I love my job, and I could probably be there for quite a while. But this is a picture of the first ever band performance of the students at MSDB. So we actually have students that now have a band, and who would have thought that a blind school and a deaf school would have an actual band that was doing performances. And it's pretty cool, and our hope is to continue building on this, and then maybe one day go perform in the Rose Bowl parade with Ohio School for the Blind that has a band, and they have the numbers. We're never going to have the numbers, but hopefully one day we can join them in the Rose Bowl parade as a group. But that's pretty cool. That's what we do in MSDB, and that's why I love my job. The other two things thanks, Chris. The other two things I'll talk about quickly is the first reading of the 26-27 calendar. You had two calendars in your packet today because we weren't quite sure. We had calendar A and calendar B. I can tell you right now that calendar A was a landslide, the pick of the staff and the parents. So that will be the calendar that we bring to the March meeting to have a second reading on. And this was the first year that we've done this because our staff asked us to do is we have a PIR day in the spring. And this was the first year we let the staff pick what day it was on. So also we asked them to pick a day in March or a day in April. And they picked the April 19th date that they would like to have PIR on instead of the March date. So that calendar I'll bring to you in March will be calendar A with the last PIR day as April 19th. So that's good news for me. Then the last thing I want to talk about is last time I was here, I put in the packet all the information that we provided Cognia for us to be accredited. That was the material that we provided Cognia. And this packet is the actual accreditation review that we received from Cognia. And I want to spend some time going over it because there's some pretty neat things on it. And obviously there's some things we need to work on, which there's nothing there that we weren't surprised of. It's just a matter of in our strategic plan where they're placed, and we'll get to them. But if you look on page 283 of the packet, that's where it really talks about the noteworthy actions and the areas of improvement. Paige Hughes, if you look at the very last page of the report, it was the lead person that did our accreditation. Paige was telling me when we did a debrief over this that she has done over 25 visits in the last 18 months for accreditation reviews. And our noteworthy practice was one of 5 that she's written out of 25 reviews. So we've had one of her 5 noteworthy practices out of all of her accreditations that she's done. So that's pretty cool as far as I'm concerned. We do have some areas of improvement, and anybody that knows me knows they're no surprise, and probably no surprise to you. And actually you probably see them in my evaluation as well as things that I feel I need to work on, and we know that we need to work on in our school. And so, I'm sorry, I got my paperwork all messed up here. I did try to pay someone to stay and listen to me today, but she left anyways. So one is just to develop a standards-aligned framework. And as Paige put it, that's just clean up to what we're already doing, that we have a good process going with our competency-based education, that we're bringing Dr. Marie Alcock because of our Montana Reads grant. It's been written in that grant and approved by OPI that we will bring in Dr. Marie Alcock again for 3 weeks this coming year to continue working on that. So that is our first area for improvement. We're working on nothing surprising, just something we need to continue working on. The next one is providing more feedback to our staff, and this is something that we've been trying to improve on the last 2 or 3 years. And we need as administration to hold our feet to a fire, but there's a reason why. We've been hiring, and it's been a cycle. Last year, we hired like 25 people, and it's us administrators, and it's specifically me doing that. So one thing that we're looking at doing is I'm in conversations with state HR, Carol from state HR. Carol, I'm sorry if you're listening, and Dean Mack, and they're actually meeting with Director Giles today. Because what we're hoping to do is have an actually dedicated HR person at MSDB that can be doing all that hiring and stuff. And the state HR is backing us on that. And I'll be excited to hear what Deputy Giles does. Because what we might do is we've had a special use school psych position that's been open for about 3 years. We could take that position and hire a HR person right now to help us with this. And the governor's office has been okay with that. What's scary about doing that is if you pay attention to the centralization conversation that's going on with the state. And what's going on there is that the person would become an employee of the Department of Administration, Human Resources. So my plea to them is if I'm going to use my open school psych position to get an HR person, and then it's going to be switched to a HR position under DOA, I'm not going to do that. And we'll just ask the legislature for an extra FTE. So we are looking at an HR person to free us up, then they can do the HR stuff, and that will help us get with this area of improvement too. The staff told this group that they know they're supported. They want to see us in their classrooms more. And we've heard that for 3 years. But when you're hiring, and you're going to see on our personal action report, even the MSDB committee, there's a resignation on there that wasn't on there when we met. It actually came that same day we had the meeting. For me, it's a constant revolving door right now of HR stuff. So I went off on a tangent, but you now know what we're doing with HR. Carol, Ann, and Dean feel that we should have an HR generalist 3 in our organization. They feel with as many employees as we do, that's what we should have. And then the third one there is the data monitorization, the progress monitoring. We just heard about some transformational grants with MTSS. As a reminder, we've been working with AER, the American Institute of Research, for the last 2 years. Again, the Montana READS grants allowing us to rework with them for the next 4 years to continue working on that area. So pretty much all the areas of need that are in this report have already been part of our strategic plan. We're just going to keep moving forward and get to the next level. One thing that's exciting, and as Paige and I talked about, is if you look on page 32 of the report, and I don't even know where I'm at in the agenda, but the IEQ score of 304. Thank you. So if you receive an IEQ score of 304, and you can also see on that page what that means, it means we're an accredited school, a fully accredited school by Cognia standards. And to me, that's very significant because it was back in 2021 when we first did our Cognia accreditation, and our score back in 2021, so 5 years ago, a little less than 5 years ago, was 256. So the staff and the teachers and everybody that works at MSDB has really put their nose down and improved that system for the students of Montana, and couldn't be much more prouder than them. So just had those questions. So any questions on anything in the packet before I talk about the action items?
Thank you, Paul. Not sure I could find this in the aforementioned 100 pages of MSDB stuff, but as I was reading before this meeting, you have a grant where you are trying to implement the science of reading. And I wondered, I mean, I feel like you're probably on the cutting edge of schools for the deaf and blind around the country. And I was wondering, have you given any thought to like turning this into a research opportunity for someone, not yourself, but I mean, it seems like you'll have something to say about best practices after that, or what it took, or what the barriers were. And I think that would be super helpful.
So great comment, Board Member Quinlan. We are on the edge, especially for visually impaired schools, especially with the science reading, and that's our Montana READS grant. And I'm so thankful for the flexibility from OPI with that grant, because we do have unique needs, and we're also getting on the edge with the deaf and hard of hearing too. Because if you think about it, science of reading, what's the very first pillar, which is phonics? Well, phonics to a deaf student, there is no phonics. So what does that look like in deaf education? So we're working very hard on that. So we are there. And honestly, Ohio School for the Blind, School for the Deaf and Blind, and now Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind, and Alabama School for the Deaf and Blind, we've gotten their attention and we're working with them a lot. And we're also have AER, so I can't quite remember what that stands for, but it's for blind and low vision people, in a group that works with blind and low vision. They are emailing us all the time. So we are right there, and that's my staff. I can tell you, another visitor that we had, I was going to invite her too, but of course they left. We had a great visit last week with Montana State. They brought 4 of their staff members on campus. One was Dr. Seifert herself, the head of the special ed department, And then the advanced opportunities, I'm not sure if that's the exact name, but and then there was another gal, there was 4 gals that came in and the light bulb went on in my head and the light bulb went on their head. How can we balance and how can we work with each other? And I just went blank and I have no clue where I was going with that statement. So I'm just glad we had MSU on our campus.
Is there any possibility of research that they can?
Yes,
help
so
you with?
that, exactly, yes. So there is some stuff there.
I'll give you a nudge.
Thank you. They were very interested in a lot of things we're doing, especially the special ed lady that was there, the gal running the special ed department. And we're going to be doing some field experience with their kids and coming on campus. And then we did get into a doctorate dissertation, not for me, but kind of discussion for the special ed side because we are there. And I also think RIT was there, but I think the federal funding cuts is what's holding our progress up, that we had the momentum going with them. But now that we're gonna try to get this connection now with Illinois State, we're not gonna stop. We're gonna find that next group, but we are there. And the other thing I've encouraged, so there's a big international conference that we'll ask you folks to approve our travel in March. That's in July, coming up in July, and it's an international one for blind education. And I have 3 staff members that have put in to present there. I've really been pushing my staff to present at international and national conferences because we are there. And I keep telling them that people have got to know what you're doing on our campus. So long-winded answer.
Okay, I realize it takes a lot of resources to sort of add a dimension of keeping track of what you were able to learn from the process and what you could share with others, but it sure seems like you're, there's something really good going on there, and, you know, to be able to share that with people would be good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are we ready for action items?
I can explain them first and then you can vote on them if you want. So just for action items for you this time, talk about human resources a little bit. This is probably the skinniest personnel action that we had, and it was skinnier when the MSTB board met. There was actually only 2 hires, and then that resignation slipped on there the day we had that meeting. But okay. And I'm excited about our hires, and I want to point out one, and you probably shouldn't point out one, but I do want to point out Adam. Adam's he's probably not who you'd envision being on my campus. Adam played football for Baylor University, so he's bigger than me, muscular and height. Adam is also the gentleman that worked in the Air Force. I walked in with whoever you'd walk in, because I've never been there. Hannah would probably know, and called in the airstrikes for the Air Force. So he's a military veteran. And he came to us wanting a job because he's losing his hearing and he wanted to learn sign language. Those are the type of people we want on our campus. So we're very excited to have Adam, even though I look up to him literally. He's one big fella. And we do have someone that is going to replace Sabrina. So we'll be bringing you her name in March, but I'll ask you to approve that personnel action. I can also tell you that the Director of Student Services position will be posted this coming Monday, which will be Jim Kelly's position. So I'll ask you to approve that. Then I'll ask you to approve 2 out-of-state travels. For both of them are students this time, and both of them are going to Riverside, California. The first one actually is going here in a couple of weeks, and that is our academic bowl team, which they will compete with all the other deaf schools on the western part of the states and go down there and compete. And they actually, I think, will make it to nationals this year. So hopefully I'm back in March asking for approval to send them to DC for nationals. We got a really good group going this year. So excited for that. Excuse me. And then the other group that I'm excited to go, that usually goes to Utah, but this year that festival has been moved to Riverside as well, is our Flying Hooves group going down to the National Deaf High School Theater Festival. And again, both of those trips are made possible through our foundation, and they pay for those. So we appreciate the foundation. And then the last thing I would ask you to approve would be policy 8210. This is the second reading on that. Procedure for food service. Just as a quick reminder, this came as a result of our food audit last year, and that's why it's here in front of you. So I would ask Board Member Schmidt for those three action items.
Thank you, Paul. I'm ready to make a motion.
Please proceed.
The first motion I'd like to make is that I move to approve the MSDB out-of-state travel requests as listed in the agenda packet, starting on page 222.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the MSDB out-of-state travel requests as noted in your packet. Any board member discussion? Any public comment? Any public comment online? All in favor of approving the out-of-state travel request, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Chair Schmidt.
The second motion I'd like to make is I move to approve the MSDB personnel items as listed in the agenda packet.
You heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the action on the personnel items as presented in your packet. Board member discussion. Look forward to meeting Mr. Brickle when we're on campus in May. He'll be the big guy, right? Very good, very good. Looking forward to that. Any other board member discussion? Any public comment? Any public comment online? All in favor of the personnel action items signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Chair Schmidt.
I have one more. I did lie. There is one policy, but it was just a second reading, so, and it was only 2 pages. So, my third motion today is I move to approve the second reading of the MSDB policy 8210, the procurement for food service.
For the motion, is there a second? Go ahead and pick, Chris. We got a motion and a second to approve the second reading of policy 8210. Any board member discussion? Any public comment? Any public comment online?
No.
All in favor of approving the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Chair Schmidt. All right, at this time, that concludes item number 19 on our agenda. We have one final action item today. This is item number 20. This is the MSDB superintendent evaluation. For those watching online, we'll be closing this meeting as the rights to privacy clearly exceeds the public's right to know. So this meeting will be closed during that evaluation. At the close of that, we will be opening, but simply to gavel us in recess until tomorrow. So there will be no other action taken. So we will be shutting down the Zoom at this time. Prior to this, I'll just open it up. Is there any general public comment prior to us going into our executive session? Seeing none, we'll ask anybody not